Foreword of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 1777. Foreword. Nicholas Cresswell, the diarist, was the eldest son of Thomas Cresswell of Edale, a parish in the Peak of Derbyshire, which was formerly part of the Forest of High Peak, Derbyshire, one of the largest forests in England. Nicholas was born at Crowden le Booth, Edale, in December 1750. He was, therefore, 24 years old when he went to America in 1774. His mother was Elizabeth, wife of Thomas Cresswell, and a daughter and heiress of Richard Oliver of Smalldale in Bradwell, near to Castleton in Derbyshire. His father was a local landowner, who owned and farmed his estate in Edale, and was a large sheep farmer. No doubt he was a very hard ruler, but he was a man very much respected in the Peak District, and he established a school for the education of the children about his own home. I believe that Nicholas was educated in this school and in the Wakefield Grammar School. The Cresswell family originally came from Cresswell in Northumberland, where they held land under the English kings in consideration of their keeping up Castle Cresswell and assisting, whenever required, in repelling the Scotch when they invaded England. A younger member of the Northumberland Cresswell family settled near Chapel and Lefrith in the Peak of Derbyshire, and founded a family there, which held lands under the Crown in and about Chapel and Lefrith, from about 1350 down to 1631. Ralph Cresswell of Malcoff in Chapel and Lefrith sold his property there about 1631 to the Ford family, and took a grant of land with Giles Barber in Edale when it was disafforested. The original grant was from the trustees of the Corporation of London. The Corporation had lent Charles I a large sum of money in return for a grant of Crown lands, and these trustees sold land in Edale to Ralph Cresswell. His share was known as Crowden le Booth, now called Upper Booth, and situated at the north end of the Edale valley. The Edale branch of the Cresswell family used the same coat of arms as the Cresswells of Northumberland, and Mr. Justice Cresswell, President of the Probate and Admiralty Court, who was at one time the head of the Northumberland family, acknowledged the Derbyshire branch as being descended from the Northumberland family of the same name. This Ralph Cresswell was one of the 21 founders of the Chapel of Ease at Edale, under the Mother Church at Castleton. The stipend of the Vicar of Edale was provided by each of the original founders, charging his estate with an annual sum. Crowden le Booth possessed very large grazing rights for sheep and cattle on the hilly district of the Peak, and here it was that the Cresswell family settled and built their home. A local photograph shows the original house and the cluster of buildings around it. In the old building is a large barn, which was turned into a schoolhouse and a residence for the schoolmaster, and this was provided by Thomas Cresswell for the children of the immediate neighbourhood. Nicholas Cresswell was helping his father on his Edale estate when he decided to go to America in 1774. He went to Virginia, sailing from Liverpool in 1774, and returned to Edale in 1777. He kept a diary from the time he left Edale until his return. On April 21st, 1781, he married, at Wirksworth Parish Church, Derbyshire, about 14 miles north of Derby, Mary, the youngest daughter, a co-heiress of Samuel Mellor of Sausage, Idrichhay, in the parish of Wirksworth, in the county of Derby. He died when 53 years of age, on July 14th, 1804, at Idrichhay, and was buried at Wirksworth Parish Church. His son, Robert Cresswell, owned the Edale and other estates in the Peak, and also the Idrichhay property. He succeeded to the Edale property on the death of his grandfather, Thomas Cresswell, in 1808. The Kirk referred to in the diary as a storekeeper was evidently a son of the blacksmith of Edale, who had settled in Virginia, and who befriended Nicholas because he knew his people. The diary came into my possession on the death of my father, Frederick Thornley of Helsby, Cheshire. Joseph Cresswell was the youngest brother of Nicholas Cresswell, and his daughter Anne married my grandfather, Samuel Thornley of Liverpool. My father, Frederick Thornley, eventually came into the part of the Edale property, and also South Sich Eidrichhay, which had formerly belonged to Nicholas Cresswell. My father also came into the Nicholas Cresswell's diary, and on my father's death in 1918 it came to me. The portrait of Nicholas Cresswell also came to me with the diary. I also have the original sea chest, which Nicholas Cresswell had made by John Braddock of Chapel and Le Frith, and took with him to America and brought back again. I also have a bison horn, silver mounted, which Nicholas brought home with him. One of my sisters has an Indian head dress, which was presented to Nicholas by the North American Indians when he traded amongst them, and we also have at home the snowshoes and tomahawk which he possessed. Crowden Le Boeuf passed to Nicholas Cresswell's eldest son Robert, and on his death in 1862 it went to George Cresswell, who about 1889 sold it to Mr. William Champion of Edale and Riddleworth Hall, Thetford, Norfolk, who is the present owner. In Crowden Le Boeuf was some very old oak furniture, which formerly belonged to the Cresswell family. This is now owned by Mr. George Cresswell, who lives in Herefordshire. Signed Samuel Thornley, Drayton House, North Chichester, West Sussex, March 1924. End of Foreword of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777.
Section 1 of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. Section 1. Preparations. Edale, Tuesday, March the 1st, 1774. I have been studying and deliberating for a long time how to shape my course in the world, and am this day come to a determined resolution to go into America, be the consequence what it will. I am certain to meet with every possible obstruction from my parents and friends, but I am resolved to brave them all and follow my own inclination for once. From the best accounts I have been able to get, and from my own idea of the country, I am sensible a person with a small fortune may live much better and make greater improvements in America than he can possibly do in England, especially in the farming way, as that is the business I have been brought up to. I have made it my study to inquire more particulars about it. The land, I am told, is good, and the price is very low. Consequently, agriculture must be in its infant state. The climate must be good on some part of the continent, for it is all climates in extent. I have almost from my infancy entertained some thought of going to America at some period of my life, and none is more suitable than the present. Supposing I had no inclination to go to America, I have a number of cogent and substantial, though private reasons, that rather oblige me to leave home, not altogether on my own account, but in hopes it will be for the future peace and quietness of those for whom I shall always have the greatest esteem. Therefore, I am determined to make a voyage to Virginia, as I like the situation of that colony the best. If I like the country, to return immediately and endeavour to prevail upon my friends to give me something to begin the world with. I shall by this voyage be better able to judge what will suit the country, or whether the country will please me well enough to fix my future residence in it or not. Admit I do not approve of it, it will be a means of settling me on this side of the Atlantic. Not only that, but I am in hopes it will have its good tendencies in other respects to those I leave behind. If this last purpose is effected, I shall be happy. If neither, miserable. Intend to get Mr. James Carrington to speak to my father about it, and break the way a little. I am sorry I dare not do it myself. I believe he may have some influence with my father, if any one has. Determined to keep a daily and impartial journal from this day, by which I hope to square my future conduct. Wednesday, March the 2nd, 1774. Went to Mr. Carrington to get him to intercede with my father in my behalf. He, with some reluctance, promises to come tomorrow. I confess I have no great opinion of his oratorical abilities, but believe he will be honest and do me every service in his power, as he finds I am resolutely bent upon it. Thursday, March the 3rd, 1774. This evening Mr. Carrington came, and by his aid and assistance got the consent of my father to go into America. I believe it is with very great reluctance he grants it. I am sorry he will not converse with me on the subject, but am determined to persevere. Friday, March the 4th, 1774. Employed at home, I have found a great deal of difficulty to get the consent of my mother. In short, all my friends think me mad for attempting to go abroad, but they are utterly unacquainted with my true reasons for taking this surprising whim, as they call it. Monday, March the 7th, 1774. My father, contrary to my expectations, went to Mr. Hall to get a letter of introduction to Mr. Latham of Liverpool. Intend to set out for Liverpool tomorrow. Warrington, Tuesday, March the 8th, 1774. Set out for Liverpool. Dined at Manchester. Lodged at Warrington, the sign of the Nag's Head. Liverpool, Wednesday, March the 9th, 1774. Got to Liverpool. Dined at the Golden Fleece. After dinner, waited on Mr. Latham, who went with me to look at several ships that are bound for Virginia. None pleases me so well as the ship Molly, which is bound for the Rappahannock River in Virginia in a fortnight. The captain, whose name is Parry, is not in town, but expected tomorrow. Spent the evening at the Fleece with Mr. Latham. Thursday, March the 10th, 1774. Drank tea at Mr. Latham's. After tea, met with Tom Middleton, who went with me to Captain Parry's. Agreed with him for my passage for 10 guineas, and am to be in Liverpool by the last of the month. Spent the evening at Tom Middleton's. Manchester, Friday, March the 11th, 1774. Left Liverpool. Dined at Warrington. From Warrington in company with Mr. Whitaker to Manchester. Supped and spent the evening at Mr. Greatrix's with Sam Jackson. Lodged at the Swan. Edale, Saturday, March the 12th, 1774. Left Manchester. Dined at Stockport. At Chapel-on-le-Frith, ordered Edward Ford to make me some clothes. Got home in the evening. Found my brothers Tom, Ralph, and Joe ill of the measles. Sunday, March the 13th, 1774. In the forenoon went to chapel. I believe the parson made a sermon on purpose for me. His text was taken from the parable of the prodigal son. It is very strange that these sons of the clergy cannot forbear meddling in other people's affairs. After dinner, went to Castleton to return Mr. Hall thanks for the trouble he has taken in my behalf. Monday, March the 14th, 1774. At home, employed in preparing things ready for my voyage. My father has scarcely spoken to me since I came from Liverpool. This is very disagreeable, but I must submit to it, though it is of great disadvantage to me, as I do not know what he will give me, and cannot tell how to act with any degree of propriety. Friday, March the 18th, 1774. Went to the new smithy for direction to James Kirk in Virginia. It will be absolutely necessary to have some acquaintance on the other side of the Atlantic, or I cannot possibly get so good a knowledge of the country as I could wish. Wakefield, Saturday, March the 19th, 1774. This morning my father gave me 12 guineas and desired me to set out for Wakefield, which I did immediately. Dined at Mottram with my aunt. Drank coffee at Penistone. Got to Wakefield late in the evening. Ugg Hill, Monday, March the 21st, 1774. After breakfast, Mr. Ellis gave me this advice: always to put my trust and confidence in God, to do justice to everyone, to act with honour and honesty in all my dealings, and that these rules, strictly adhered to, will support me in any troubles or adversities that may happen to me. This sincere and friendly advice I will endeavour to follow as far as the frailty of human nature will admit. Dined at Sheffield with Mr. Furness. Bought some hardware of Messrs. Broomheads and a small quantity of Mr. Furness. Very merry with Mr. Furness and Mr. Magnell at the Rose and Crown. Got to Ugg Hill late in the evening, all the family in bed. Edale, Tuesday, March the 22nd, 1774. Breakfasted at Ugg Hill, got home to dinner. In the evening, John Briddock brought my chest home. The sight of it affected my father the most of anything I have yet seen. I believe he is most heartily vexed and very uneasy at my proceedings. I'm sorry for it. What I do proceeds from good motives, and I will persevere. Wednesday, March the 22nd, 1774. In the forenoon, employed in packing up my clothes. This has cost my mother many tears. After dinner, went to Chapel-on-le-Frith to put up my other clothes and see my chest in the waggon for Liverpool. Spent the evening with Dr. Green. From him I understand that people in general think that I am non compos mentis. Some attribute the reason of my going to one thing, some to another, but they are most of them far wide of the real cause. Got home late in the evening. Thursday, March the 24th, 1774. At home, settling my affairs, ready for my departure. A disagreeable business. I wish I was gone. Milnthorpe, Friday, March the 25th, 1774. Set out for Milnthorpe. At Hope, my horse fell sick. Borrowed one of Jacob Hall and proceeded. Got to Milnthorpe late in the evening. Edale, Sunday, March the 26th, 1774. Dined with Mr. Perkin at the Rose and Crown in Sheffield. Paid Messrs. Broomheads for the goods I had bought of them. Miss Perkin gave me a letter to her cousin in Barbados. Got home very late in the evening. Sunday, March the 27th, 1774. Went to the chapel in the forenoon. Mr. Bray, John Bore, John Hadfield, and Michael Bradbury came to bid me farewell. John Hadfield wants to send his son along with me, but I will not be connected with any person whatever. Monday, March the 28th, 1774. Went to Castleton to bid Mr. Hall adieu. Widow Hall made me a compliment of a pair of stockings. Am at a loss to know what is her motive for it. Spent the evening with Mr. Bray, Jacob Hall, John Hadfield, and Michael Bradbury at the castle. Find Bradbury to be an insinuating, lying, backbiting scoundrel. I'm sorry I ever had any connections with him, but will avoid such acquaintance for the future. Tuesday, March the 29th, 1774. Received a letter from Tom Middleton, which informs me the ship sails on Friday next. Employed in settling my private affairs and preparing everything ready for my voyage. Intend to set out for Liverpool on Thursday. Wednesday, March the 30th, 1774. This day I have been taking leave of my friends. Very disagreeable employment indeed. They are all, or pretend to be, very uneasy at my going away. Some of them that I had least expected shed tears plentifully, but whether they are real or affected, they are the best judges. Drank tea with my grandmother. The good old lady is very uneasy. She tells me it is the last time she expects to see me in this life. Went and bid farewell to my worthy friend, Mr. Champion, who gave me every good advice that lay in his power in a very sincere and affecting manner. I am very sorry to part with this most valuable friend. My mother and all the family very uneasy. This has been a disagreeable evening. Warrington, Thursday, March the 31st, 1774. Early this morning my father gave me what he thought proper and I set out for Liverpool. The parting with my friends has been one of the most affecting scenes I have ever yet experienced. Plenty of tears on all sides, but this is nothing more than what is usual on such occasions. My brother Richard overtook me at Chapel-en-le-Frith and insists on going with me to Liverpool. Called at Stockport to see Nat Pickford, but he has got a girl with child and will not be seen. Dined at Mrs. Dixon's in Manchester. From there to Warrington in company with Sam Jackson, Charles Greatrix and my brother. After supper went to see the waxworks and spent the evening very merrily. Liverpool, Friday, April the 1st, 1774. Reached Liverpool before dinner. Found my chest and goods at Mr. Latham's. Captain Parry informs me that the ship will not sail this week. Monday, April the 4th, 1774. This morning my brother set out for home with Mr. Baker. Supped and spent the evening at Mr. Sykes with Sam Jackson, Greatrix and a Captain May. All of us very merry. Intend to go to Mr. Sykes to get acquainted with navigation if the ship does not sail next week. It will be much better than idling about in the manner I do at present. Tuesday, April the 5th, 1774. This morning Sam Jackson and Greatrix set out for Manchester, and I entered at Mr. Sykes's school. In the evening, the Burrows, Captain Bostock, from Guinea, came into the dock. Went on board to see Bob Middleton, who is steward of her, but he was so disguised with dirt and sickness I did not know him. Indeed, I never saw such a scene of sickness and confusion before. The captain could scarcely stand, and several of the men not able to get out of their hammocks. As a remarkable instance of the Guinea sailors being accustomed to mortality, a gentleman came on board to inquire for a passenger from Jamaica. "Damn my blood," said one of the sailors. "He's dead 3 weeks ago, but we have pulled his guts out and stowed him away on the ballast below," with a great deal of indifference. Wednesday, April the 6th, 1774. I am pursuing a desperate design. At least it appears so in the eyes of all my friends. In short, I have not one friend in the world, to my knowledge, that approves of my proceedings, Mr. Champion excepted. Therefore, I ought to act with the greatest caution and prudence. I have a number of difficulties to encounter, brought up to no business, and almost ignorant of the ways of the world, the deceits and knavery of mankind in general, more particularly the part of the world to which I am bound. My education very slender. In a distant country, no friend that I dare trust to advise with, and little money to support me. A certainty of losing a considerable part of my independence at home. All these things added together are not sufficient to counterbalance a natural impulse, and the uneasiness of mind I have laboured under at certain periods when at home. What I have undertaken is with a good design, not to wrong or defraud anyone, but with this in view, to be a benefit to myself and service to my friends. What will be the consequence is in the hands of the disposer of all things, and the womb of time to bring forth. As I engage in it voluntarily, from honest and generous motives, I am reconciled to my fate, be it what it will. If I am fortunate, I make no doubt but my friends will say that I have acted prudently and wisely to persevere. If I am unsuccessful, not only my friends, but every rattleskull will condemn me, put on a wise countenance, and say they knew that my plan would never answer, that I was too well at home, of a restless rambling disposition, and possibly in the height of their profound penetration, will tax me with extravagance and dissipation, without making the least allowance for the common vicissitudes of life. To avoid these imputations, it is necessary to lay down short rules to govern and direct my proceedings. First, to act honestly and pay my debts as far as I am able, as an effectual means of procuring credit when I may want it. Mem. Never to contract any debts that I can possibly avoid. Secondly, not to be over hasty in making any purchase, or engaging with any one for any length of time, till I have considered the temper and disposition of the people, the climate, their trade and commerce, the fertility of the soil, with the nature, quality and quantity of the produce, their form of government and colonial or provincial polity. Thirdly, if I like the country, to return as soon as I have made what observations I think necessary, and endeavour to go out on a better footing, and live as frugally as I can with decency. These general rules observed may be of great use to me. Spent the evening with Mr. James Longsden at the Fleece. Thursday, April the 7th, 1774. Finds navigation is not so hard to learn as I first imagined. Spent the evening with Mr. Longsden, who gave me a pattern book and desires me to do some business for him, but will avoid all connections in the foreign trade. Friday, April the 8th, 1774. Orders to be on board tomorrow morning by 7 o'clock. Bought a sea-bed. Paid Captain Parry my passage. Got my chest and things on board. Understand we are to have 3 other passengers, but do not know who they are. Spent the afternoon on Mount Pleasant with Mr. Oakes of Sheffield. Wrote to Gustavus Bradford. Got everything ready for going so soon as the wind serves. End of section 1. Section 2 of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. Section 2. The Voyage, First Glimpses. Ship, Molly, towards America, Saturday, April the 9th, 1774. This morning got up very early and wrote to my father. Got on board about 9 o'clock. Set sail with a fair wind and tide in our favour. In the afternoon calm and pleasant. Came to an anchor off Ormshead. We are 4 passengers, but don't as yet know the others. All of us very merry at supper, though I believe most of us young sailors are rather squeamish. At 8 in the evening a breeze sprung up, hove up the anchor. About 10 saw the Skerry lighthouse. Sunday, April the 10th, 1774. Last night, in attempting to get into my hammock, the hook at the foot gave way, and I had like to have broke my bones with the fall, to the no small diversion of my fellow passengers. The hammock is a hard piece of canvas, suspended up to the roof of the cabin at each end with cords. Monday, April the 11th, 1774. Fine, pleasant weather. In the afternoon saw Bardsey Island on the Welsh coast and Carmarthen Bay. Yesterday it blew fresh and I was very sick, but today I am something better. Sleeping in a hammock is very agreeable, though very different from a bed on shore. Tuesday, April the 12th, 1774. Slept pretty well last night. This morning made St. David's Head, the north-east promontory of Wales. Fine, pleasant breezes. Much better of my sickness. At least I am as well as the rest of the passengers. Saw the rocks called Bishop and Clark's at night. Wednesday, April the 13th, 1774. Saw Ireland about 12 leagues distance. Fine, pleasant weather. Believe I have got over my sickness. Thursday, April the 14th, 1774. Fresh gales and a large rolling sea. Broke our foretop gallant yard. Took our departure from Holyhead in latitude 53 degrees 23 minutes north, longitude 4 degrees 40 minutes west. Got clear of the channel with the wind at northeast. Find I am much deceived, very sick all day. Friday, April the 15th, 1774. A fair wind and pleasant. Drank a quart of sea water, which operated both ways very plentifully and did me great service. Spoke a brig from Leghorn bound to Bristol. Saturday, April the 16th, 1774. Fair wind and pleasant weather. Our passengers are the Reverend John Baldwin and his brother Thomas Baldwin from Chester, bound to Bermudas, as they say, for the benefit of their health. But it seems a little strange that they should come aboard under fictitious names. The other is a certain Captain Alexander Knox, a Scotchman, bound to Maryland. This evening drank our sweethearts in a large can of grog. It is a custom at sea on Saturday nights. Very sick indeed. Sunday, April the 17th, 1774. Sunday, and we, having a parson on board, expected prayers. But instead of praying, he amused himself by reading a treatise on the scurvy, while most of the sailors were reading in their common prayer books. I find these men not such an unprincipled set of beings as they are represented to be. It is true they swear most horridly in general, but when they pray, which I believe is very seldom, they do it heartily. Pleasant weather and good wind, pretty free from sickness. Monday, April the 18th, 1774. A fine north-east breeze and pleasant weather. Begin to be hungry, which they tell me is a sign that the sickness is going off. This is certainly one of the most disagreeable sicknesses in nature, continually sick at the stomach, dizziness in the head, and listlessness, with a loathing to all sorts of food. Wednesday, April the 20th, 1774. Pleasant and a fine wind. Paid forfeit 1 bottle of rum for going aloft. Thursday, April the 21st, 1774. Fine weather and light breeze. Saw a large fleet of porpoises playing about the vessel. Some of them appeared to be 10 foot long, but we caught none of them. Friday, April the 22nd, 1774. Pleasant weather. Spoke a brig from Lisbon. Dined on stockfish and potatoes. This fish is cured in the frost without salt. Before it is boiled, they beat it with iron hammers against the anchor stock to soften it. A general dish on Fridays, and is reckoned a great delicacy, but to me it is none, for I hate the smell of it. Saw Corve, one of the western islands, bearing south-southeast, half east, distance about 14 leagues. Pretty well over my sickness. The sea begins to be agreeable. Saturday, April the 23rd, 1774. Fine pleasant breeze this morning, but this evening blows hard and I am sick. Sunday, April the 24th, 1774. Hard gales from the eastward. The ship rolls and pitches the worst I have yet experienced. Very often the waves break over the longboat. Broke our mizzen yard. Very sick. Messrs. Baldwin in the same condition. Monday, April the 25th, 1774. More moderate today, but still blows hard. Tuesday, April the 26th, 1774. Strong gales and a high sea. The first thing that I saw after I got upon deck was the carpenter tumbling from one side of the deck to the other in a great sea we had shipped, in which he lost his hat and wig. Saw him soon after, and asked him what he had done with them. "Damn my eyes," says he, "they are gone to Davy Jones' locker." This is a common saying when anything goes overboard. Very sick. Wednesday, April the 27th, 1774. Strong gales all day. My sickness continues so bad that I could almost wish myself ashore again. Thursday, April the 28th, 1774. Fine, pleasant breeze and smooth water. Took a drink of sea water, which operated very well and gave me a good appetite. Mr. Baldwin caught a fish called a Portuguese man-of-war. It is about 9 inches long, and appears like a bladder upon the water, always swimming upon the top. I believe it never goes under water, of a transparent blue colour. The part that appears like a bladder serves as a sail. The body is like a bunch of red worsted with a long tail. The one that Mr. Baldwin caught was 16 foot long and no thicker than a straw. If you touch the tail or body, it causes a sensation the same as if you had touched a nettle. Friday, April the 29th, 1774. Fresh breezes with rain. Saturday, April the 30th, 1774. Fresh gales from the eastward and cloudy weather. Sunday, May the 1st, 1774. Light breeze and clear weather. Evening calm. No prayers today. Monday, May the 2nd, 1774. Pleasant weather with light showers of rain. Tuesday, May the 3rd, 1774. First part of the day strong gales with rain. Saw a ship to windward. Evening very heavy rain with thunder and lightning. Wednesday, May the 4th, 1774. Light airs with clear, hot weather. The thermometer to 73 degrees. Expect to make the land in a week. Evening calm. Thursday, May the 5th, 1774. Pleasant weather, but foul wind. Friday, May the 6th, 1774. Fresh gales, but contrary, with cloudy, hazy, rainy weather. Saw a ship to windward. Saturday, May the 7th, 1774. Foul wind with cloudy weather, lightning and rain. Sunday, May the 8th, 1774. Pleasant weather, but a foul wind. Spoke a brig from Georgia bound to Lisbon. No prayers today. Monday, May the 9th, 1774. Sultry, hazy weather. Saw several grampuses. They appear to be very large and throw the water a great height into the air. It is said through their nostrils. At 6 this evening the wind came to the eastward. Tuesday, May the 10th, 1774. Light winds, but a great swell from the north. Sultry, hazy weather. Wednesday, May the 11th, 1774. Pleasant weather and a fair wind. Thursday, May the 12th, 1774. Cloudy, hazy weather, but fair wind. Friday, May the 13th, 1774. A fair wind with hazy, cloudy weather at 6 in the evening. Hove the lead and struck ground in 25 fathom of water. Sandy bottom, but see no land. Ship, Molly, Chesapeake Bay. Saturday, May the 14th, 1774. At 10 o'clock this morning made the land from the masthead. At 2 afternoon abreast of Cape Henry, from which we see Cape Charles, east-northeast, about 18 miles distant. Got a pilot on board. The land appears low and sandy, covered in pines. Wrote to my father by a ship bound to London. At 7 this evening came on a gust of thunder, lightning, and rain from the northwest. Obliged to let go our anchor in 6 fathom water at the tail of the Horseshoe. It is a custom with all passengers to pay a bottle of rum to the sailors as soon as they make the land. We, agreeable to that custom, have paid ours, and I believe every man aboard, the captain, passengers and first mate excepted, are drunk, swearing, and fighting like madmen, blowing very hard, thundering very loud, and lightning so strong and quick that I can see to write without candle. Sunday, May the 15th, 1774. At 5 this morning weighed anchor with a fresh breeze and cloudy weather. At noon, clear and pleasant. The land appears from the masthead to be level and covered with lofty pines. A great number of rivers empty themselves into the bay. Can count 19 sail of vessels and see the land on every side. This is one of the finest prospects I have ever seen. What makes it more agreeable, not seeing land before these 27 days? At 7 in the evening, calm. Let go our anchor off Windmill Point. Monday, May the 16th, 1774. A headwind and, as we have got an indifferent pilot, the captain does not think it prudent to move. Still at anchor. Captain received a letter from Liverpool that informs him the two Baldwins are in debt at home and obliged to go abroad. End of section 2.
Section 3 of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Sandia Park, New Mexico, USA. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. Section 3. Virginia-Illness-Barbados. Part 1. Urbana, Rappahannock River, Virginia. Tuesday, May 17, 1774. Contrary wind. Our ship at anchor. Captain Perry, Captain Knox, Messrs. Baldwin, and I went ashore in the pilot boat. Landed at this place after a passage of 38 days from Liverpool. This is a small village pleasantly situated on a creek of the same name. The custom house for the Rappahannock River and tobacco warehouses for the county are kept here. Messrs. Baldwin went to the house of a merchant whom they had letters of introduction to. Knox and I stayed at the inn. Wednesday, May 18th, 1774. At Urbana, waiting for the ship. Took a walk into the country. Find the land sandy and barren to all appearance, but it produces excellent garden stuff. Green peas are in plenty. Intend to keep a diary for the future. Thursday, May 19th, 1774. This day the ship came up. Captain Knox and I hired a boat to carry us to Najamoy on Potomac River, about 60 miles from Alexandria, which place I intend to go to as soon as possible. Went up to Deep Creek and got our baggage on board the boat. Parted with Messrs. Baldwin, who are bound to Norfolk in Virginia. Got down to Urbana, but so late at night obliged to sleep in the boat all night. Friday, May 20th, 1774. Left Urbana about 8 in the morning. Our boat manned with 3 Negroes. At 2 in the afternoon, got into the mouth of Potomac River, which is about 12 miles wide. A great number of pleasant seats on the banks of the river. At 10 in the evening, came to an anchor in Magitoc Creek. Najamoy, Maryland, Saturday, May 21st, 1774. Early this morning, weighed and stood over to Landor's Ferry in Maryland, where we got breakfast at the ferry house. After breakfast, got under way again, but run the boat aground on a sandbank in the river where we stuck 2 hours, but by lashing the canoe to the masthead and filling her with stones, heeled the vessel to one side and got her off. Arrived at Najamoy in the afternoon. Captain Knox's brother has a house here, but he is not at home. He introduced me to his brother's partner, Mr. Bailey, who behaves very civilly to me and insists that I shall stay a week with him. Don't intend staying any longer than I can get a passage to Alexandria. Sunday, May 22nd, 1774. This is a small village of about 5 houses. All planters except Knox and Bailey, who keep a store. What they call stores in this country are shops in England. In the afternoon, drank tea with Captain Knox and Mr. Wallace, Knox and Bailey's clerk, at Colonel Harrison's. Captain Knox introduced me to every house in the village. The people are remarkably civil and obliging, appear to live very well, and exceedingly happy. Monday, May 23rd, 1774. Captain Knox and I went to Mrs. Marsden, a widow lady in the neighborhood. Got some very indifferent strawberries and cherries. Tuesday, May 24th, 1774. Dined on board a Scotch ship called the Jenny. Captain McLeish, master. Wednesday, May 25th, 1774. saw them plant tobacco. The land is first hoed into small round hills about the size of molehills, and about 4,000 of them in an acre. The plants are something like small cabbage plants. They only make a hole with their fingers or a small stick and put them in, one in each hill. 2 Negroes will plant 3 acres in one day. Small blisters are broke out all over my body, attended by an intolerable itching. They call it the prickly heat, and say it is very wholesome. It may be so, for everything I can tell, but it is very troublesome. Thursday, May 26, 1774. Waiting for an opportunity to go to Alexandria by water, but I believe Captain Knox does everything in his power to disappoint me, for fear I should go away. Drank tea at Mrs. Leftwich's. Friday, May 27, 1774. Dined on board the Jenny, McLeish. It is true we had excellent porter and wine, but had our stomachs been of a squeamish nature, they would have been disobliged at their Scotch cleanliness. Saturday, May 28, 1774. The land here is level, sandy, and barren in general, except where it is mixed with oyster shells, which renders it very fertile. Agriculture is in a very poor state. In short, they know very little about farming. Tobacco and Indian corn is all they make, and some little wheat, all done by Negroes. The tobacco is all worked with hoes, the Indian corn with plows, but of a bad sort and without a coulter. The furrow they make is not more than 2 inches deep, and does little more than kill the weeds. Land sells upon an average here at about $3 per acre, 13 shillings and 6 pence sterling. Sunday, May 29, 1774. Captain Knox went to Bulow in Virginia to see his brother. Here is no church within 14 or 15 miles of the place. Mr. Bailey and I went to see a Negro ball. Sundays being the only days these poor creatures have to themselves, they generally meet together and amuse themselves with dancing to the banjo. This musical instrument, if it may be so called, is made of a gourd, something in the imitation of a guitar, with only 4 strings, and played with the fingers in the same manner. Some of them sing to it, which is very droll music indeed. In their songs, they generally relate the usage they have received from their masters or mistresses, in a very satirical style and manner. Their poetry is like the music, rude and uncultivated. Their dancing is most violent exercise, but so irregular and grotesque. I am not able to describe it. They all appear to be exceedingly happy at these merrymakings, and seem as if they had forgot or were not sensible of their miserable condition. Monday, May 30th, 1774. Dined at Colonel Harrison's. Nothing talked of but the blockade of Boston Harbor. The people seem much exasperated at the proceedings of the ministry, and talk as if they were determined to dispute the matter with the sword. Tuesday, May 31st, 1774. Waiting for a passage to Alexandria, but can't meet with an opportunity. This is doing nothing. Wednesday, June 1st, 1774. Waiting with a great deal of impatience for a passage to Alexandria. I am informed that the land is much better the higher you go up the river. If it is not, I will not settle in this part of the country. Thursday, June 2nd, 1774. Spent the afternoon at Colonel Harrison's. Find him a very intelligent man, and seems to take a pleasure in communicating the customs and manners of his countrymen. Captain Knox returned to Nanjemoy this evening, and gave me an invitation to go with him to Annapolis, which I intend to accept. Port Tobacco, Maryland, Friday, June 3rd, 1774. Hired a horse and crossed Nanjemoy Creek. Got to Port Tobacco in the evening. This is a small town situated at the head of a creek of the same name. The county courts are held here, and a warehouse for the inspection of tobacco. Several Scotch factors are settled here. Marlborough, Maryland, Saturday, June 4th, 1774. Left Port Tobacco in company of Mr. John Krieg, a Scotch merchant, Dr. Gustavus Richard Brown, and Captain Knox. Dined at Piscataway, a small town 16 miles from Port Tobacco. Our victuals badly dressed and sour. Madeira wine at 7.6 per bottle. From Piscataway to Marlborough, 16 miles. Saw the quarter of a Negro man chained to a tree for murdering his overseer. Land in general appears barren and thinly inhabited, some places sandy and others a sort of stiff clay, but plenty of fine orchards, and I observe they generally plant a peach orchard on the worst land. They had a frost on the 9th of May, which has killed a great number of trees. The woods for a mile together seem dead and withered. Annapolis, Maryland, Sunday, June 5th, 1774. Left Marlborough early this morning. Crossed Patuxent River at Mount Pleasant Ferry. Some good land after this river. Breakfasted at Rowland's, a public house, but in this country called Ordinaries, and indeed they have not their name for nothing, for they are ordinary enough. Have had either bacon or chickens every meal since I came into the country. If I still continue in this way, shall be grown over with bristles or feathers. From Rawlins to London town on South River. This is a small, pleasant place at the head of the bay, but no great trade. Crossed the South River and on to Annapolis to dinner, 22 miles from Marlborough. Land very indifferent from London town to Annapolis. Monday, June 6th, 1774. This is the capital town, or rather city in the province, and the seat of the governor. Situated at the head of Chesapeake Bay, it is not very large or populous, but regularly built, and some of them good buildings. They are now building an elegant state house of brick, which is to be covered with copper. A place of very little trade, chiefly supported by the meeting of the Provincial Assembly. There is a great number of people collected together to get bills of credit out to the Provincial Loan Office. A considerable sum in 4, 3, 2, 1, 2/3, 1/3, and 1/9 of $1 bills is struck in these bills of credit by an act of the Provincial Assembly. An office is opened, and the money divided into lots of $1,000 each. Any person, a resident in the province, may take up $1,000 if he has an estate in the province of twice the value and clear of entail or mortgage, which estate he mortgages into the office as security for the money, which he has at 4% for 10 years. And then the bills are called into the office again. It is death to sell or mortgage an estate that is mortgaged to this office till the expiration of the time, and in default of paying the interest, the treasurer of the loan office has a right to sell the whole estate and appropriate the whole of the money to the province's use. These bills are a lawful tender, and the greatest part of the business is done with this sort of money. Not only this province, but every province and colony on the continent has large sums of this kind of money issued by their different houses of assembly. I suppose the credit of these bills must be indisputable, if one may be allowed to judge from the number of people that apply for them. It appears to me that there is a scarcity of cash amongst the people of all ranks here. They game high, spend freely, and dress exceedingly gay, but I observe they seldom show any money. It is all tobacco notes. Great number of Scotch tradesmen here, but very few English. Provisions are as dear here as in England. Mutton and beef at 6 pennies per pound. A violent pain in my head this evening. Piscataway, Maryland, Tuesday, June 7th, 1774. This morning Captain Knox and I left Annapolis, dined at Marlborough, lodged at Piscataway. A most violent pain in my head attended with a high fever. Obliged to stop and rest myself at several houses on the road. Captain Knox behaves exceedingly kind to me. Wednesday, June 8th, 1774. Got to Port Tobacco with great difficulty. Captain Knox insists on me applying to Dr. Brown. I have taken his advice, and he told me it is a fever with some cussed physical name. He has given me some slops, and I am now going to bed very ill. Nanjemoy, Maryland, Thursday, June 9th, 1774. Find myself no better. However, the doctor has given me more physic. Got to Nanjemoy, almost dead with pain and fatigue, added to the excessive heat, which caused me to faint twice. Wednesday, June 15th, 1774. Very ill. Confined to my room. This is the first day I have been able to stir out of it. I am much reduced and very weak, but my spirits are good, and I hope in God I shall get better. Captain Knox, Mr. Bailey, and the whole neighborhood behaves with the greatest kindness to me. Some of them has attended me constantly all the time. Friday, June 17th, 1774. Much better. The doctor tells me I am out of all danger, but advises me to take some physic to clear my body and to drink a little more rum than I did before I was sick. In short, I believe it was being too abstemious that brought this sickness upon me at first, by drinking water. Saturday, June 18th, 1774. Able to walk about the house. It is such excessive hot weather, or I should mend faster. Sunday, June 19th, 1774. Dined at a certain Mr. Hambleton's. Supped and spent the evening at Mrs. Leftwich's with some young ladies from Virginia. After supper, the company amused themselves with several diverting plays. This seems very strange to me, but I believe it is common in this country. Find myself much better today. Hope I shall be able to go to Alexandria next week. Monday, June 20th, 1774. Gathering strength very fast. The doctor sent me a box of pills with directions to take 2 at night and 2 in the morning. These are the last I intend to take. Dined at Mrs. Leftwich's. After went over to Virginia with some young ladies, but returned in the evening. Wednesday, June 22nd, 1774. Taking the pills the doctor gave me, but these don't seem to work, only cause a bad taste in my mouth. Will take 3 this evening. Thursday, June 23rd, 1774. This morning took 4 pills, which has caused a violent pain in my bowels all day, attended with a constant thirst and a very bad taste in my mouth, but affects me no other way. Colonel Harrison sent me a hummingbird. This is supposed to be one of the smallest birds that is known. It is green on the back, its neck and breast of a beautiful azure, the belly and thighs are of a whitish color. It has a long beak about the thickness of a needle, which it darts into the flowers and extracts the honey upon which it lives. They are only seen in the summertime. Their nests are very rarely found and are looked upon as a great curiosity. Friday, June 24th, 1774. Much worse. My throat and tongue much swollen. Have sent for the doctor. Confined to my bed. Am afraid that I am poisoned with his confounded pills. A continual thirst, but these people will not let me drink. Saturday, June 25th, 1774. Captain Knox sent an express for the doctor, who came about 8 this morning. After he had examined the pills, he came with a truly physical face to the bedside and felt my pulse. Began to beg pardon for the mistake he said his prentice had inadvertently committed by sending me strong mercurial pills in the room of cooling ones. I immediately gave him as hard a blow as I could with my fist over the face, and would have given him a good trimming had I been able. This discomposed his physical muscles a good deal, and made him contract them into a most formidable frown. He did not attempt to resent it. Begged I would moderate my passion, follow his directions, and in a short time I should be well again. I believed myself poisoned and grew desperate, abused him most unmercifully. However, he left me some brimstone and salts, which I took immediately after he was gone, which worked very well and has given me a great deal of ease, though I am still full of pain and much swelled, spitting and slavering like a mad dog, my teeth loose and mouth very sore. I believe I have little to trust to but the strength of my constitution for my life. Much difficulty to write, but if I happen to die, I hope this will appear against the rascal. Sunday, June 26th, 1774. This morning took a dose of brimstone, laid in bed all day and sweat abundantly. This has made me very weak and faint. Doctor came to inquire after me, but did not come into the room. Much easier. Monday, June 27th, 1774. A great deal better, but much relaxed and very weak. Able to sit up most part of the day. Wednesday, June 29th, 1774. Mending very fast, able to walk about the room. The swelling gone away, my throat got well, but my mouth is very sore, which I wash every 2 hours with vinegar. I understand the doctor sends every day to inquire how I do. Had it not been for the extraordinary care of Captain Knox, I must certainly have died. Thursday, June 30th, 1774. Took a dose of salts, able to walk into the yard. Saturday, July 2nd, 1774. Continue mending, but very slowly. Sunday, July 3rd, 1774. Rode out with Mr. Wallace to Colonel Tayer's plantation. It is only 2 miles, but I find it has fatigued me too much. Monday, July 4th, 1774. Went to see them reap wheat. The greatest Slovens I ever saw believe that 1/4 part is left on the field uncut. Some of them mow it with sticks fixed on the side in parallel lines to lay the grain straight. This makes worse havoc than the reapers. The grain is but indifferent, and their crop very light. Seldom that they get 7 bushels from an acre, but they put it into the ground in such a slovenly manner, without any manure, it is a wonder that they get any. Tuesday, July 5th, 1774. Took another dose of salts, which I hope will be the last I shall have occasion to take at this time. Find myself pretty well, free from pain, but very weak and much reduced. My clothes hang about me like a skeleton. The doctor has never come in my sight since I struck him. Intend to go and pay the rascal tomorrow. Wednesday, July 6th, 1774. Went to see the doctor who, contrary to my expectation, treated me with the greatest kindness, and acknowledged that he had given me just cause of complaint, though inadvertently, and absolutely refused being paid till I am quite recovered. I understand their doctors' bills in this country are very extravagant. Returned to Nanjemoy, much fatigued. Thursday, July 7th, 1774. Took my passage on board a small schooner bound to Alexandria. Captain Knox and Mr. Bailey pressed me to stay a week longer and get a little stronger before I attempt to move. I think I am able to go to Alexandria, as it is only 100 miles by water. I am under infinite obligations to these worthy people. Every possible care has been taken of me in my late illness. Had I been their brother, more tenderness could not have been used for my recovery. They absolutely refused taking anything for my board, so that I must remain under obligations to them, which I am afraid it will never be in my power to repay. Calm in the evening. The captain and I went ashore to what they call a reaping frolic. This is a harvest feast. The people very merry, dancing without either shoes or stockings, and the girls without stays. But I cannot partake of the diversion. Potomac River, Friday, July 8th, 1774. Contrary wind, came to an anchor off Maryland Point. Went ashore and dined at Captain Harrison's. Had a very genteel dinner, but the captain is a violent opposer of the government. Got on board in the evening. Fair wind. Got up to Colonel George Washington's. Came to an anchor in the creek. Here is a small insect which appears in the night like sparks of fire. Every time it extends its wings, there is something of a luminous nature on the body, just under the wings, which is seen only when it extends them, only discernible in the night, and is called the firefly. A great number of pleasant houses along the river, both on the Virginia and Maryland side, all tobacco planters, some of them people of considerable property. This river parts the province of Maryland and colony of Virginia. Saturday, July 9th, 1774. Waiting for a load of flour from Colonel Washington's mill. I am now got pretty well, but weak and feeble. Sunday, July 10th, 1774. Went to see the mill. It is a very complete one. Dressing and bolting mills the same as in England, with a pair of Cologne and a pair of French stones, and make as good flour as I ever saw. Land much better here than it is lower down the river. Alexandria, Virginia, Monday, July 11th, 1774. Got our cargo on board, weighed and got up to Alexandria about 3 o'clock. After dinner, waited on Mr. Kirk with my letters. He seems to be very glad to see me, gives me great encouragement, and insists on me making his house my home as long as I stay here. Got my baggage ashore. Tuesday, July 12th, 1774. Viewing the town, which is laid off in squares of an acre each, streets 80 feet wide, several good brick buildings, and when it is completed according to the plan, will be a beautiful and regular town. Their chief trade is wheat, flour, and tobacco. Mr. Kirk tells me they exported 100,000 bushels of wheat and 14,000 barrels of flour from this port the last year. Here is as good wheat as I ever saw, brought to this market from the back country. I am told the land is very good about 80 miles to the westward of Thiston. I have told Mr. Kirk of my scheme. He approves of it, and advises me to take a tour into the back country as soon as I am able to travel on horseback. Promises to give me every assistance that lies in his power. In the afternoon, introduced me to Captain William Buddicombe, a gentleman from Liverpool, and several other gentlemen in town. Am very glad to find him so well esteemed amongst the people. Wednesday, July 13th, 1774. I begin to gather strength very fast. Find this an agreeable place. Thursday, July 14th, 1774. An election for burgesses in town. Their elections are annual. There were 3 candidates. The poll was over in about 2 hours and conducted with great order and regularity. The members, Colonel George Washington and Major Bedwater. The candidates gave the populace a hogshead of toddy, what we call punch in England. In the evening, the returned member gave a ball to the freeholders and gentlemen of the town. This was conducted with great harmony. Coffee and chocolate, but no tea. This herb is in disgrace amongst them at present. I have been seized with a violent griping of pain in my bowels, and obliged to leave the room very early if it still continues. I am afraid of a relapse. Friday, July 15th, 1774. I have had a most violent pain in my bowels all night, and a very severe lax, some symptoms of the flux. If it happens to prove the flux, I am certain to die. Mr. Kirk and the doctor advise me to take a short voyage to sea, as the only method to re-establish my health. I have written to my father, informing him that I have drawn upon him for £30. I am not able to go to sea without a supply of money. This money, I believe, will pay my funeral expenses. Monday, July 18th, 1774. Confined to my room, sick of the bloody flux. I am in a most miserable condition, so weak I can scarcely get across the room, and afflicted with a most excruciating pain in my bowels. I believe my death is approaching very fast. I am wholly resigned to the will of heaven, and submit to my fate without repining. My conscience does not accuse me of any wicked or unpardonable crimes. Therefore, I hope to find mercy in the sight of a just and merciful God. I have not yet drawn a bill upon my father, and if it pleases God to take me out of the world, I have effects sufficient to bury me decently. If I die, I hope Mr. Kirk will send this book home. He behaves to me like a parent, and hope he will not refuse the request of a dying man. Tuesday, July 19th, 1774. The virulence of my disorder begins to abate. I find myself surprisingly better today. Am singularly obliged to Mr. Kirk for his great care of me. He advises me to go to sea as soon as possible. I believe I will take his advice, and go the first vessel that goes out of port if I am obliged to be carried aboard. Wednesday, July 20th, 1774. Able to walk about the house, but I appear more like a skeleton than a man. Agreed with a certain Captain Speke to go to Barbados in a small schooner. Sold my hardware to Mr. Kirk, of whom I bought 33 barrels sea bread, which I intend to take as a venture. Got my bread aboard, and if the wind answers, we sail tomorrow. A certain Mr. Dundas advises me to drink port wine. Am afraid I have drunk too much. Schooner John, Potomac River, Thursday, July 21st, 1774. Slept very well and undisturbed last night. Find myself pretty well, only weak. Early this morning the captain sent for my chest in bed. About 9 o'clock I went on board the schooner John, Francis Speke master, bound for Barbados. Fell down to the mouth of Broad Creek, where we came to an anchor. Friday, July 22nd, 1774. Slept very well last night. I believe the flux has entirely left me. fell down with the tide to Stump Neck Point. The captain went ashore and bought us some stock. Much fatigued with the motion of the vessel, scarce able to stand. Saturday, July 23rd, 1774. Able to walk the quarterdeck, fell down to Cedar Point. A severe gust of thunder, lightning, and the largest hailstones I ever saw, and the hardest, like pieces of ice, cut some of the people's faces till the blood came. Mr. Richard Brooks, another passenger, came on board. He is an invalid. Sunday, June 24th, 1774. Fell down to the Maryland office. Went ashore with the captain to clear out his vessel. Lodged ashore at the office. The gentleman refuses to do any business on Sunday. End of section 3. Section 4 of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Sandia Park, New Mexico. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777, Section 4. Virginia-Illness-Barbados, Part 2. Schooner John, St. Mary's River, Monday, July 25th, 1774. Fell down to St. Mary's River. Went ashore with the captain to the office. All vessels are obliged to clear out at both offices. I am now perfectly well, but very weak. Tuesday, July 26th, 1774. At anchor with a contrary wind. About noon, a pilot boat came alongside to invite the captain to a barbecue. I went with him, and have been highly diverted. These barbecues are hogs, roasted whole. This was under a large tree. A great number of young people met together with a fiddle and banjo played by 2 Negroes, with plenty of toddy, which both men and women seemed to be very fond of. I believe they have danced and drunk till there are few sober people amongst them. I am sorry I was not able to join them. Got on board late. Wednesday, July 27th, 1774. Still at anchor with a contrary wind. After dinner, went ashore and bought some stock. In attempting to get aboard again, was very near oversetting the boat. Obliged to lodge ashore at Mrs. Miles Herbert's. People chiefly Roman Catholics. Thursday, July 28th, 1774. Got on board before 5 o'clock this morning. Weighed and got into the bay. Calm. Obliged to come to an anchor. Schooner John, towards Barbados. Friday, July 29th, 1774. Early this morning got under way with the wind north-northwest, and stood down the bay with an easy breeze. I am now able to walk the deck for an hour together. Saturday, July 30th, 1774. At 10 this morning, abreast Cape Henry, latitude 37 degrees 0 minutes, north, longitude 75 degrees 24 minutes west, from whence we take our departure. Sunday, July 31st, 1774. This morning the captain killed a jewfish with the gig. It weighed 74 pounds and measured 5 feet long. Something like a cod. Eats very well. Fair wind and pleasant. Monday, August 1st, 1774. Squally weather with calms. Wednesday, August 3rd, 1774. Squally weather and a heavy rolling sea. Begin to be seasick. Friday, August 5th, 1774. Yesterday at midday, begun to blow very hard from the northwest. About 2 p.m., It hauled round easterly to the southwest, when we were obliged to lay her to under her close-reefed foresail. At 10 p.m., to furl the foresail and scud under bare pole. At 12 p.m., broke the tiller and gave up all for lost, expecting the vessel to sink before we could rig another. About 2 a.m., got a new tiller, the weather begun to moderate, but our vessel made a great deal of water. At 8 a.m., set the foresail and jib, still blowing very hard and a monstrous sea. At 6 p.m., set the mainsail more moderate, but a very great sea. Very sick these 2 days. Saturday, August 6, 1774. Fine, pleasant weather. This is very agreeable after such rough sea. Sunday, August 7, 1774. Pleasant weather and light winds. Crossed several rippling currents about 100 yards broad, setting to the southwest. What they are, our captain is neither sailor nor philosopher sufficient to determine. At 10 p.m., hove to, for fear of the rocks of Bermudas. Tuesday, August 9, 1774. Cloudy, hazy weather with squalls of rain. We are now in the horse latitudes. The sailors are possessed with a notion that it is impossible to cross them without rain and squally weather. I am now, thanks to the Almighty, as well as ever I was in my life, only weak, but I have a good stomach, and hope I shall recover my strength shortly. Wednesday, August 10th, 1774. Squally with rain, contrary wind. Saturday, August 13th, 1774. Light breezes and clear, hot weather. Calm this evening and heavy rain. Sunday, August 14th, 1774. Quite calm and smooth water. The people bathed in the sea. They had not been on board half an hour before a shark came alongside. We baited a hook, but he would not take it. Appeared to be about 10 foot long, of a brown color. There was a pilot fish with it. This is a beautiful fish, about a foot long, variegated with stripes of black and white, quite round the body. Generally accompany the sharks. Monday, August 15th, 1774. Light winds with clear, hot weather. Tuesday, August 16th, 1774. Morning, light breeze. This evening blows fresh and has carried away our main Crogget yard. Wednesday, August 17th, 1774. Pleasant weather, but hot. We have been in the trade winds ever since we crossed the tropic. They always blow from northeast to southeast, but generally to the north of east. Thursday, August 18th, 1774. Saw 3 tropical birds. They appear to be about the size of rooks, but milk-white with long feathers in the tail, of a very singular appearance. Friday, August 19th, 1774. Moderate breezes and pleasant weather. Caught a dolphin. This is one of the most beautiful fishes I ever saw. About 3 foot long, adorned with every color of the rainbow. After it is taken out of the water, it changes its color every instant till it dies, when it is of a light blue inclining to a purple. The flesh is very white, but eats dry. Saturday, August 20th, 1774. Pleasant weather, but excessively hot. Monday, August 22nd, 1774. Strong gales of wind and hazy weather. Paid a bottle of rum for my footing in the tropic. I ought to have paid it according to custom when we crossed the Tropic of Cancer, but I believe the people had forgot. Wednesday, August 24th, 1774. Fresh breezes and cloudy weather. Thursday, August 25th, 1774. Fresh breezes with squally, hazy weather. Saw 5 land birds about the size of ducks of a brown color. I believe they call them boobies. By my reckoning, Barbados bears south-southwest, distance 102 leagues at meridian. Friday, August 26th, 1774. Fresh breezes with showers of rain and hazy weather. At midday, saw a sail standing to eastward. Saturday, August 27th, 1774. Light winds and calms. Saw a great number of boobies. Sunday, August 28th, 1774. Light winds with clear and hot weather. Took a dose of salts. I have enjoyed as good a state of health all the time as ever I did in my life. Could eat and sleep very well, but a continual bad taste in my mouth. Monday, August 29th, 1774. Fresh breezes and clear weather. At midday, in the latitude of Barbados, the captain is ashore. By his reckoning, I want 10 leagues. Saw a great number of land birds, and something floated alongside which we supposed to be the body of a man. Tuesday, August 30th, 1774. Fine, pleasant weather. At midday, made the island from the masthead, distance about 5 leagues. At 3 p.m., abreast the northeast end of the island, and one of the most beautiful prospects I ever saw. High land, like one entire garden interspersed with gentlemen's houses and windmills in a delightful manner. At 9 p.m., abreast Bridgetown. Laid her to till morning. Bridgetown, Barbados, Wednesday, August 31st, 1774. At 8 this morning, run into Carlisle Bay, and came to an anchor in 8 fathoms of water. A passage of 41 days from Alexandria. Moored the ship and went ashore with the captain to Bridgetown. Dined with Mr. Charles Willing, the merchant that the vessel was consigned to. Slept on board. Thursday, September 1st, 1774. Went ashore and saw my bread landed. Have attempted to sell it, but find I cannot get first cost. Such quantities are arrived from Philadelphia. Have stored it with Mr. Willing in hopes the price may rise a little before we sail. Dined at Mr. Willing's, who appears to be a genteel man. Gave me a general invitation to his house. Agreed with Captain Speke to live on board. Find it too expensive for me to live ashore. They ask half a Johannes per week for board. Excessively hot. Speightstown, Barbados, Friday, September 2nd, 1774. By accident met with Monsieur Thomas Blackett's, a relation of Mr. Perkins, who invited me to Speightstown, where Mr. Perkins is. Dined with Mr. Hazelwood. After dinner, went to Speightstown in one of the market boats. Found Mr. Perkins ill in bed. Lodged at Mr. Blackett's. Saturday, September 3rd, 1774. Last night it blew a hurricane. Drove several ships from the moorings, and has continued raining all day. Sunday, September 4th, 1774. Early this morning bathed in the sea, which is very refreshing in this hot climate. After breakfast viewed the town. It is small and dirty. Has a pretty church, but very little frequented. The people amuse themselves with shooting on Sundays. In the evening went with Mr. Perkins to see Mr. Kidd's plantation. The sugar works and rum distilleries are very extensive. The juice of the cane is pressed between 2 iron rollers, which are turned by the wind, and then boiled into sugar or made into rum. The cane is planted in hills, is ripe about Christmas. Its present appearance is like large sedge-grass. It is all tended by Negro slaves with hoes, never use plows. Bridgetown, Barbados, Monday, September 5th, 1774. Some prospects of selling my bread to a little profit, but the person is not at home. Went to Bridgetown in the market boat. Dined ashore with the captain in the evening. No prospect of selling or bartering here to any advantage. Must go to Speightstown. Speightstown, Tuesday, September 6, 1774. After dinner, went to Speightstown. Called at Holetown. This is a small village with a church. This evening, as Mr. Perkins and I walked along the shore, were attacked with a shower of stones from a manganiel grove by some Negroes, but were not hurt. These Negroes are very rude in the night to people unarmed. Lodged at Mr. Blackett's. Gave Mr. Perkins the knives his uncle had sent him and the letter from Miss R. Bridgetown, Barbados, Thursday, September 8, 1774. Cannot sell my bread at Speightstown. Got to Bridgetown to dinner. Most intolerably hot. Friday, September 9, 1774. Sold part of my bread, but cannot get the first cost. The other part I have exchanged for cotton. This article sells well in Virginia. Hope to make up my loss by it. Saturday, September 10th, 1774. Got my cotton on board. Wrote home and to Sam Jackson. Put the letters on board a ship for London. Sunday, September 11th, 1774. Took a ride with Mr. Iffle, one of Mr. Willing's clerks, to his father's about 10 miles from Bridgetown. The road is very bad and rocky. Where it is level, the land appears very rich, a fine black mold, but I am in a new world. I know neither bush nor produce. Dined on a roasted kid and lodged at Mrs. Iffle's. Monday, September 12th, 1774. Got to town to dinner. Very well pleased with my jaunt. Tuesday, September 13th, 1774. Went ashore and saw a cargo of slaves land. One of the most shocking sights I ever saw. About 400 men, women, and children brought from their native country, deprived of their liberty, and themselves and posterity become the property of cruel strangers without a probability of ever enjoying the blessings of freedom again, or a right of complaining, be their sufferings ever so great. The idea is horrid, and the practice unjust. They were all naked, except a small piece of blue cloth about a foot broad to cover their nakedness, and appear much dejected. Supped and spent the evening at Mr. James Bruce's. Wednesday, September 14th, 1774. Captain Thomas Bragg and Richard Rouse Doughton, Esquire, a merchant in town, dined on board. In the evening went ashore with them to the Jews' synagogue to see one of their grand festivals, called the Opening of the 5 Books of Moses. The ceremony was begun before we got there. They were just bringing out the books under canopies of green silk, something like umbrellas adorned with small bells of gold or brass. They carried them into the middle of the congregation, where the rabbi, or chief priest, made a long and loud talk in Hebrew. He had a long black gown like a surplice, and large fur cap with venerable long beard. The Jews worship standing, and their hats on, with a long piece of white silk or fine linen, according to the person's circumstances, like a towel with the ends tied together. They put their arms through it, and the loose part lies across their backs. They appear to perform their religious ceremonies with great solemnity. The building is neat and elegantly finished within. Spent the evening at Captain Bragg's, in company with 8 young ladies. Very merry. Thursday, September 15th, 1774. Went ashore and dined at the 5 Bits Tavern. What they call a bit is half a Piotrine, or 6 pence sterling. This is one of the cheapest taverns in town. I believe there is only 2 other houses that you can get dinner or anything to eat. Captain Bragg, Mr. Doughton, and 4 other gentlemen supped and spent the evening on board the schooner. Friday, September 16th, 1774. This island is one of the most windward and eastward of the West India Islands, situated at latitude 12 degrees 58 minutes north, longitude 58 degrees 50 minutes west, about 20 miles long and 12 broad, contains about 20,000 white inhabitants and 90,000 blacks, exports about 20,000 hogsheads of sugar and 6,000 hogsheads of rum annually. They are supplied with the greatest part of their provisions from the colonies, and all their slaves and lumber come from there, with horses and livestock of all kinds. In exchange for which they give rum, sugar, and cotton, but very little of the last article. It is a high rocky island, and reckoned the most healthy island in the West Indies. I suppose there is 1/8 part of the land too rocky for cultivation. The roads are very bad. It is nothing uncommon to see 12 yoke of oxen to draw 1 hogshead of sugar, but their cattle are very small. Their chief produce is sugar, indigo, pimento, and cotton. The pimento grows on large trees like small berries, the cotton on small bushes which they plant annually. The indigo is planted in the same manner. There is a great variety of fruits. Pine apples, bananas, a fruit like a large bean pod, very sweet. Plantains, something in the same shape. These, when roasted, are a good substitute for bread. Alligator pear or vegetable marrow. This is exactly the shape of a pear, but has a large stone in it. The flesh has the taste and appearance of real marrow. These all grow on trees, except the pineapple. Tamarinds grow on very large trees. The bodies of the trees are full of prickles like a briar. Shaddocks are a large fruit, like an orange, but much larger. Limes in plenty. Oranges and lemons are very indifferent here. Guavas are a small fruit, something like a lime, but have a sickly taste. They make a fine jelly from them. Mame apples are larger than an orange with a stone in them. The flesh has the appearance of a carrot and tastes something like it. The mangonel apple has the smell and appearance of an English apple, but small, grows on large trees, generally along the seashore. They are rank poison. I am told that 1 apple is sufficient to kill 20 people. This poison is of such a malignant nature that a single drop of rain or dew that falls from the tree upon your skin will immediately raise a blister. Neither fruit or wood is of any use that I can learn. The cabbage tree is very beautiful, grows very lofty, the bark of a fine green and remarkably smooth. The fruit is good pickled as cabbage, but does not appear like it on the tree. The cocoa tree grows to an amazing height, some of them 80 foot, with only a tuft of leaves at top. The fruit grows at the root of the leaves. As some are ripe, others are blossoming, so that they are never without fruit. It is surprising with what agility the Negroes climb these trees. There is a number of other fruits I am not acquainted with. Yams are like our potatoes, but much larger. This is the chief town in the island, and was pretty large, but a great part of it burned down in the year 1766, and is not yet rebuilt. Here is a good church, dedicated to St. Michael, with an organ. The churchyard is planted round with cocoa trees, which makes a pretty appearance. The houses are built of stone, but no fireplaces in them, only in the kitchen. The heat of the climate renders that unnecessary, only for cooking. Indeed, it would be insupportable, was it not for the sea breeze which blows all day, and from the land at night. All the southeast part of the island is fortified with batteries. The windward part of the island is fortified by nature. No garrison or soldiers here, only the militia, which are well disciplined to keep the Negroes in awe. The planters are in general rich, but a set of dissipating, abandoned, and cruel people. Few, even of the married ones, but keep a mulatto or black girl in the house or at lodgings for certain purposes. The women are not killing beauties, or very engaging in their conversation, but some of them have large fortunes, which covers a multitude of imperfections. The British nation, famed for humanity, suffers it to be tarnished by their Creolian subjects. The cruelty exercised upon the Negroes is at once shocking to humanity and a disgrace to human nature. For the most trifling faults, sometimes for mere whims of their masters, these poor wretches are tied up and whipped most unmercifully. I have seen them tied up and flogged with a twisted piece of cowskin till there was very little signs of life, then get a dozen with an ebony sprout which is like a briar. This lacerates the skin and flesh and lets out the bruised blood, or it would mortify and kill them. Some of them die under the severity of these barbarities. Others, whose spirits are too great to submit to the insults and abuses they receive, put an end to their own lives. If a person kills a slave, he only pays his value as a fine. It is not a hanging matter. Certainly, these poor beings meet with some better place on the other side the grave, for they have a hell on earth. It appears that they are sensible of this, if one may judge from their behavior at their funerals. Instead of weeping and wailing, they dance and sing and appear to be the happiest mortals on earth. Went with Mr. and Mrs. Doughton to see the funeral of Mr. Stevenson, a capital merchant in town. Most part of the men were drunk. No tears shed but by mulatto girls. Spent the evening with Captain Braggs. Saturday, September 17th, 1774. Dined at Mr. Willing's, got all our cargo on board, drank tea at Mr. Doughton's, who is desirous of keeping a correspondence with me. At 8 in the evening weighed anchor and stood out of the bay, with a stout breeze at east-northeast. Schooner John, towards Virginia, Sunday, September 18th, 1774. Fresh breezes and clear weather. Saw Martinico. It appears high land. At 8 p.m., a rainbow by moonlight. Monday, September 19th, 1774. Fresh breezes. At 2 p.m., saw Montserrat. 4 p.m., abreast Desiata. Latitude 16 degrees, 20 minutes north. Longitude 60 degrees, 10 minutes west, from whence we take our departure. Seasick. Saturday, September 24th, 1774. Pleasant weather for the past 4 days, but a great deal of thunder and lightning. Sunday, September 25th, 1774. Pleasant weather, but a foul wind and more lightning, but no thunder. Friday, September 30th, 1774. Moderate breezes and pleasant weather for several days back. Mr. Brooks, the other passenger, I don't expect to live till morning. The captain has treated him most barbarously. The captain and I have quarreled about it. Memorandum, to give him a drubbing when I get ashore. Saturday, October 1st, 1774. Fine, pleasant weather. Saw the body of a man float alongside. Calm this evening. Sunday, October 2nd, 1774. Pleasant weather. Mr. Brooks begins to mend a little, but is in a most shocking condition. Monday, October 3rd, 1774. A remarkable whirlwind this morning which put the vessel about in a minute, and then fell calm for 2 hours. At 4 p.m., blew very hard at northeast, obliged to lay the vessel to under her foresail. Tuesday, October 4th, 1774. By our reckoning, we are pretty near Cape Hatteras, still lying to under foresail, blowing very hard at northeast. Shipped several heavy seas, one of which has carried away our starboard quarter rails with 3 bags of cotton. 2 of them belong to me. This is all my venture. I am now a beggar. This is a stroke of fortune I can badly bear at present, but must submit. Blows very hard and a great sea. Wednesday, October 5th, 1774. At 4 p.m., the wind came to the southward, made sail under foresail and jib. Have been obliged to eat raw meat the last 2 days. Very uneasy, but must submit to the frown of fortune. Caught a dolphin. In his belly found a fish of a peculiar shape. It was about 2 inches long, something like a frog, but neither fins or feet, of a whitish color and covered over with small prickles like a hedgehog. Saw a number of flying fish. One of them lighted on board the vessel, shaped like a trout and about that size. The shoulder fins are long and thin. With these it is able to fly as long as the fins keep wet, and then they dip in the sea. By this method they elude the dolphin which preys upon them. Thursday, October 6th, 1774. Pleasant breezes and clear weather. Friday, October 7th, 1774. Fine weather. At 8 p.m. hove the lead. Got ground in 15 fathom sandy bottom. Saturday, October 8th, 1774. At 8 this morning, got abreast Cape Henry with a fine breeze. At 7 p.m., came to an anchor off the Tangier Islands. Sunday, October 9th, 1774. Calm. Diverted ourselves with catching crabs. Monday, October 10th, 1774. Last night it came to blow, and obliged us to bear away for the Rappahannock River. Came to an anchor in Fleet's Bay. Went ashore with the mate to buy stock in the character of a sailor, and have been highly diverted with the frolic. Tuesday, October 11th, 1774. Went ashore to Colonel Fleet's, who gave us very bad account of their proceedings in the colonies. Nothing but war is talked of. Captain Botson of the brig Two Betsies dined with us. Fair wind this evening, got out of the river. Schooner John, St. Mary's River, Wednesday, October 12th, 1774. Came to an anchor in St. Mary's. Went ashore with the captain. Pleasant weather. Thursday, October 13th, 1774. Got up to Cedar Point. The captain gone to Port Tobacco for orders. Friday, October 14th, 1774. At anchor. The captain returned this evening. Saturday, October 15th, 1774. Got into Port Tobacco Creek. The vessel is to discharge her cargo here. Sunday, October 16th, 1774. Went to Port Tobacco Church. Dined in town. Nothing talked of but war with England. After dinner, called at Dr. Brown's, who proffers to send a boy and horses with me to Alexandria. Obliged to lodge at a little house along ashore. Could not get on board this evening. Monday, October 17th, 1774. Company on board. Spent the evening very merrily. Tuesday, October 18, 1774. Sent Mr. Knox some sweetmeats and cocoa-nuts by the captain, who is gone to Nanjemoy. Left the vessel and went to Dr. Brown's. End of section 4. Section 5 of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Fournier, Sandia Park, New Mexico. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. Section 5. 4. Virginia again. Projected trip to Illinois. Alexandria, Virginia, Wednesday, October 19, 1774. This morning settled with the doctor, who has charged me 14 guineas and has the impudence to tell me it is very cheap. I was obliged to comply with it, and gave him an order on Mr. Kirk. Got horses and a boy from him. Dined at Piscataway. Arrived at Alexandria in the evening. Mr. Kirk condoles with me on my misfortune, but seems very glad to see me return in good health. He tells me that he never expected to see me alive again, and had deferred writing home till the vessel arrived, supposing that it would bring news of my death. Saturday, October 22nd, 1774. Settling my accounts, which will not turn out to my satisfaction. Sunday, October 23rd, 1774. Went to church and heard a very indifferent sermon. Monday, October 24th, 1774. This morning balanced my accounts and find myself in debt to Mr. Kirk, £47, 10 shillings, 2 pennies, Virginia currency, without 1 sixpence in my pocket. I am under the disagreeable necessity of drawing on my father for £50 sterling. I have no orders for this, but as I have not wantonly squandered away what he gave me, think it better to trust to his paternal regard than be in debt without prospect of paying. This gives me much uneasiness, but necessity, absolute necessity, compels me to do it. Everything here is in the utmost confusion. Committees are appointed to inspect into the characters and conduct of every tradesman, to prevent them selling tea or buying British manufactures. Some of them have been tarred and feathered, others had their property burnt and destroyed by the populace. Independent companies are raising in every county on the continent, appointed adjutants, and train their men as if they were on the eve of a war. A general congress of the different colonies met at Philadelphia on the 5th of last month, are still sitting, but their business is a profound secret. Subscription is raising in every colony on the continent for the relief of the people of Boston. The king is openly cursed, and his authority set at defiance. In short, everything is ripe for rebellion. The New Englanders, by their canting, whining, insinuating tricks, have persuaded the rest of the colonies that the government is going to make absolute slaves of them. This, I believe, never was intended, but the Presbyterian rascals have had address sufficient to make the other colonies come into their scheme. By everything that I can understand, in the different company I have been in, independence is what the Massachusetts people aim at, but am not in the least doubt but the government will take such salutary and speedy measure as will entirely frustrate their abominable intentions. I am afraid it will be some time before this hubbub is settled, and there is nothing to be done now. All trade is almost at a stand. Everyone seems to be at a loss in what manner to proceed. For my own part, did I not think this affair would be over in the spring, I would immediately return home. But I am very unwilling to return in a worse condition than I was when I came out, and be laughed at by all my friends. If I return now, and matters are settled, They will never consent to my leaving England again. And I am very sensible, from what I have already seen of the country, that I can, with a small sum, make a very pretty fortune here, in a little time, if I am anyways fortunate as a farmer. Mr. Kirk advises me to stay till spring, and take a tour in the back country, gives me every possible encouragement, and offers me every assistance in his power. I will take his advice. Am determined not to return till I can do it with credit, without those rascals do persuade the colonies into a rebellion. Tuesday, October 25th, 1774. This day agreed with Mrs. Fleming to dine at her house every day at 1 shilling per day Virginia currency. I breakfast and sup at Mr. Kirk's. Must live as cheap as possible. Thursday, October 27th, 1774. Exceedingly uneasy in mind. I do not know what to do, or in what manner to proceed for the best. Friday, October 28th, 1774. Supped and spent the evening with Mr. William Horner, a merchant from Liverpool. Saturday, October 29th, 1774. The schooner arrived, got my chest ashore, and paid £20 Virginia currency for my passage. Sunday, October 30th, 1774. Went to church, a pretty building and large congregation, but an indifferent parson. Monday, October 31st, 1774. Mr. Kirk tries to make my time agreeable, but find myself very low-spirited. Drank tea and coffee at Captain Sanford's. Tuesday, November 1st, 1774. This evening went to the tavern to hear the resolves of the Continental Congress. Read a petition to the throne and an address to the people of Great Britain. Both of them full of duplicity and false representation. I look upon them as insults to the understanding and dignity of the British sovereign and people. Am in hopes their petitions will never be granted. I am sorry to see them so well received by the people and the sentiments so universally adopted. It is a plain proof the seeds of rebellion are already sown and have taken very deep root, but am in hopes they will be eradicated next summer. I am obliged to act the hypocrite and extol these proceedings as the wisest productions of any assembly on earth, but in my heart I despise them and look upon them with contempt. Wednesday, November 2nd, 1774. Writing to my friends at home. Obliged to put the best side outwards and appear a little Whigified, as I expect my letters will be opened before they get to England. Thursday, November 3rd, 1774. Saw the Independent Company exercise. The effigy of Lord North was shot at, then carried in great parade into the town and burnt. Saturday, November 5th, 1774. Wrote to Mr. Champion. It is very hard I cannot write my real sentiments. Sunday, November 6th, 1774. Went to a Presbyterian meeting. These are a set of rebellious scoundrels. Nothing but political discourses instead of religious lectures. Monday, November 7th, 1774. Drew a bill upon my father for £50 in favour of Mr. Kirk, payable at Messrs. Greaves, Lofters, and Brightmore's to Messrs. Broomheads. 40 days after sight. I hope it will be duly honoured, or I am forever ruined. The thought makes me miserable. Tuesday, November 8th, 1774. Wrote to my father, but dare not inform him what my intentions are in staying here. Saturday, November 12th, 1774. Exceedingly uneasy and low-spirited. Mr. Kirk gives me some hopes of getting a commission for purchasing wheat. Sunday, November 13th, 1774. Went to church, but won't go any more to hear their political sermons. Captain Buddicombe's brig sailed today. By her, I sent my letters and a box with some sweetmeats and coconuts to my friends. Wednesday, November 16th, 1774. Exceedingly unhappy. Thursday, November 17th, 1774. Went on some business for Mr. Kirk to Bladensburg in Maryland, about 20 miles from Alexandria. This is a little town of considerable trade, but the land about it is sandy and barren. Returned in the evening. Friday, November 18th, 1774. Drank coffee at Colonel John Carlyle's, a gentleman from Carlisle in England. Thursday, November 24th, 1774. Waiting in expectation of getting a wheat commission, but am disappointed. Great quantities of this article is brought down from the back country in wagons to this place, as good wheat as ever I saw in England, and sell from £2 9s to £4 6s sterling per bushel. It is sent to the eastern markets. Great quantities of flour are likewise brought from there, but this is generally sent to the West Indies, and sometimes to Lisbon and up the Straits. I am doing nothing here. Am determined to take a tour immediately. Friday, November 25th, 1774. Hired a horse and intend to set out for Berkeley County tomorrow. Moses Ordinary, Loudoun County, Virginia, Saturday, November 26th, 1774. Left Alexandria in company with Captain Buddicombe. Got to this place in the evening about 20 miles from Alexandria. Land pretty level, but not very good, either stiff brown clay or sand. Leesburg, Loudoun County, Virginia, Sunday, November 27th, 1774. Got to Leesburg, 40 miles from Alexandria. The land begins to grow better, a gravelly soil, and produces good wheat, but the roads are very bad, cut to pieces with the wagons, number of them we met today. Their method of mending the roads is with poles about 10 foot long laid across the road close together. They stick fast in the mud and make an excellent causeway. Very thinly peopled along the road, almost all woods. Only one public house between this place and Alexandria. Monday, 28th, 1774. Viewing the town. It is regularly laid off in squares, but very indifferently built, and few inhabitants and little trade, though very advantageously situated, for it is at the conjunction of the great roads from the north part of the continent to the south and the east and west. Lodged at Mr. Moffat's, Mr. Kirk's partner in a store which he has here. Tuesday, November 29th, 1774. Went with Captain Buddicombe about 10 miles into the country. Find the land stony, intermixed with spar, but brings good wheat. Wednesday, November 30th, 1774. This being the anniversary of St. Andrew, the titular saint of the Scotch, was invited to spend the evening with Captain William Douglas and a number of other Scotch guests. Have been genteelly treated, and am now going to bed drunk. This is the first time. Thursday, December 1st, 1774. Sick with my last night's debauch. Saturday, December 3rd, 1774. Went to several places in the neighborhood of the town. The land is pretty good, but is monopolized and consequently thinly inhabited. Gravelly soil in general. Sunday, December 4th, 1774. Went to a Methodist meeting. This sect is scattered in every place and have got considerable footing here, owing to the great negligence of the church parsons. Monday, December 5th, 1774. Set out in company with Captain Buddicombe and Mr. Moffat. Crossed the Blue Ridge. This is a high barren mountain, producing nothing but pines. It runs north and south through Virginia and Maryland, Carolinas, and Pennsylvania. Crossed the Shenandoah River on the west side of the mountain. Here is some of the finest land I have ever seen. This is called Key's Ferry. Got to Whittington's Mill. Lodged at a poorhouse. The land is exceedingly fine. From the Shands River to this place, 80 miles from Alexandria. Frederick County, Virginia. Tuesday, December 6th, 1774. Went from the mill to a place called Hopewell, a fine plantation belonging to Mr. Jacob Height. Here is some of the finest land I ever saw, either for the plow or pasture. Got to Mr. William Gibbs's, an acquaintance of Mr. Kirk's. We have traveled over some as fine land today for about 25 miles as I would wish to see. Limestone in general abounds with sumac, walnut, and locust trees, which are certain indications that the lands are rich, pretty level. It is rocky in some places, but affords excellent pasturages and well watered. Produces good wheat and barley. The people appear to be more industrious in this part of the country than they are on the other side of the Blue Ridge. Wednesday, December 7th, 1774. Went to Winchester. It is one of the largest towns I have seen in the colony, the capital of this colony. Regularly laid out in squares, the buildings are of limestone. 2 churches, one English and one Dutch, but the Dutch church is not finished. General Braddock built a stockade fort here in the year 1755, but it is now demolished. Saw 4 Indian chiefs of the Shawnee Nation, who have been at war with the Virginians this summer, but have made peace with them, and they are sending these people to Williamsburg as hostages. They are tall, manly, well-shaped men, of a copper color with black hair, quick, piercing eyes, and good features. They have rings of silver in their nose, and bobs to them which hang over their upper lip. Their ears are cut from the tips 2/3 of the way round, and the piece extended with brass wire, till it touches their shoulders. In this part they hang a thin silver plate, wrought in flourishes about 3 inches diameter, with plates of silver round their arms and in the hair, which is all cut off except a long lock on the top of the head. They are in white men's dress, except breeches, which they refuse to wear, instead of which they have a girdle round them with a piece of cloth drawn through their legs and turned over the girdle, and appears like a short apron before and behind. All the hair is pulled from their eyebrows and eyelashes, and their faces painted in different parts with vermilion. They walk remarkably straight, and cut a grotesque appearance in this mixed dress. Got to Mr. Gibbs's in the evening. Thursday, December 8th, 1774. Confined in the house today with rain. Friday, December 9th, 1774. Riding about the neighborhood with Mr. Gibbs. Find the land good, the country healthy, and a good neighborhood. I am exceedingly pleased with these 2 counties, and am determined to settle in one of them, if ever these times are settled. Here is every encouragement. Land is purchased at 30 shillings, this currency per acre. That is 26 shillings sterling. It will produce any sort of grain. The average of wheat is about 12 bushels to the acre, but it is not half plowed, and manure of any sort is never used. Meadows may be made with little trouble, and the range for stock is unlimited. Horses sell amazingly high, and fat cattle of all sorts. When lean, are bought very cheap. The farmers here are little acquainted with breeding cattle. Indeed, they are too lazy. Public taxes are very trifling. Little tobacco is made in the counties of Frederick and Barley. Leesburg, Loudoun County, Virginia, Saturday, December 10th, 1774. This morning left Mr. Gibbs, who has behaved with the greatest civility and gave me a pressing invitation to come and spend part of the winter with him. Crossed the Shenandoah River at the fording place, a little above the ferry. Dined at Pursley's Ordinary on the east side of the Blue Ridge. Got to Leesburg in the evening. Well pleased with my journey. Sunday, December 11th, 1774. But no prayers. Monday, December 12th, 1774. Court Day. A great number of litigious suits. The people seems to be fond of law. Nothing uncommon for them to bring a suit against a person for a book debt and trade with him on an open account at the same time. To be arrested for debt is no scandal here. Tuesday, December 13th, 1774. Saw the Independence Company exercise. A ragged crew. Alexandria, Virginia, Wednesday, December 14th, 1774. Returned to Alexandria in company with Captain Buddicombe and Mr. Mays. Thursday, December 15th, 1774. Nothing but committees and politics, which puts everything in confusion. Tuesday, December 20th, 1774. Exceedingly cold, frosty, and bad weather. The winter is now set in, and more severe than ever I felt it in England. Cannot get any sort of employment to get a living. Must be obliged to winter here, and live as cheaply as I can in hopes that the differences between the mother country and the colonies will be settled in the spring. Saturday, December 24th, 1774. Great quantities of hogs killed in town. They salt the pork and export it to the West Indies. It makes a considerable branch of commerce. Sells at 13.6 per hundred. Sunday, December 25th, 1774. Christmas Day, but little regarded here. Saturday, December 31st, 1774. Mr. Kirk, Captain Buddicombe, and I have spent the past week as merrily as can be expected, considering the times. This year ends with confusion, but am in hopes the ensuing one will put an end to the quarrel. Sunday, January 1st, 1775. The parson is drunk and can't perform the duties of his office. This is the first day of the new year, which seems to be big with matters of great consequence. I have spent the last to little purpose, but am in hopes things will answer better this. Wednesday, January 4th, 1775. Amused myself with shooting wild geese and ducks. Here is incredible numbers in the river, likewise swans. It is said they come from the lakes. Thursday, January 5th, 1775. This being my birthday, Mr. Kirk, Captain Buddicombe, Mr. William Sidebottom, and Mr. Fleming, all of them Englishmen, spent the evening with me. All of us very merry and good company. Mr. Sidebottom comes from Marple Bridge. Friday, January 6th, 1775. Mr. Kirk and Mr. Sidebottom have got shares in a large purchase of land in the Illinois country, and have offered me 1/3 part of it at the first cost, if I choose to accept it. Or they will give me 5,000 acres to go and take a view of it for them, and to be left to my choice, to take the 1/3 of their share at my return. They tell me their influence is pretty considerable with a great many of the other proprietors, and they will endeavor to get me a surveyor's warrant. As I am not much acquainted with the situation of this country, they have given me their deeds to peruse, and I am to give them my answer in a week. I have just received an invitation ticket to a ball this evening. Saturday, January 7th, 1775. Last night I went to the ball. It seems this is one of their annual balls, supported in the following manner. A large, rich cake is provided and cut into small pieces and handed round to the company, who at the same time draws a ticket out of a hat with something merry wrote on it. He that draws the king has the honor of treating the company with a ball the next year, which generally costs him £6 or £7. The lady that draws the queen has the trouble of making the cake. Here was about 37 ladies dressed and powdered to the life, some of them very handsome, and as much vanity as is necessary, all of them fond of dancing, but I do not think they perform it with the greatest elegance. Betwixt the country dances they have, what I call everlasting jigs. A couple gets up and begins to dance a jig, to some Negro tune. Others comes and cuts them out, and these dances always last as long as the fiddler can play. This is sociable, but I think it looks more like a bacchanalian dance than one in a polite assembly. Old women, young wives with young children in the lap, widows, maids, and girls come promiscuously to these assemblies, which generally continue till morning. A cold supper, punch, wines, coffee, and chocolate, but no tea. This is a forbidden herb. The men chiefly Scotch and Irish. I went home about 2:00, but part of the company stayed, got drunk, and had a fight. Spent this evening with Mr. Kirke, Captain Buddicombe, Captain Rowe, and Captain Scott at the tavern. Very merry. Tuesday, January 10th, 1775. These 3 days I have spent in making inquiries about the nature and situation of the land in the Illinois country, and have fortunately met with 2 gentlemen who resided there some time. The lands are exceedingly rich, produces tobacco, indigo, and wheat, situated at the conjunction of the Ohio with the Mississippi River, about 1,000 miles from New Orleans and 2,000 miles from this place. It likewise abounds with lead and mines of copper, but very few inhabitants, and those French. I am told by these gentlemen that there will be some risk in going down the Ohio River. The Indians often cut the white people off in their passage down to the Mississippi. I think I have a prospect of making it worth while, and will hazard the passage. I have agreed to go if Messrs. Kirke and Sidebottom will use their interest to procure me surveyor's warrant. This they have promised to do, and will write to Philadelphia to the gentlemen who are concerned in the purchase in my behalf. Some of the principal people are in England. If I can, by any means, make friends sufficient to get their interest, the place of surveyor will be worth some hundreds a year, exclusive of the opportunities a surveyor has of taking up lands for himself. If that fails, 5,000 acres of land will amply pay me for my trouble of going there. I can do nothing here till times are settled, and am in hopes that I can get back before September next, and go home in the fall. By that time, I expect this affair will be settled upon a permanent footing. In short, I have no other prospects of making up my losses but this, and I cannot bear the thought of returning a beggar. Wednesday, January 11th, 1775. Intend to go to Captain Knox at Nanjemoy to get some instructions in surveying from him. Brig Potomac, Thursday, January 12th, 1775. This morning came on board the brig Potomac, Captain Rowe. Got around at Rosiest Bluff. The sharpest frost I ever knew. The spittle freezes before it falls to the deck. Friday, January 13th, 1775. Fell down to Craney Island. Saturday, January 14th, 1775. Got to Checamuxon. Went ashore and dined at Mr. William Smallwood's. Nanjemoy, Maryland, Sunday, January 15th, 1775. Got to Nanjemoy in the night. Monday, January 16th, 1775. Captain Knox seems very glad to see me, introduced me to his brother, and will give me every instruction that is in his power. Tuesday, January 17th, 1775. Went over the river to Mr. John Alexander's, dined there, returned in the evening. Saturday, January 21st, 1775. Industriously employed these 4 days with Captain Knox in surveying a tract of land. Sunday, January 22nd, 1775. Dined at Mrs. Marston's on a roasted swan. The flesh appears black, but eats very well. Monday, January 23rd, 1775. Went with Captain Robert Knox to a plantation of his called Thornsgate. On our return, dined at a public house called The Trap. After dinner, went to Ignatius Ryan's and danced most part of the night with some young ladies. Tuesday, January 24th, 1775. Most part of this day at Mr. Ryan's. Got to Nanjemoy in the evening. Wednesday, January 25th, 1775. This morning saw a Negro quarter of Mrs. Marsden's burnt down. In the evening, went on board a brig called the Renfrew. Captain James Somerville with Captain Knox. Both got drunk. Thursday, January 26th, 1775. Sick with my last night's debauch. Tuesday, January 31st, 1775. Employed for several days in drawing plots and practicing the different branches of surveying. Find it very easy in the woods from what it is in enclosed lands. Stafford County, Virginia, Wednesday, February 1st, 1775. Left Nanjemoy in company with Captain Alexander Knox. Lodged at Mr. Richard Fuchs's. Thursday, February 2nd, 1775. Traveled over some hilly, broken, bad land about 14 miles. Lodged at Pilchard's Ordinary. Friday, February 3rd, 1775. Got breakfast at a plantation of Captain Knox's in Acquire County. In the evening, got to another plantation of his in Stafford County. Saturday, February 4th, 1775. Dined at Captain Innes's and spent the afternoon in company with 2 agreeable ladies. Sunday, February 5th, 1775. Dined at Mr. Bailey Washington's. Monday, February 6th, 1775. Drank coffee at Captain Innes's. The land in this neighborhood is sandy and poor. Obliged to dung their tobacco grounds. Sells at 35 shillings currency per acre. Tuesday, February 7th, 1775. Dined at Mr. John Rawles's, an Englishman. Wednesday, February 8th, 1775. Left Ballou, crossed the Rappahannock River, lodged at Fredericksburg. Fredericksburg, Virginia, Thursday, February 9th, 1775. This is a pretty large town, situated at the falls of the river on the west bank. The river is navigable for vessels of considerable burden up to the town. Great quantities of tobacco is shipped from this place. Saw the independent companies exercise. They make a poor appearance. Dined with Mr. William Horner. After dinner, crossed the river and went to Mr. John Tolliver's. Friday, February 10th, 1775. The land is pretty good in this neighborhood and produces a great deal of wheat. Saw a machine for threshing wheat with horses. After dinner, went to Mr. Horatio Davis in Stafford County. Saturday, February 11th, 1775. Got to Mr. John Alexander's. Sunday, February 12th, 1775. At Mr. Alexander's. The wind is too fresh. Can't cross the river. This is a most abominable cold house and bad fires. Nanjemoy, Maryland. Monday, February 13th, 1775. Got to Nanjemoy in the evening. This jaunt has only cost me 5 shillings Virginia currency. The people are remarkably hospitable, are affronted if you don't call at their house, even if you are a perfect stranger. Saturday, February 18th, 1775. Very busy with Captain Knox all this week in running the courses of his plantation and jaunting about in the neighborhood. I understand the committee are going to take me up for a spy. I will save them the trouble by decamping immediately. The committees act as justices. If any person is found to be inimical to the liberties of America, they give them over to the nobility to punish as they think proper, and it is seldom they come off without tarring and feathering. It is as much as a person's life is worth to speak disrespectfully of the Congress. The people are arming and training in every place. They are all liberty mad. Monday, February 20th, 1775. Left Captain Knox, who has treated me with the greatest kindness and civility. Went to Captain Fuchs's. Spent an agreeable evening with the Misses Fuchses, who sang and played very well upon the spinet. Tuesday, February 21st, 1775. Went to Dr. Brown's at Port Tobacco. Wednesday, February 22nd, 1775. Left Dr. Brown's and went to Mr. Frank Marsden's. Found my old fellow traveler, Mr. Brooks, very well, contrary to expectation. Friday, February 24th, 1775. At Mr. Marston's, shooting wild geese and ducks, of which there is incredible numbers. I am told 60 ducks have been killed at one shot. Saturday, February 25th, 1775. Mr. Brooks sent his boy and horses with me to Alexandria. He is exceedingly grateful for the assistance I gave him in his passage from Barbados. Mustering in every village. They will all be soldiers by and by. Confusion to them altogether. Alexandria, Virginia, Sunday, February 26th, 1775. No letters from home. I am afraid none will arrive while the times are in such confusion. The rascals seize all foreign letters. Monday, February 27th, 1775. Mr. Kirk informs me he has received letters from Philadelphia and assures me of a surveyor's deputation. Admit I can get the consent of the gentlemen proprietors at home. I am determined to risk this, and my life. Have confirmed the bargain for to take the 5,000 acres for going to view the land at my own expense, and the first refusal of the third of Mr. Kirk and Sidebottom's share. I can carry out some silver trinkets and barter with the Indians for furs, and probably do something more than bear my expenses, as I can get what credit I please. Tuesday, February 28th, 1775. This is the last day tea is allowed to be drunk on the continent, by an act of Congress. The ladies seem very sad about it. Wednesday, March 1st, 1775. Mr. Finley, a gentleman who has been at the Illinois, advises me not to set out till the latter end of April, then to go down the Ohio River with the flood. I believe there will be some difficulty in persuading anyone to go with me in this place. Thursday, March 9th, 1775. These 8 days have made it my business to find out a person proper to go with me, but can find none that are willing to undertake the journey. I intend to go to Mr. Gibbs as the likeliest place to get a man for my purpose. Thursday, March 16th, 1775. Employed this week in preparing for my journey. Got some silver trinkets made by a silversmith in town, by the directions of Mr. Finley, who has been an Indian trader and has given me some general instructions concerning the trade. Friday, March 17th, 1775. Went to a ball made by the Irish gentry in commemoration of St. Patrick, the titular saint of the Irish. Conducted with great decorum. Just going to bed at 2:00 in the morning. Saturday, March 18th, 1775. This day, the Gentleman and Mechanic Independent Companies reviewed by Colonel George Washington, all of them in uniform, the gentlemen blue and buff, the mechanics red and blue. In all about 150 men, and make a formidable appearance. Sunday, March 19th, 1775. The parson is too lazy to preach. Tuesday, March 21st, 1775. Preparing for my journey. Got my silverware packed up in as small a compass as possible. Mr. Finley advises me to trade with a party of Delawares that are settled on the Quabash River for beaver skins. Mr. Finley gave me a letter of credit to Mr. Richard Winston at Kafkaski Village, Illinois. Wednesday, March 22nd, 1775. This day, a certain Richard Taylor from Tideswell came to town with a quantity of rum. Spent the evening at Mr. Kirk's. Sensible, industrious man. Thursday, March 23rd, 1775. Bought me a gun, powder, and lead. Friday, March 24th, 1775. Mr. Henley, Mr. Call, and Mr. Richard Harrison spent the evening at Mr. Kirk's. A dispute arose, about politics, between Mr. Kirk and Captain Buddicombe. They differed in sentiments, and abused each other most unmercifully. It is most absurd for individuals to quarrel about state affairs. Both of them remain obstinate. Saturday, March 25th, 1775. Wrote to my father. Intend to set out for Mr. Gibbs's tomorrow. Mr. Kirk and the captain refuse to be reconciled. Memorandum: never to enter into political disputes with Mr. Kirk. He has rebellious principles. Leesburg, Loudoun County, Virginia, Sunday, March 26, 1775. Left Alexandria in company with Captain Buddicombe. Dined at Moss's Ordinary. Got to Leesburg in the evening. Monday, March 27, 1775. Went with Captain Buddicombe to Mr. Canby, who informs me Mr. Edward Snickers is the likeliest person to get me a guide. Gave me a letter of introduction to Mr. Snickers. Tuesday, March 28, 1775. Captain Buddicombe set out for Alexandria and intends to go to England the first opportunity. This gentleman has always behaved to me with the greatest civility and kindness, but think him rather too much of a sycophant. Wednesday, March 29, 1775. Went to look at a silver mine. Saw some appearance of metal, but don't know what it is. Friday, March 31st, 1775. At Leesburg, waiting for my gun and goods coming from Alexandria. The peach orchards are in full blossom and make a beautiful appearance. Saturday, April 1st, 1775. Wrote to Mr. Kirk and Captain Buddicombe. Sunday, April 2nd, 1775. But no parson. It is a shame to suffer these people to neglect their duty in the manner they do. Winchester, Frederick County, Virginia, Monday, April 3rd, 1775. Got my things from Alexandria. Hired a horse for £4 currency from Mr. Moffat to carry me to Fort Pitt. Left Leesburg. Crossed the Blue Ridge at Snickers Gap. B.O.B. Dined at Mr. Snickers, but he is not at home. But his son-in-law gave me a letter to a certain George Rice, whom he recommends as a proper person to go with me. Crossed the Shenandoah River. Got to Winchester. Land is very rich from the river to the town. All limestone, well-watered, and very level. I am sorry it is not in my power to settle here. Winchester is about 80 miles from Alexandria. Tuesday, April 4th, 1775. Met with Mr. Gibbs and George Rice. Mr. Gibbs recommends him as an honest man and a good hunter. Agreed to give him 500 acres of land to go with me. He is going to his brother's near Fort Pitt with 2 horses and intends to set out tomorrow. This is very lucky. Bought some blankets, gunpowder, lead, flints, camp kettle, frying pan, and tomahawk, with several other necessaries. Got letters of introduction to several gentlemen in the neighborhood of Fort Pitt from Mr. John Neville. Gave my boots and spurs to the care of Mr. Gibbs till my return. Must wear leggings. These are pieces of coarse woolen cloth wrapped round the leg and tied below the knee with a string to prevent the snakes biting you. Winchester, Frederick County, Virginia, Wednesday, April 5th, 1775. After dinner left Winchester and got to Rinker's Tavern, 10 miles from Winchester. Captain Douglas and Mr. Valentine Crawford came here this evening. They're going to Fort Pitt. Land is good from Winchester to this place. Thursday, April 6th, 1775. Left Rinker's in company with Captain Douglas and Mr. Crawford. Breakfasted at the Dry Tavern, a little Dutch house. Nothing to drink but whiskey. Crossed the Cape Capon Creek and North Branch of Potomac River. Captain Douglas and Mr. Crawford left us. We had traveled about 30 miles today over barren hills and bad ways, and we are now going to sleep in the open air, no other covering than the heavens and our blankets, and it is very cold and freezes. But we have got a good fire. End of section 5.
Section 6 of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. Section 6. Over Hill and Stream, the Kentucky River, Part 1. Appalachian Mountain, Friday, April the 7th, 1775. Slept very little last night. Mr. Rice tells me it is because I did not take off my clothes. Water frozen from kettle about 10 foot from the fire. Crossed Little Cape Capon Creek and the South Mountain, which is one entire rock. Dined at Runnell's Tavern. Travelled over barren hills to Ashby's Fort on Patterson's Creek. Camped about 2 miles to the west of it. About 30 miles today. Saturday, April the 8th, 1775. Slept very well last night, considering the hardness of our bed. Crossed the Knobby Mountain. Called at Craig's Tavern for a supply of rum. Then over the Devil's Hunting Ground to Tittle's Tavern. This is the worst road I ever saw, large rocks and bogs. Crossed the Savage Mountain and through the shades of death. This is one of the most dismal places I ever saw. The lofty pines obscure the sun, and the thick laurels are like a hedge on each side. The road is very narrow and full of large stones and bogs. I measured a pine that was blown down, 130 foot long. Camped about 2 miles west of the Shades, 28 miles. Sunday, April the 9th, 1775. Crossed the Little Meadow Mountain, supposed to be the highest part of the Appalachian or Allegheny Mountain. The waters begin to fall to the westward. Crossed the Negro Mountain and the Winding Ridge. Crossed the line between Maryland and Pennsylvania. It is cut through the woods in a west course from some part of Delaware Bay, about 20 yards wide. It is on the top of the Winding Ridge. Crossed the Youghiogheny River at the Beggs Crossings. Camped 2 miles west of it. Shot some pheasants which have made a good supper. Monday, April the 10th, 1775. Crossed the Fallen Timbers. Occasioned by a violent gust of wind from the east. The trees are either torn up by the roots or broke off near the ground. Some oaks 2 foot diameter are broke off and the tops carried to a considerable distance. Scarcely one tree left standing. I am told it continues 100 miles in a west course and about a mile broad. Dined at the Great Meadows, a large marshy place clear of trees. Saw the vestiges of Fort Necessity. This was a small picketed fort built by Colonel Washington in the year 1754. About a mile to the westward of this fort, General Braddock is buried at a small run. They tell me he was buried in the middle of the road to prevent the Indians digging up his body. Crossed the Laurel Mountain. Saw the place where Colonel Dunbar was encamped when he received the news of General Braddock's defeat in 1755. great quantities of broken bombshells, cannon, bullets, and other military stores scattered in the woods. This is called the Laurel Mountain from the great quantities of laurel that grow upon it. A most delightful prospect of the country to the westward of it. Called at Gist's Fort. Crossed the Youghiogheny River at the Stewards' Crossings. Got to Zachariah Connell's, brother-in-law to George Rice. Much fatigue this evening. Heavy rain most part of the day. West Augusta Country, Virginia, Tuesday, April the 11th, 1775. The Appalachian or Alleghany Mountain is not one entire mountain, but a number piled one on the top of another, with some narrow valleys between them. The mountains are barren and rocky, but the valleys, though very narrow, are in general rich, very thinly inhabited. The road is but very indifferent, though loaded wagons frequently cross it in the summer. Here is some excellent land about this place, and all the way from the foot of the mountain. Every necessary of life is very dear here, provisions in particular, occasioned by the Indian War last summer. Grain is not to be got for money. In the evening went to Mr. Valentine Crawford's with Captain Douglas. With much difficulty have got half a bushel of rye for my horse. Wednesday, April the 12th, 1775. Went with Captain Douglas to Captain John Stevenson's. This gentleman is a great Indian warrior, but appears to be a good-natured man. Thursday, April the 13th, 1775. Captain Stevenson advises me to build our canoe here. Provisions are cheaper than at Fort Pitt. Rice professes to be a carpenter, and understands the building of them, is acquainted here, and will undertake to have one finished in a fortnight. Friday, April the 14th, 1775. This morning, Rice and another man begun to cut down a tree to make a canoe. Have left it entirely to his management. Captain Douglas and Captain Stevenson to the Stewards' Crossings to Major Crawford's. Returned to V. Crawford's in the evening. Agreed to go with Captain Douglas to Fort Pitt tomorrow. Saturday, April the 15th, 1775. Left Mr. Crawford's in company with Captain Douglas. Crossed Jacob's Creek and Sewickley Creek. Got to Mr. John de Camp's. Land very rich and level. Fort Pitt, Virginia, Sunday, April the 16th, 1775. Left Mr. de Camp's. Travelled over small hills, woods, and dirty roads to Bush Creek. Called at a mill, where by acting the Irishman got a feed of corn for our horses. Crossed Turtle Creek. Dined at Myers' Ordinary. After dinner, got a man to conduct us to the place where General Braddock was defeated by the French and Indians the 9th of July, 1755. It is on the banks of the Monongahela River. Found great numbers of bones, both men and horses. The trees are injured, I suppose, by the artillery. It appears to me the front of our army never extended more than 300 yards, and the greatest slaughter seems to have been made within 400 yards of the river, where it is level and full of underwood. Farther from the river it is hilly, and some rocks where the enemy would still have the advantage of the ground. We could not find one whole skull. All of them broke to pieces in the upper part. Some of them had holes broken in them about an inch diameter. Suppose it to be done with a pipe tomahawk. I am told the wounded were all massacred by the Indians. Got to Fort Pitt in the evening. Land very good, but thinly inhabited. Our landlord seems to be very uneasy to know where we come from. Monday, April the 17th, 1775. After breakfast, waited on Major John Connolly, Commandant at the fort, to whom I had a letter of introduction. Find him a haughty, imperious man. In the afternoon, viewing the town and fort. It is pleasantly situated at the conjunction of the Monongahela and Alleghany rivers, the Monongahela on the southwest and the Alleghany on the north side the town. These two rivers make the Ohio. The town is small, about 30 houses. the people chiefly in Indian trade. The fort is some distance from the town, close in the forks of the rivers. It was built originally by the French, deserted by them, and the English took possession of it under the command of General Forbes, November the 24th, 1758. Besieged by the Indians, but relieved by Colonel Bouquet in August 1763. Deserted and demolished by own troops about 3 years ago, but repaired last summer by the Virginians, and has now a small garrison in it. It is a pentagonal form, 3 of the bastions and 2 of the curtains faced with brick, the rest picketed. Barracks for a considerable number of men, and there is the remains of a genteel house for the governor, but now in ruins, as well as the gardens, which are beautifully situated on the banks of the Alleghany, well planted with apple and peach trees. It is a strong place for musketry, but was cannon to be brought against it, very defenceless, several eminences within cannon shot. Spent the evening at Mr. Gamble's, an Indian trader in town. West Augusta County, Virginia, Tuesday, April the 18th, 1775. This morning Mr. Gamble informed me that Adam Grant lived about 12 miles from town. Left Fort Pitt, dined at Turtle Creek. Escaped drowning very narrowly in crossing Turtle Creek. Got to Adam Grant's late in the evening. Great scarcity of every necessary of life in this house, but the man is glad to see us, and gives us the best he has got with a hearty welcome. He has got a small tub mill and land enough, but it is of little value in this part of the world. Very heavy rain all day. Wednesday, April the 19th, 1775. Left Adam Grant's, got to Sewickley Creek, but it is too high to ford. Returned to Mr. de Camp's. We have been lost several times today. The by-roads are only small narrow paths through the woods, and in some places not the least appearance of a road. Thursday, April the 20th, 1775. Left Mr. de Camp's. Crossed Jacob Creek and Sewickley Creek. George Rice has joined some other people that are going down the Ohio in assisting them to build canoe. They go about 600 miles down the river and will be ready to set out in 8 or 10 days. Friday, April the 21st, 1775. This day made a full agreement with George Rice to go with me to the Illinois country on condition that I will wait for him at the Kentucky River 10 days. I have agreed to do this and give him 500 acres of land for his trouble. This contract was made before Captain William Douglas, who wants to take 1/2 of my purchase, paying half my expenses in going to the Illinois and coming back. I am to give him a positive answer in 2 days. Wrote to Mr. Kirk. Saturday, April the 22nd, 1775. Employed in getting provisions for the voyage. Sunday, April the 23rd, 1775. Went to Major Crawford's, who gave me an account of the different rivers on the Ohio and the distances between them. Monday, April the 24th, 1775. Employed in getting provisions. Find them very scarce and dear. Tuesday, April the 25th, 1775. Agreed to let Captain Douglas have 1/2 of any land I may purchase of Mr. Kirk or Mr. Sidebottom at the Illinois. He is to pay half my expenses there. Have nothing to do with the land that Messrs. Kirk and Sidebottom give me, or anything to do as a surveyor. Wrote to Mr. Kirk that will take his share if the times are settled as formerly. Captain Douglas is to advance all the money, and I am to pay no interest for 5 years after the money is paid. I have now a prospect of making money without advancing any. This suits my circumstances very well. Thursday, April the 27th, 1775. Got our canoes finished and our provisions collected together. Intend to set out tomorrow. Youghiogheny River, Virginia, Friday, April the 28th, 1775. Left part of my clothes with Mr. Crawford till my return. Parted with Captain Douglas, by whom I returned the horse. Launched our canoes. One of them we called the Charming Sally, the other Charming Polly. They are 30 foot long and about 20 inches wide, made of walnut trees, dug out something like a manger. Proceeded down the Youghiogheny River. Obliged to get pilots to carry the canoes down the falls. Very bad navigation. Full of dangerous rapids. Camped at Washington's Bottom. Expect the rest of the company to join us in the morning. I may now bid adieu to sleeping in beds or houses for some months. Saturday, April the 29th, 1775. This morning we were joined by Mr. James Norse, an English gentleman going down to the Kentucky River to take up land in right of his brother, who is an officer in the Navy, Mr. Benjamin Johnson and Captain Edmund Taylor, who are going to take up land on the Kentucky River. Got all our provisions on board. Mr. Norse, Captain Taylor, Mr. Norse's servant and me in the Charming Sally, Mr. Johnson, his servant, George Rice, Captain Taylor's brother, and a servant of his, in the Charming Polly, proceeded down the river to the mouth of Sweetley Creek. The navigation very bad. Obliged to push the canoes over the shoals for 2 miles together. A great number of rapids is a very dangerous navigation. Mr. Norse insists on me taking 1/2 of his tent. This is very agreeable. Sunday, April the 30th, 1775. This day we have been detained by the rain. Settled our accounts concerning vessels and provisions. The land from the foot of the Laurel Mountain to Fort Pitt is rich beyond conception. Walnut and cherry trees grow to an amazing size. I have seen several 3 foot diameter and 40 foot before they come to a limb. Great plenty of wild plum trees and a species of the pimento. These are small bushes. The soil in general is black and of a fat, loamy nature. Coal and limestone in the same quarry. I have seen stratums of coal 14 feet thick, equal in quality to the English coal. Land is at a very low rate. 1,000 acres might be purchased for £100 Pennsylvania currency. Very thinly inhabited. The few there is are in general great rascals. Youghiogheny River, Virginia, Monday, May the 1st, 1775. After breakfast, left Sewickley and stood down the river. Crossed several fish pots. These fish pots are made by throwing up the small stones and gravel, something like a mill weir, beginning at the side of the river and proceeding in a diagonal line till they meet in the middle of the stream, where they fix a thing like the body of a cart, contracted where the water flows in just to admit the fish, but so contrived as to prevent their return or escape. Got over the shoals by hauling our canoes. Fell into the Monongahela about noon. Ate our dinner at McGee's Fort. This is a stockade fort built the last summer. Monongahela River, Monday, May the 1st, 1775. This river is about 100 yards broad, and it confluxes with the Youghiogheny and has continued its breadth. Upon the banks of this river, where they are high and broken, I observed stratums of leaves about a foot thick, 20 foot below the surface of the earth. They appeared to be sound and not concreted together, much like those that are driven together by winds in autumn. Fell down a little below Braddock's Field, where we camped in a heavy shower of rain. One of our company shot a wild turkey, which made us an excellent supper. Ohio River, Tuesday, May the 2nd, 1775. Proceeded down the river. Our canoes are so heavily loaded that we are in great danger of oversetting. The water is within 3 inches of the gunwale, which adds to the exceeding crankness of our vessel and makes me uneasy. Called at Fort Pitt and bought some necessaries, such as lead, flints, and some silver trinkets to barter with the Indians. Dined at Mr. John Campbell's. After dinner, proceeded down the Ohio River. Past McKee's Island. It is about a mile long and belongs to Captain Alexander McKee, Superintendent of Indian Affairs. Camped at the end of Monture's Islands. 3 fine islands belonging to John Monture, a half-Indian. The land exceeding rich. Wednesday, May the 3rd, 1775. This morning Mr. Robert Bell and one Harrison left us to go to their plantations in this neighbourhood. They had come with us from Youghiogheny River and had been very serviceable in instructing us how to navigate our little barks. Proceeded down the river past Logg's Town, an old Indian town but now deserted. It is on the west side, then Big Beaver Creek on the west, then Little Beaver Creek on the west, neither of them so large, but they may be foul in dry weather. A little before dark stopped at a farmer's house to bake bread. Agreed to lash our vessels together and float all night. The river is very high and rapid. Suppose we can float 2 miles in an hour. Thursday, May the 4th, 1775. In the morning found ourselves opposite Yellow Creek on the west. Very heavy rain for several hours. Very few inhabitants, not a house to be seen in 40 miles, though the land is exceedingly rich in general. The river is exceedingly crooked, full of small islands and rapid. If there is high land on one side, there is always a rich level bottom on the opposite shore. Got to Wheeling Creek. Fort Fincastle on the east side of the river. This is a quadrangular picketed fort on a little hill beside the river, built last summer by Lord Dunmore, a small garrison in it. Here we took into our company Captain George Clark. Lashed our canoes together and drifted all night. Stopped at Grave Creek about 2 in the morning. Friday, May the 5th, 1775. Got up very early and went to view the grave. It bears east of the river, about a mile from it, and above the mouth of the creek. The great grave is a round hill, something like a sugar loaf, about 300 feet in circumference at bottom, 100 feet high, and about 60 feet diameter at top, where it forms a sort of irregular basin. It has several large trees upon it, but I could not find any signs of brick or stone on it. Seems to have been a trench about it. There are 2 other hills about 50 yards from this, but not much larger than a charcoal pit, and much in that shape, with other antique vestiges. Some appear to have been works of defence, but very irregular. Friday, May the 5th, 1775. All these hills appear to have been made by human art, but by whom, in what age, or for what use, I leave it for more able antiquarians to determine. The Indians' tradition is that there was a great battle fought here and many great warriors killed. These mounds were raised to perpetuate their memory. The truth of this I will not pretend to assert. Proceeded down the river, entertained with a number of delightful prospects in their nature, wild yet truly beautiful. Past several creeks and small islands, few inhabitants, but rich land. Got to the head of the long reach where we have a view of the river for 15 miles. Drifted all night. Saturday, May the 6th, 1775. Found ourselves opposite Muddy Creek. The heavy rain obliged us to take shelter in a lone house and stay all night. Sunday, May the 7th, 1775. This morning, Captain Clark, who I find is an intelligent man, showed me a root that the Indians called pocoon, good for the bite of a rattlesnake. The root is to be mashed and applied to the wound, and a decoction made of the leaves, which the patients drink. The roots are exceedingly red. The Indians use it to paint themselves with sometimes. Left Muddy Creek, passed 2 small islands to the Big Tree Island, so called from the number of large trees upon it. Went ashore on the Big Tree Island and measured a large sycamore tree. It was 51 feet 4 inches in circumference, 1 foot from the ground, and 46 foot circumference, 5 feet from the ground, and I suppose it would have measured that 20 feet high. There are several large trees, but I believe that these exceed the rest. One of the company caught a large catfish, which made a most delicious pot of soup. Passed the Muskingum River on the west. Fine land between that and the Little Muskingum. Passed the Little Kanawha River on the east. Barren land about the mouth of it. Stopped to cook our supper at Fort Gower, a little picketed fort built last summer, but now deserted at the mouth of Hoskin on the west. Drifted all night. Monday, May the 8th, 1775. Heavy rain this morning, which obliged us to make a sort of awning with our tent cloths and blankets. Got round the Horseshoe, a large curve of about 4 miles, made by the river in the form of a horseshoe, from whence it takes its name. Here is excellent land. Passed a number of small islands. River continues rapid. Camped about 4 miles below the Horseshoe, where we met with some people who gave us very bad encouragement, say that the Indians are broke out again and killed 4 men on the Kentucky River. My courageous companion's spirits begin to droop. Tuesday, May the 9th, 1775. Proceeded down the river. Passed 4 islands. About noon got to the mouth of the great Kanawha or Cononway River. Here is a large picketed fort called Fort Blair, built last summer by Colonel Andrew Lewis, who entirely defeated the Shawnee Indians about a mile from it in August 1774. It is now garrisoned with 100 men under Captain Russell, who invited us to dine with him and treated us as well as his situation would admit. Confirms the account we heard yesterday. My companion's exceedingly fearful, and I am far from being easy, but am determined to proceed as far as anyone will keep me company. Drifted all night. Wednesday, May the 10th, 1775. Found ourselves opposite Guanadot Creek on the east side of the river. Rode hard and got to Sandy Creek to breakfast, where we found Captain Charles Smith encamped with 22 men. He was taking up land as we are now out of the inhabitants. I intend to stay here for Captain Lee. Thursday, May the 11th, 1775. Employed in washing our linen and mending our clothes. Friday, May the 12th, 1775. This day held a council whether we should proceed or turn back. After much altercation, our company determined to persevere, though I believe they are a set of damned cowards. With much persuasion prevailed upon them to let me endeavour to make our vessels more safe and commodious. This has been a most arduous task to effect. So difficult it is to beat these people out of their own course when it is for their safety. Saturday, May the 13th, 1775. Camped at the mouth of Sandy Creek. Employed in fixing our canoes together by 2 beams, one athwart the heads, the other at the stern, setting the canoes about 1 foot apart. In the middle of the aftermost piece, I fixed a strong pin. On that hung the rudder, made something like an oar, but bent down towards the water, and projected about 2 feet astern of the vessel. Rigged her out with 4 oars, and called her the Union. Some of our company laughs at it, and declare she will not answer the helm. But it pleases me well, and hope it will deceive them. Sunday, May the 14th, 1775. Camped at the mouth of Sandy Creek. This morning very wet. After breakfast, Mr. Edmund Taylor and I entered into discourse on politics, which ended in high words. Taylor threatened to tar and feather me. Obliged to pocket the affront. Find I shall be terrified if I hold any further confab with these red-hot liberty men. Mem. Taylor's usage to be remembered. Monday, May the 15th, 1775. Left Sandy Creek. Captain Lee not arrived. Find our vessel answers well and gives universal satisfaction to the company. One of the company shot a turtle which made us an excellent supper. Land good and level in general. all of us strangers to the river. Drifted all night, but keep watch, spell and spell about. Tuesday, May the 16th, 1775. Passed the mouth of the Scioto River in the night. This river is on the northwest side. Stopped to cook our breakfast on a small gravelly island where we found plenty of turtle eggs, with which we made pancakes equal in goodness to those made with hens' eggs. It must be people of a nicer taste than me that can distinguish the difference. These animals come out of the water and lay their eggs in the sand to be hatched by the sun. They are white, but smaller than those of a hen, and perfectly round, with a tough skin instead of a shell. The inside has all the appearance of a fowl's egg. Generally find about 20 together, about 2 inches below the surface. Tuesday, May the 16th, 1775. After breakfast, attempted to fix a sail in our vessel, but the wind soon blew up the river, which rendered it useless. Passed several creeks and islands, but unknown to us. This evening, Mr. Rice and I went ashore, and each of us killed a wild turkey, which made us an excellent supper. Drifted all night. Wednesday, May the 17th, 1775. This morning did not know where we were, or whether we had passed the mouth of any river in the night. I believe our watch had slept most of the night. Fell down to a creek. By the description Mr. Johnson had from his brother, we take it to be Bracken Creek. End of section 6. Section 7 of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. Section 7, Over Hill and Stream. The Kentucky River, Part 2. Wednesday, May the 17th, 1775. Stopped at Bracken Creek and went a-hunting, as they call it here. Mr. Rice, Johnston, and I went together. In a short time, Mr. Rice fired at a buffalo. Johnson and I went to him and found him standing behind a tree, loading his gun, and the beast laid down about 100 yards from him. As soon as he was ready, we fired at him again, upon which he got up and run about 1/4 of a mile, where our dogs bayed him till we came up and shot him. It was a large bull, from his breast to the top of his shoulder measuring 3 feet, from his nose to his tail 9 feet 6 inches, black and short horns, all before his shoulders long hair, from that to the tail as short as a mouse. I am certain he would have weighed 1,000. Camped a little below the creek. Thursday, May the 18th, 1775. All hands employed in curing our buffalo meat, which is done in a peculiar manner. The meat is first cut from the bone in thin slices, like beefsteaks. Then 4 forked sticks are stuck in the ground in a square form, and small sticks laid on these forks in the form of a gridiron about 3 feet from the ground. The meat is laid on this and a slow fire put under it and turned until it is done. This is called jerking the meat. I believe it is an Indian method of preserving meat. It answers very well where salt is not to be had, and will keep a long time if it be secured from the wet. The lean parts eat very dry. The buffalo flesh differs little from beef, only ranker taste. Hot weather. Friday, May the 19th, 1775. Proceeded down the river. Passed the mouth of the Little Miami River on the northwest, and Salt River or Licking Creek on the southeast. Saw an elk and a bear cross the river, but could not get a shot at them. Got to the mouth of the Great Miami River on the northwest. It is about 100 yards wide at the mouth, and appears to be pretty gentle current. Stopped to cook, and take a view of the land on the southeast side of the Ohio River. It is a little hilly, but rich beyond conception. Wild clover, what they here call wild oats and wild rye, in such plenty it might be mown and would turn out a good crop. The great quantity of grass makes it disagreeable walking. The land is thin of timber and little underwood. Drifted all night. Saturday, May the 20th, 1775. In the morning, in doubt whether we had passed Elephant Bone Lick or not. Went ashore at a small creek on the southwest side in crest of it, but in vain. Believe we are too low down the river according to our charts. Begun to rain about noon. Floated down the river till night, where we moored to a stump in the middle of the stream. Some of our company are in a panic about the Indians again. Shot at a panther this afternoon, but missed him. Hot weather with thunder. Kentucky River, Sunday, May the 21st, 1775. Proceeded down the river. About noon, got to the mouth of the Kentucky River on the southeast side. The Ohio is about 3/4 of a mile wide here. The Kentucky is about 130 yards wide at the mouth, and continued its width about 2 miles, when we camped in a beachy bottom. Our company in great fear of the Indians. Some of them insisted on sleeping without a fire. After a long contest, it was agreed to put the fire out when we went to sleep, but I believe it was not done. Whatever my companions may be, I am not uneasy. I suppose it is because I do not know the danger of our situation. Rainy weather. Monday, May the 22nd, 1775. Notwithstanding the danger of our situation, last night I slept sound and undisturbed, though some of the company were kept in perpetual alarm by the barking of the dogs and their own fears. This morning held a council to consult our present safety, when, after many pros and cons, it was determined to keep 2 men on each side the river as scouts, the rest to work up the vessel and relieve each other by turns. It happened to be my turn to walk as a scout, but found it disagreeable clambering over gullies and wading amongst the weeds as high as my head in some places, and raining all the forenoon. Saw several buffalo tracks and a flock of paroquets. At noon went aboard and rowed all night. Find the current here pretty strong. Camped on a hill in a beech thicket, all hands well tired and damned cross. One of the scouts killed a deer. Tuesday, May the 23rd, 1775. Proceeded up the river, found several rapids, which obliged us to get out and haul our vessel up with ropes. The current stronger than yesterday. Saw several roads that cross the river, which they tell me are made by the buffaloes going from one lick to another. These licks are brackish, or salt springs, which the buffaloes are fond of. With hard labour, suppose we have come 20 miles today. No signs of Indians. Camped on a stony hill near a buffalo lick. Saw several of them, and killed 2 calves and a bull. Limestone impregnated with shells. Large beach bottoms, but our scouts inform me the land is better a distance from the river. Believe G. Rice does not intend to go down the Ohio, which will be a great disappointment to me. Wednesday, May the 24th, 1775. Proceeded up the river. Find the navigation worse, more rapids and strong current. Surrounded 30 buffaloes as they were crossing the river. Shot 2 young heifers and caught 2 calves alive, whose ears we marked and turned them out again. About noon, Captain Michael Cresswell met us, informed us it is 100 miles to Harwood's Landing, the place our company intends to take up land. No danger of the Indians. Captain Clark left us and went with Captain Cresswell. Clark always behaved well while he stayed with us. Wednesday, May the 24th, 1775. Land in general covered with beach. Limestone in large flags. Few rivulets empty into the river, or few springs to be seen, which makes me suppose the country is badly watered. Camped at a place where the buffaloes cross the river. In the night were alarmed with a plunging in the river. In a little time, Mr. Johnston, who slept on board, called out for help. We ran to his assistance with our arms, and to our great mortification and surprise, found one of our canoes that had all our flour on board sunk, and would have been inevitably lost had it not been fixed to the other. We immediately hauled our shattered vessel to the shore and landed our things, though greatly damaged. It was done by the buffaloes crossing the river from that side where the vessel was moored. Fortunately for Mr. Johnston, he'd slept in that canoe next the shore. The buffaloes jumped over him into the other and split it about 14 foot. Mr. Norse and Mr. Taylor's servants usually slept on board, but had by mistake brought their blankets on shore this evening and were too lazy to go on board again, or probably they would have been killed. Thursday, May the 25th, 1775. Repairing our vessel by putting in knees and caulking her with the bark of the white elm pounded to a paste, which is tough and glutinous, something like birdlime, and answers the purpose very well. Some of the company shot a buffalo bull, saw several cross the river while we were at work. 2 canoes full of men passed us down the river going to Fort Pitt. Am convinced Rice will not go with me. Find he is a great coward. On inspection find our flour is much damaged, obliged to come to an allowance of a pint a man per day. Had we come to this resolution sooner, it would have been better. Great quarrelling among the company. Friday, May the 26th, 1775. Proceeded up the river, met 2 canoes bound to Redstone, shot an old buffalo bull that had had his ears marked. Passed a bad rapid which took all our force to tow our vessel up. Much tormented with ticks, a small animal like a sheep louse, but very tough skin. They get on you by walking in the woods in great numbers, and if you don't take care to pick them off in time, they work their heads through the skin, and then you may pull the body away, but the head will remain in the skin, which is very disagreeable. If they are not removed in a short time, they grow like the ticks on a dog. Beachy Bottoms. Camped at the mouth of Elkhorn Creek. Our company still continues to be crabbed with one another, and I believe will be worse as bread grows scarce. Saturday, May the 27th, 1775. This day got up several smart rapids, thunder, lightning, and rain. Some high rocks and cedar hills. Find Rice does everything in his power to quarrel with me. Am determined not to give the first affront. Sunday, May the 28th, 1775. Proceeded up the river. Saw a great many buffaloes cross the river above us. All hands went ashore to surround them. I kept on the outside of them and shot a fine young heifer. Some of the rest shot a cow and calf. Our stupid company will not stay to jerk any, though we are in want of provisions. Camped on a gravelly island. Beach bottoms and cedar hills with few rivulets. Monday, May the 29th, 1775. This morning George Rice, without any provocation, began to abuse me in a most scurrilous manner, threatening to scalp and tomahawk me. I was for bestowing a little manual labour upon him, but he flew to his gun and began to load, swearing he would shoot me. I did the same, and had it not been for the timely interposition of my worthy friend Mr. Norse, I believe one of us would have been killed. A great deal of abusive language was given on both sides, but nothing more. I have expected this for some time. He did it on purpose, to get off his engagement to go down the Ohio, which it has effectually done. Proceeded a little way up the river to a great buffalo crossing, where we intend to kill some meat. Our provision is almost out. Tuesday, May the 30th, 1775. This day Mr. Norse, Mr. Taylor and Rice went to take a view of the country. Mr. Johnston and I took a walk about 3 miles from the river, find the land pretty level, a blackish sandy soil. Timber chiefly beech. In our absence, those at the camp caught a large catfish which measured 6 inches between the eyes. We supposed it would weigh 40 pounds. Don't expect our company back tonight. Wednesday, May the 31st, 1775. At the camp, washing and mending my clothes. In the evening, Mr. Norse and company returned and say the land a distance from the river is the levellest, richest and finest they ever saw, but badly watered. Thursday, June the 1st, 1775. Proceeded up the river, bad navigation, many rapids and strong currents. Saw a gang of buffaloes cross the river, shot a bull. Saw some deer, but killed none. Camped at a place where we found some corn in a crib, a gun and some clothes, supposed to be left there by some people coming to take up land. Rocks, cedar hills and beach bottoms. Friday, June the 2nd, 1775. This day met 8 canoes bound to Redstone and Fort Pitt. Went about 9 miles and camped, to hunt. Shot at some buffaloes, but killed none. Land good, weeds as high as a man. Pleasant weather. Our company continually quarrelling, but I have the good luck to please them all but Rice, whom I treat with contempt. Saturday, June the 3rd, 1775. Proceeded up the river till noon, when, after being wet to the skin, we camped about 10 miles below Harwood's Landing. Another canoe passed us this day, bound to Wheeling. Rocks, cedar hills and beach bottoms. Harwood's Landing, Sunday, June the 4th, 1775. Arrived at Harwood's Landing in the evening. Saw a rattlesnake about 4 feet long. A bark canoe at the landing. We have been 14 days in coming about 120 miles. My right foot much swelled, owing to a hurt I got by bathing in the river. Rocky and cedar hills along the banks of the river. My foot very painful. Monday, June the 5th, 1775. This is called Harwood's Landing as it is nearest to a new town that was laid out last summer by Captain Harwood, who gave it the name of Harwoodsburg, about 15 miles from the landing, for which place Mr. Norse, Mr. Johnson, Taylor and Rice set out this morning. I would have gone with them, but my foot is so bad I am scarcely able to walk. Applied a fomentation of herbs to assuage the swelling. Very little to eat, and no possibility of getting any flour here. Must be without bread very soon. Tuesday, June the 6th, 1775. Mr. Norse and company returned in the evening. He gives good account of the richness of the land, but says it appears to be badly watered and light timbered. They lodged in the town. Mr. Norse informs me there is about 30 houses in it, all built of logs and covered with clapboards, but not a nail in the whole town. Informs us that the Indians have killed 4 men about 9 miles from the town. This has struck such a panic that I cannot get anyone to go down the Ohio with me on any account. Determined to return by the first opportunity. My foot much better. Much provoked at my disappointment. Wednesday, June the 7th, 1775. My foot much better. All of us that have guns went hunting. Rambled over a great hill, saw a great deal of fine land, but no game. Mr. Johnston left us and went to Harwoodsburg. Thursday, June the 8th, 1775. This day divided our provisions, which came to 2 quarts of flour, half a peck of Indian corn, sprouted as long as my finger, 1 gallon of salt, and about 2 pounds of bacon per man. In the afternoon, 4 men came to the landing who are bound up the river Ohio to Fort Pitt. They tell me that they have some flour, and they are willing to take me in their company. Determined to go with them, but don't much like their looks. a confounded ragged crew. My foot almost well. Friday, June the 9th, 1775. About 3 o'clock this morning we were alarmed with a great noise in the river. The men I had agreed to go with were camped betwixt us and the river. They called to know whether any of our company were crossing the river, as they saw 2 people in a canoe endeavouring to get to the other shore. On examining, we found 2 of our company missing, an indentured servant belonging to Mr. Taylor, and another that was come for Mr. Johnston's baggage from Harwood. They had taken all my flour and Mr. Johnston's, and about 2 pounds of gunpowder belonging to Johnston, but no gun. The people at the landing threatened to fire on them if they did not return, upon which they went ashore and took to their heels. They had set all the canoes adrift, except that they took with them, which luckily struck on a rock till one of the company swam across the river and brought her over, and my flour which they had got on shore, but in their hurry forgot. What can be their motive for running away in this wilderness country, I cannot conceive. My new fellow travellers got the charming Sally from my old company, put our things on board, took leave of Mr. Norse, with whom I should have been glad to have returned, but he intends to go overland. This gentleman has treated me with the greatest civility. My new company is Henry Tilling, an Englishman, Thomas A. Bryant, an Irishman, John Clifton, and Joseph Boasiers, Americans. Stopped about 30 miles below the landing at a hunting camp where we got some buffalo meat. Kentucky River, Saturday, June the 10th, 1775. The people at the camp we lodged at last night gave us some jerked meat. On inspecting our flour, found it does not amount in the whole to more than 15 pounds amongst 5 people. Must make no more bread, but save our flour for soup. Proceeded down the river. These people behave very kind to me. I believe there is but 2 pair of breeches in the company, one belonging to Mr. Tilling and the other to myself. The rest wear breech clouts, leggings, and hunting shirts, which have never been washed only by the rain since they were made. Our canoe very leaky. Determined to change her the first opportunity. Camped at a buffalo road. Sunday, June the 11th, 1775. This morning killed a buffalo cow crossing the river. Fell down to Elkhorn Creek. Camped and jerked our meat, sprinkling it with salt, which makes it more palatable. Found Captain Hancock Lee, camped at Elkhorn, surveying land. This is a new settlement by some Carolina gentleman who pretends to have purchased the land from the Indians, but with what truth I cannot pretend to say, as the Indians affirm they have never sold these lands. These gentlemen claim all the land on the southwest side of this river to Green River, a tract of land about 200 miles broad, and I suppose twice as long. They sell it about £5 sterling 1,000 acres, subject to an annual quit rent of 5 shillings per thousand. No quit rents to be paid till the land has been possessed 5 years. It is surprising what numbers of people have taken up lands on these terms, though they are generally of the most profligate sort. In short, it is an asylum for rascals of all denominations. I believe the land is good in general, through the whole track, with several salt springs, as I am informed. An immense number of buffaloes frequent them. Buffaloes are a sort of wild cattle, but have a large hump on the top of their shoulders, all black, and their necks and shoulders covered with long, shaggy hair, with large bunches of hair growing on their forethigh, short horns bending forward, short noses, piercing eyes, and beard like a goat. In the summer, the hair behind their shoulders is short as that on a horse. In the winter they are covered with long, soft, curling hair like wool. Their tails are short, with a bunch of long hair at the end. When they run, they carry them erect. Some of them will weigh, when fat, 14 to 1,500, and are good eating, particularly the hump, which I think makes the finest steaks in the world. They feed in large herds, and are exceedingly fierce when wounded. Their sense of smelling is exquisite. If you go to leeward of them, you may go up to them, or at least within shot, but if you are to windward, they run long before they see you. They are fond of salt or brackish water. Springs of this sort have large roads made to them, as large as most public roads in a populous country. They eat great quantities of a sort of reddish clay found near brackish springs. I have seen amazing large holes dug or rather cut by them in this sort of earth. Whether it is impregnated with saline particles or not, I cannot determine. They do not roar like other cattle, but grunt like hogs. Got a large pine canoe out of some driftwood with great labour, but her stern is beat off and several bullet holes in her bottom, which we intend to repair tomorrow. Excessively hot. Monday, June the 12th, 1775. Repairing our canoe by cutting the stern out of the Charming Sally and putting it into her. Caulked her and made her tight. Believe she will answer very well, both stiff and light. Went to Captain Lee's camp, who treated me very kindly with a dram of whisky and some bread, which at this time is a great luxury with me. Captain Lee's brother gave me a rattlesnake skin about 4 feet long. Very hot. Tuesday, June the 13th, 1775. Fell down the river to a great lick where we intend to kill some meat. My company begin to quarrel among themselves, but behave well to me. Wednesday, June the 14th, 1775. Very heavy rain last night, which we had no shelter from but a large tree. It made us wet lodging. Went to the lick in the morning, found no buffaloes there, determined to go to Grinin's lick. Fell down to Grinin's lick, shot at some buffaloes, but killed none, though I am certain we must have wounded a great number. 5 of us fired at a herd of 200 odd, not more than 20 yards. This is the largest lick I ever saw. I suppose here is 50 acres of land trodden by buffaloes, but there is not a blade of grass upon it. Incredible numbers come here to the salt springs. Here is a number of salt and brackish springs in a small compass, some of them so strong of the brine that the sun forms the salt round the edge of the spring. Here were 2 Dutchmen, sent by the proprietors to make an experiment on the water of the strongest spring. They had made about a pint of salt from 16 gallons of water. Some of Captain Cressup's people had camped here for 4 days killing meat, but intend to set out for Fort Pitt tomorrow. Our company intend to go with them and trust to Providence for provision. I think this is a foolish act, but will not contradict them. Bought a buckskin to make breeches. End of section 7.
Section 8 of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Wayne. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. Section 8. The Ohio River, the Indian Territory, Part 1. Ohio River, Thursday, June 15th, 1775. Intended to kill some meat at the Elephant Bone Lick. Proceeded down the river in company with 9 of Captain Cressop's people. Our company is increased to 14 persons and almost as many different nations. 2 Englishmen, 2 Irishmen, 1 Welshman, 2 Dutchmen, 2 Virginians, 2 Marylanders, 1 Swede, 1 African Negro, and a mulatto. With the motley, rascally, and ragged crew, I have to travel 600 miles. I expect we shall have a great deal of quarreling, but as we are in 3 canoes, it will be a means to keep them quiet. Got to the mouth of the river about noon. Proceeded up the Ohio, where we killed a buffalo and camped. Friday, June 16th, 1775. Very heavy rain last night, which made our lodging uncomfortable. Got under way this morning early, with wet clothes and hungry bellies. Obliged to pull up the river. This is done with poles about 12 feet long. The men stand in the vessel, set the pole against the bottom of the river, and push themselves along. It is a laborious exercise. Fortunately for me, none of our company can steer with a pole. I am obliged to sit and steer with a paddle. Killed another buffalo on the banks of the river. Our company quarreled, and the Irishman left us and went to Cresswell's people, but returned to us at the Bone Lick, where we camped. Saturday, June 17th, 1775. This morning set out for the Elephant Bone Lick, which is only 3 miles southeast of the river. However, we lost our way, and I suppose traveled 20 miles before we found it. Where the bones are is a large muddy pond, a little more than knee-deep, with a salt spring in it, which I suppose preserves the bones sound. Found several bones of prodigious size. I take them to be elephants, for we found a part of a tusk about 2 feet long, ivory to all appearance, but by length of time had grown yellow and very soft. All of us stripped, and went into the pond to grabble for teeth, and found several. Joseph Passieres found a jaw tooth, which he gave me. It was judged by the company to weigh 10 pounds. I got a shell of a tusk of hard and good ivory, about 18 inches long. There is a great number of bones in a bank on the side of this pond, of an enormous size, but decayed and rotten. Ribs 9 inches broad, thigh bones 10 inches diameter. What sort of animals these were is not clearly known. All the traditionary accounts by the Indians is that they were white buffaloes, that killed themselves by drinking salt water. It appears to me from the shape of their teeth that they were grass eaters. There neither is or ever was any elephants in North or South America that I can learn, or any quadruped 1/10 part as large as these was, if one may be allowed to judge from the appearance of these bones, which must have been considerably larger than they are now. Captain Hancock Lee told me that he had found a tusk here that was 6 feet long, very sound, but yellow. These tusks are like those brought from the coast of Africa. Saw some buffaloes, but killed none. Several Indian paintings on the tree. Got plenty of mulberries, very sweet, and pleasant fruit, but bad for the teeth. One of the company shot a deer. The loudest thunder and heaviest rain that I ever saw this afternoon. Got to the camp well wet and heartily tired. A damned Irish rascal has broken a piece of my elephant tooth, put me in a violent passion, can write no more. Sunday, June 18th, 1775. Left the Bone Lick. Got to the mouth of the Miami River to dinner. Nothing but jerked meat without bread. Camped about 8 miles above the Miami. Monday, June 19th, 1775. Got underway early this morning. As we sat at dinner, saw 2 buffalo bulls crossing the river. When they were about halfway, over 4 of us got into a canoe and attacked them in the river. The rest went along shore to shoot them as soon as they came ashore. The river was wide, and we had fine diversion fighting them in the water. The man in the head of the canoe seized one of them by the tail, and he towed us about the river for half an hour. We shot him 8 times, let him get ashore, and he ran away. Our comrades ashore were very angry with us, and they have a great right to be so. Passed the mouth of the Little Miami, in great fear of the Indians. Saw a black wolf pursuing a fawn into the river. The fawn we caught, but the wolf got away. My company quarrels amongst themselves, but behave well to me. Camped late in the evening. Tuesday, June 20th, 1775. Very cold last night, northwest wind. Camped early in the evening. Wednesday, June 21st, 1775. Cold in the night. Got up Lefort's Falls. This is only a smart rapid, scarcely perceivable when the river is high. Current very strong. Our people wary, not able to make more than 20 miles per day in general. Camped early. Thursday, June 22nd, 1775. Proceeded up the river, strong current. The river is 20 feet lower now than it was when we went down. Friday, June 23, 1775. Saw a bear cross the river, but did not get a shot at her. Got up to the Great Buffalo Lick, where we intended to kill some meat, as ours is almost done. All hands much fatigued, and the scarcity of provisions makes them very quarrelsome. They pay some respect to me, and I have hitherto prevented them fighting. Pleasant weather. Saturday, June 24th, 1775. This morning set out to the lick without breakfast. The reason was we had nothing to eat. 3 of us stayed at the lick till the afternoon waiting for the buffaloes, but saw none. When our out-hunters came loaded with meat and informed us that they had killed a buffalo about 5 miles off, set out and found it, and loaded ourselves and returned to the camp, but never so much fatigued before. Having already experienced the want of victuals, was willing to guard against it for the future. I believe I have exerted myself more than I can bear. It is judged by the company that I brought between 70 and 80 pounds of meat, exclusive of my gun and shot pouch. To add to my distress, my shoe soles came off, and I was obliged to walk barefoot for 6 miles. Find myself very unwell. Shot a polecat, one of our company missing. All the rest, except Tilling and myself, are going this evening, as they expect he is killed by the Indians. But I think he has lost himself in the woods. Very arduous task to persuade them to stay, as they all expect to be killed before morning. Sunday, June 25th, 1775. Slept little last night, over-fatigued. This morning our company are for setting out immediately, confident that the man is killed. With much importunity, prevailed on them to stay till evening, but could not persuade any of them to go seek the man. About sundown they all prepared for going, notwithstanding all that Mr. Tilling and I could say against it. But just as we were going aboard, saw the man come along the shore to our great joy. It had happened as I supposed. He had lost himself in the woods and had rambled all night. If we had left him, he must have perished. Very unwell. Monday, June 26th, 1775. Proceeded up the river, past the mouth of the Scioto River on the northwest, in fear of the Indians. Camped early. Tuesday, June 27th, 1775. Very stiff current all day, heavy showers, and very sultry. It is a custom with our company, as soon as it begins to rain, to strip naked and secure their clothes from the wet. I have attempted it twice today, but the drops of rain are so disagreeable to my skin that it obliged me to put on my shirt. Killed a fawn. Saw a bear cross the river, but could not get a shot at her. All hands very wary and very crabbed. Wednesday, June 28th, 1775. This morning started early in a very thick fog. About 3 miles from our camp, the river was very broad and shallow a long way from the shore on that side we were on, which obliged us to keep out of sight of the shore for deeper water. Opening a point of a bar, saw 4 canoes full of Indians about 200 yards ahead of us, upon which we pushed for the shore, but to our great surprise saw 6 other canoes full of Indians betwixt us and the shore, so that we were entirely surrounded. Everything was prepared for an engagement. All our lumber and a great part of our provisions were hove overboard. Out of 12 guns, 5 were rendered unfit for present use by the wet. Mine happened to be in good order, and I loaded her with an ounce bullet and 7 swan shot. The command of our canoes was given to me. We had only 2 guns on board fit for use, Mr. Tilling's and mine. Tom O'Brien, in the scuffle, let his fall in the river and got her filled with water. He lay down in the bottom of the canoe, begun to tell his beads and prayed and howled in Irish. Bossier's gun was wet and unfit for use. He followed O'Brien's example. Weeping, praying, said Ave Marys in abundance, at the same time hugging a little wooden crucifix he pulled from his bosom most heartily. Jacob Nayland, a Swede, commanded a canoe, had 3 rifle guns on board. Williams the Welshman commanded the other with 2 muskets. We held a short and confused council, wherein it was determined that Nayland should lead the van, I in the center, and Williams bring up the rear. The Indians had observed our confusion, and lay on their paddle boxes 30 yards from the shore. There were 23 Indians in 6 canoes betwixt us and the shore. All of them had poles or paddles, but our fears had converted them into guns. These 6 we determined to attack as the river was shallow. If we by accident overset our canoes, we might wade ashore. The canoes above us with 21 Indians bore down upon us. We made for the shore. I ordered Tom O'Brien to steer the canoes within 10 yards of Nayland's vessel, and Bossier and Clifton to take their paddles. Clifton, though a young boy, behaved with the greatest resolution. Tilling's countenance was not in the least changed. His behavior animated me very much. Bossier's and O'Brien lay crying in the bottom of the canoes and refused to stir. I set the muzzle of my gun to O'Brien's head, threatening to blow his brains out if he did not immediately take his paddle. It had the desired effect. He begged for his life, invoked St. Patrick, took his paddle, and howled most horridly. Dangerous and desperate as we imagined our situation to be, I could not forbear laughing to see the condition of this poor fellow. Bossiers pretended to be in a convulsion fit. Mr. Tilling threw several canfuls of water in his face, but he refused to stir. I put a pistol bullet upon the load I already had in my gun. I was determined to give some of them their quietus. I confess I felt very uneasy. When we got within 30 yards of them, some of Nayland's crew held them, and to our great satisfaction, they told us they were friends. They had seen our confusion and laughed at us for our fears. It proved to be one catfish, a Delaware Indian, and a party with him going to hunt. They had several squaws or Indian women with them, some of them very handsome. We gave them some salt and tobacco, with which they seemed well pleased. Proceeded up the river very merry, at the expense of our cowardly companions. Bossiers brags what he would have done had his gun been in order. O'Brien says he was not fit for death. All of them make some excuse or other to hide their cowardice. Heavy rain all afternoon. Camped 5 miles above Sandy Creek. Obliged to sleep upon a log. The ground is so wet and still continues to rain. Thursday, June 29th, 1775. The great rains have raised the river about 4 feet last night, causing a strong current and laborious navigation. Saw another canoe with Indians, but did not speak to them. Slept on a fallen tree. Uneasy lodgings. Friday, June 30th, 1775. Got to the Great Conhawe about noon. Find the fort evacuated. Saw some people that are settled about 5 miles above the mouth of the river, who inform us that the New Englanders have had a battle with the English troops at Boston and killed 7,000. I hope it will prove that the English have killed several thousands of the Yankees. Saturday, July 1st, 1775. This morning John Clifton left us. He intends going home by land. He has behaved very well. Our provisions almost done. All our hooks and lines broken, all our feet so tender by standing continually wet that it is impossible for us to hunt, and the small quantity of provisions we have is swarming with maggots. Our flour expended, and this night we have put the last of our Indian corn to boil, about 3 half pints, sprouted as long as my finger. This we have always reserved for Sunday dinner, with a little elk fat rendered amongst it, and thought it delicious. Sunday, July 2nd, 1775. Captain Cressop's company had a mind to keep Sunday, but quarreled about it, and William Connor left them and came to us. They are all on wages and have some provisions left. We eat the last mouthful we had this morning, except a little stinking jerked beef full of maggots. Proceeded up the river past Hawkhoken. About noon, found a buffalo fish about 6 pound weight that an eagle had just killed and brought ashore. Made a hearty meal of it. In the afternoon, Fournier went to our beef barrel, but found it so bad, in a passion sent it overboard. Now we have not a morsel to eat. Slept on a rock without fire. Monday, July 3rd, 1775. Got under way very early this morning, not a morsel to eat. Our people quarreled very much, but behaved to me with great respect. Camped very late. Tuesday, July 4th, 1775. Got to the mouth of the Little Conhawe about noon, when I found myself very sick at the stomach for want of meat. Went ashore and got a little ginseng root and chewed it, which refreshed me exceedingly. In the evening got to one Dr. Briscoe's plantation about a mile from the river. It was night when we got there, found the house deserted, no corn, fowls, or meat of any kind. We all went into the garden, dark as it was, to get cucumbers, or anything we could find that we could eat. Found a potato bed, and I ate about a dozen of them raw, and thought them the most delicious food I ever ate in my life. Heavy and constant rain all day. Made a fire in the house, dried ourselves, and went to sleep, very much fatigued. Wednesday, July 5th, 1775. This morning one of our company went to the canoe for our kettle. The rest plundered about the plantation and got some young cabbages, squashes, and cymbalines. This medley of vegetables we boiled all together, and seasoned with pepper and salt. It made a most elegant repast. Proceeded to French Creek, where Cresswell's people overtook us, but would not give us a mouthful of victuals. Rain all day. One of our people sick. I gave $50 for about 2 ounces of bread for him. Thursday, July 6th, 1775. Got to one Pursley's plantation, where we got some sour milk, but no bread. I dare eat none of it. Got me ginseng root. This is an excellent stomachic. Went to sleep very hungry. Our sick man much better. Friday, July 7th, 1775. Got to a plantation belonging to one Rouse, a Dutchman. Bargained with the old woman for as much mush as we all could eat. This is a hasty pudding made of Indian meal for about $2 worth of gunpowder. We had the corn to grind on a hand mill, and I thought it an age before we had done and the mush made. I suppose we might have eat till we had killed ourselves before we had satisfied our voracious appetites. The old woman prudently took our victuals away when we had eaten about a quart apiece. Have eaten no bread for 28 days. Saturday, July 8th, 1775. This morning, one Captain David McClure came here on his way to Wheeling. He behaves civilly and offers me a place in his canoe to Wheeling. Mr. Tilling and Bossiers intend to go by land to Redstone. Tilling has always treated me with the greatest respect and kindness. This poor man was once a lieutenant in the train of artillery, but broke at New York for lancing a colonel. He has taken up a good tract of land on the Kentucky. O'Brien and I went with Captain McClure. One of his company shot 2 does. Plenty of meat and a little bread. Got to Captain Rogers' plantation. Sunday, June 9th, 1775. Passed Grave Creek and Juniata Creek. Got to Fort Finscoll in the evening. No soldiers here, but about 8 men from the neighborhood, all drunk, and our company soon got in the same condition. A man had got whiskey to sell. Captain Cresswell's people joined them, and in a short time a general engagement begun. I got up into a loft and went to sleep. Monday, July 10th, 1775. Waiting for Captain McClure, who is going within a little way of Mr. Shepherd's with the horse and will carry my baggage. Disagreeable company, fighting and quarreling. Fort Finscoll, Tuesday, July 11th, 1775. Waiting for Captain McClure. Bought a belt of wampum from him. Disagreeable situation. Wednesday, July 12th, 1775. Left the fort and got to Mr. David Shepherd's. Saw an alum mine near to Mr. Shepherd's, with a mine of good coal in limestone rock. Hired a horse from one of the neighbors to go to V. Crawford's. Thursday, July 13th, 1775. Left Mr. Shepherd's. Rambled the woods and wilds. Shot a rattlesnake which had like to have bite my horse. It was about 4 feet long. Lodged at Catfish Camp. Great scarcity of provisions. West Augusta County, Friday, July 14th, 1775. Left Catfish Camp, traveled over a great deal of fine land, but very thinly inhabited. Crossed the Monongahela River at Redstone Fort, where I lodged with one Thomas Brown, listing the best riflemen that can be got to go to Boston under Captain Cresswell for the humane purpose of killing the English officers. Confusion to the scoundrels. Here is a number of them here, and I believe suspect me being a spy. They ask me so many impertinent questions. Very much fatigued this day. Saturday, July 15th, 1775. Left Redstone Fort, and after losing myself several times, got to Captain Thomas Gist's. Very kindly treated by Miss Nancy Gist, an agreeable young woman, who informs me that there has been 2 very severe engagements at Boston, and great numbers killed on both sides. Forgot the part of an elephant tusk at the fort. Sunday, July 16th, 1775. Went to Major Crawford's, delivered some letters I had for him. Gives me bad accounts of the Boston affair. Informs me Lord Dunmore had abdicated the government of Virginia and gone on board a man of war. Monday, July 17th, 1775. Left Major Crawford's, crossed the Youghiogheny River, and went to Mr. V. Crawford's. In the evening went to Captain Stevenson's to what they call a reaping frolic. Usually make a feast when they get done reapings. Very merry. Tuesday, July 18th, 1775. At Mr. V. Crawford's, Jacob Creek. These rascals have wore out all the clothes I left here, so that I am now reduced to 3 ragged shirts, 2 pair linen breeches in the same condition, a hunting shirt, and a jacket with 1 pair of stockings. Wednesday, July 19th, 1775. Rode to Captain Gist's, returned in the evening. Intend to stay here a week or 2 to recover myself. My late fatigues have reduced me exceedingly. Thursday, July 20th, 1775. Very ill of the gravel. Felt some symptoms of it for 2 days, but now I am in violent pain. Friday, July 21st, 1775. Much worse. A most excruciating pain. Took a decoction of roots prescribed by Mr. Crawford's housekeeper, who uses me with the greatest care and tenderness. Saturday, July 22nd, 1775. Something easier this morning. Took some tea made of the roots of a small shrub, which gave me almost immediate ease. Miss Grimes came to see me and cried most abundantly to see me in so much pain, as she said, but believe she has too much of the Irish in her. Sunday, July 23rd, 1775. Got pretty well again, but still continue to take the tea. Captain Prior Theobald came here today, invites me to his house, but I don't intend to go. Monday, July 24th, 1775. Free from all the symptoms of the gravel. Walked about a little, but find myself weak. Tuesday, July 25th, 1775. Intend to go into the Indian country as soon as I am able, to dispose of the silver trinkets I brought for that trade. I believe I shall be put to my shifts for cash to carry me there. Wednesday, July 26th, 1775. Rode up to the Laurel Mountain with some young girls to get huckleberries. They are the same as our bilberries, only grow in clusters. Thursday, July 27th, 1775. Went shooting and knocked down a young turkey. Nothing but whores and rogues in this country. Friday, July 28th, 1775. At Mr. Crawford's, hot weather. Saturday, July 29th, 1775. The Reverend Mr. Belmayne, only church minister in this county, came here today. Intends to give us a lecture tomorrow. Sunday, July 30th, 1775. Mr. Belmayne preached under a large tree a political discourse. Monday, July 31st, 1775. The people here are liberty mad. Nothing but war is thought of. Flux begins to rage in the neighborhood. Tuesday, August 1st, 1775. Went with Mr. Belmayne and Captain Stevenson to Major Crawford's. Wednesday, August 2nd, 1775. Returned to V. Crawford's. Intend to go to Fort Pitt the first opportunity. I am now getting strong and healthy. Thursday, August 3rd, 1775. This morning went to Mr. V. Crawford and Mr. James Berwick, a Manchester man, to Major Crawford's, where we stayed all night. Bad news from Boston. The English drove to their ships, and great numbers of them killed. I hope it is a lie. Friday, August 4th, 1775. Agreed to go with Major Crawford to Mr. John Gibson's, an Indian trader, about 12 miles below Fort Pitt. He is a man that has great interest amongst the Indians, consequently the best person to direct me how to dispose of my goods to the best advantage. Mr. Berwick lost his watch this evening. Saturday, August 5th, 1775. At Mr. Crawford's, heavy rain. Sunday, August 6th, 1775. At Mr. Crawford's, heavy rain for 48 hours without intermission. Monday, August 7th, 1775. At Mr. Crawford's, waiting for Major Crawford. I believe he is a dilatory man, and little dependence to be put in him. Tuesday, August 8th, 1775. Very uneasy to wait here, doing nothing. Am afraid I shall be too late to return home this fall. Went with Miss Crawford and Miss Grimes to John Minton's. When we came to a small creek we had to cross, the girls tucked up their petticoats above their knees and forded it with the greatest indifference. Nothing unusual here, though these are the first people in the country. Wednesday, August 9th, 1775. Mr. Berwick and I set out this morning to Major Crawford's, but met him at his mistress's. This woman is common to him, his brother, half-brother, and his own son, and is his wife's sister's daughter at the same time. A set of vile brutes. He informs me the Congress have discarded all the governors on the continent and taken all affairs, civil and military, into their management. Independence is what these scoundrels aim at. Confusion to their schemes. Thursday, August 10th, 1775. At Captain Stevenson's, instructed his people to make a stack of wheat, farming in a poor, uncultivated state here. Captain Stevenson, an honest, worthy man. Went to V. Crawford's in the evening. No prospect of Major Crawford going to Gibson's soon. Determined to set out for Fort Pitt on Monday next. Friday, August 11th, 1775. Last night Miss G. came, a fine, blooming Irish girl. The flesh overcame the spirit. Saturday, August 12th, 1775. No prospect of getting money for bills upon Mr. Kirk here. This evening Captain James Wood arrived from the Indian town. He had been sent to invite the Indians to a treaty at Fort Pitt, to be held on the 10th of September. The Convention of Virginia had employed him. He says that an English officer and a Frenchman from Detroit had been at all the Indian towns to persuade the Indians not to go to any treaty held by the colonists, but tells us his superior eloquence prevailed, and all the different nations he has been at will certainly attend the treaty. Sunday, August 13th, 1775. Mr. Berwick was kind enough to let me ride his horse to Fort Pitt, where I am to deliver him to a certain Mr. John Medicine. Left Mr. V. Crawford's, and with him I left my watch, buckles, breast buckles, stock buckle, and silver buttons, with a paper directing how I would have them disposed of, if death should happen to be my lot, as everyone tells me that I am running a great risk of being killed by the Indians. I am not afraid of meeting with bad usage from them. Got to Mr. John de Camp's at night. Fort Pitt, Monday, August 14th, 1775. Left Mr. de Camp's, dined at Turtle Creek. Arrived at Fort Pitt in the evening with only $2 in my pocket and very shabby dress. Put up my horse at the best inn in town. Known the landlady to be a Tory, sister-in-law to Major Connolly. Tuesday, August 15th, 1775. Delivered the horse to Mr. Madison. Applied to 4 people in town to get cash for my bills on Mr. Kirk, but my appearance prevents my success. Offered to sell my silverware to them, but the rascals, knowing my distress, will not give me more than half its value. Exceedingly uneasy. Wednesday, August 16th, 1775. A great deal of company in town, being committee day. No one willing to supply me with a little cash, though I applied to every man in town where there is probability of getting any. Oh, the disadvantages of ragged dress. Very uneasy. Thursday, August 17th, 1775. Very low-spirited. At supper had a political dispute with Mr. John Gibson. Find him much prejudiced against me by the malevolent aspersion of that double-faced villain, B. Johnston. No prospect of getting any money here. Made my situation known to the landlord, desiring credit for my board till the treaty, when some gentleman of my acquaintance will be there and loose me. Told me he paid ready money for his provisions. By the influence of his wife, got credit. Friday, August 18th, 1775. Never till now did I put any confidence in dreams. Last night I went to sleep with a mind as much confused as a skein of silk pulled the wrong way. The behavior of my landlord had been a principal cause, but find I have a good friend in my landlady, who wears the breeches. Dreamed that there was a friend that would relieve me near at hand. I woke with a gleam of hope and waited on Mr. John Anderson, the only person in town that I had omitted. He generously proffered me any cash I might want to find me a horse and go with me into the Indian country, serving as an interpreter and guide. Friday, August 18th, 1775. This gentleman is an Indian trader and has business at their towns. Tells me he had observed my situation for some days and intended to offer me his assistance this day, had I not spoke to him. Got some money from him to pay my landlord. When he found that I had got a friend, his tone altered, and it did not signify anything if I did not pay him till the treaty. I made use of his own words to him. Told him as he paid ready money for his provisions, consequently he must expect the same from me. His wife abused him a good deal about his meanness, called him a pitiful rascal in abundance. Saturday, August 19th, 1775. Waiting for Mr. Anderson. Employed an Indian woman to make me a pair of moccasins and leggings. This evening 2 of the Pennsylvania delegates to treat with the Indians arrived here, escorted by a party of paltry light horses. Colonel Arthur St. Clair and Colonel James Wilson. Supped and spent the evening with them. My landlady, remarkably kind to me, owing to my political sentiments agreeing with hers. She is by nature a most horrid vixen. Sunday, August 20th, 1775. Waiting for Mr. Anderson. He is detained by the Indians coming to trade. Monday, August 21st, 1775. Mr. Anderson informs me that the Indians are not well pleased at anyone going into their country dressed in a hunting shirt. Got a calico shirt made in the Indian fashion, trimmed up with silver brooches and arm plates, so that I scarcely even know myself. Crossed the Allegheny River and went about 2 miles and camped at a small run to be ready to start early in the morning. We had forgotten a tin kettle in town. I went back for it while Mr. Anderson made a fire. Returning in the dark, lost my way and got to an Indian camp, where I found 2 squaws, but they could not speak English. By signs made them understand what I wanted, and they put me right. Indian Country, Tuesday, August 22nd, 1775. A very heavy fog this morning. We had got 2 bottles of rum, 2 loaves of bread, and a bacon ham along with us. Agreed to take a dram to prevent us catching the fever and ague, but drank rather too much and most stupidly forgot our provisions. Got to Logstown about noon. Crossed the river and went to Mr. John Gibson's. Lodged there, but we would not make our wants known for fear of being laughed at. We crossed the river in a canoe made of hickory bark, stretched open with sticks. Wednesday, August 23rd, 1775. Proceeded on our journey, but not one morsel of provision. Crossed Great Beaver Creek at Captain White-Ice House. This is an Indian warrior of the Delawares Nation. Camped at Little Beaver Creek with 3 Indian squaws and a man. Nothing to eat but berries, such as we found in the woods. Find Mr. Anderson a good hearty companion. One of the Indian squaws invited me to sleep with her, but I pretended to be sick. She was very kind and brought me some plums she got in the woods. Thursday, August 24th, 1775. Parted with the Indians, met Captain Kilbuck, an Indian warrior. Camped at White Oak Run. Got plenty of red plums and wild cherries, which is our only food. Friday, August 25th, 1775. Very heavy rain all day. Lost our horses, but an Indian brought them to us in the evening, for which we gave him a pair of leggings. Breakfast, dined, and supped on plums and wild cherries. Here are wild plums in great abundance, about the size of our common white plums in England, some red, others white, and very well flavored. The cherries are small and black, very sweet, and grow in bunches like currants. Saturday, August 26th, 1775. Set out early this morning, traveled very hard till noon, when we passed through the largest plum tree thicket I ever saw. I believe it was a mile long, nothing but plum and cherry trees. Killed a rattlesnake. Just as the sun went down, we stopped to get our supper on some dewberries, a small berry something like a gooseberry. Mr. Anderson had gone before me and said he would ride on about 2 miles to a small run where he intended to camp as soon as I had got sufficient. I mounted my horse and followed him till I came to a place where the road forked. I took the path that I supposed he had gone, and rode till it began to be dark, when I imagined myself to be wrong, and there was not a possibility of me finding my way back in the night. Determined to stay where I was till morning, I had no sooner alighted from my horse, but I discovered the glimmering of a fire about 400 yards from me. This rejoiced me exceedingly, supposing it was Mr. Anderson. When I got there, to my great disappointment and surprise, found 3 Indian women and a little boy. I believe they were as much surprised as I was. None of them could speak English, and I could not speak Indian. I alighted and marked the path I had come and that I had left. On the ground with the end of my stick, made a small channel in the earth, which I poured full of water, laid some fire by the side of it, and then laid myself down by the side of the fire, repeating the name of Anderson, which I soon understood they knew. The youngest girl immediately unsaddled my horse, unstrapped the belt, hobbled him, and turned him out, then spread my blankets at the fire and made signs for me to sit down. The oldest made me a little hash of dried venison and bear's oil, which eat very well, but neither bread or salt. After supper they made signs I must go to sleep. Then they held a consultation for some time, which made me very uneasy. The 2 eldest women and the boy lay down on the opposite side of the fire and some distance away. The youngest, she had taken so much pains with my horse, came and placed herself very near me. I began to think she had some amorous designs upon me. In about a half an hour she began to creep nearer me and pulled my blanket. I found what she wanted and lifted it up. She was young, handsome, and healthy. Fine regular features and fine eyes, had she not painted them with red before she came to bed. End of section 8. Section 9 of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Thomas Wayne. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777, Section 9, the Ohio River, the Indian Territory, Part 2. Sunday, August 27, 1775. This morning my bedfellow went into the woods and caught her horse and mine, saddled them, put my blanket on the saddle, and prepared everything ready, seemingly with a great deal of good nature. Absolutely refused my assistance. The old woman got me some dried venison for breakfast. When I took my leave, returned thanks as well as I could by signs. My bedfellow was my guide and conducted me through the woods, where there were no signs of a road, or without my knowing with certainty whither I was going. She often mentioned John Anderson and talked a great deal in Indian. I attempted to speak Indian, which diverted her exceedingly. In about an hour she brought me to Mr. Anderson's camp, who had been very uneasy at my absence and employed an Indian to seek me. I gave my Dulcinea a match coat, with which she seemed very well pleased. Proceeded on our journey, and about noon got to an Indian town called Wauhactapoke, or the town with a good spring, on the banks of the Muskingum and inhabited by Delaware Indians. Christianized under the Moravian sect, it is a pretty town consisting of about 60 houses, and is built of logs and covered with clapboards. It is regularly laid out in 3 spacious streets, which meet in the center, where there is a large meeting house built of logs, 60-foot square, covered with shingles, glass in the windows, and a bell, a good plank floor, with 2 rows of forms, adorned with some few scriptures of Scripture painting, but very indifferently executed. All about the meeting house is kept very clean. In the evening went to the meeting, but never was I more astonished in my life. I expected to have seen nothing but anarchy and confusion, as I have been taught to look upon these things with contempt. Instead of that, here is the greatest regularity, order, and decorum I ever saw in any place of worship in my life. With the solemnity of behavior and modest, religious deportment would do honor to the first religious society on earth, and put a bigot or enthusiast out of countenance. The parson was a Dutchman, but preached in English. He had an Indian interpreter, who explained it to the Indians by sentences. They sung in the Indian language. The men sit on one row of forms, and the women on the other with the children in front. Each sex comes in and goes out of their own side of the house. The old men sit on each side of the parson. Treated with tea, coffee, and boiled bacon at supper. The sugar they make themselves out of a sap of a certain tree. Lodged at Whiteman's house, married to an Indian woman. Monday, August 28, 1775. Left Wauhactapoke, crossed the Muskingum, and went to Cananton Head, another pretty Moravian town, but not as large as Wauhactapoke, about 8 miles asunder. Crossed the Muskingum again, and a large plain about 3 miles over without a tree or shrub, and very level. Saw several Indian cabins built of bark. Got to Newcomer Town about noon. This has been a large town, but is now almost deserted. It is on the Muskingum, built without any order or regularity. I suppose there is not 20 houses inhabited now. Crossed the Muskingum again, and another large plain. Met several Indians coming from the feast dressed and painted in the grandest manner. Lodged at White Eye's Town, only 3 houses in it. Kindly treated to a Dutch blacksmith who lives with an Indian squaw. Got a very hearty supper of a sort of dumplings made of Indian meal and dried huckleberries, which serves instead of currants. 30 people. Find it impossible to keep myself free from lice. Very disagreeable companions. Tuesday, August 29, 1775. Left White Eye's Town. Saw the bones of one Mr. Camel, a white man, that had been killed by the Indians. Got to Coshoking about noon. It is at the forks of the Muskingum. The Indians have removed from Newcomer Town to this place. King Newcomer lives here. Sold part of my goods here to good advantage. Crossed a branch of the Muskegon and went to Old Hundy. This is a scattering Indian settlement. Lodged at a Mohawk Indian's house, who offered me his sister and Mr. Anderson his daughter to sleep with us, which we were obliged to accept. Wednesday, August 30th, 1775. My bedfellow very fond of me this morning and wants to go with me. Find I must often meet with such encounters as these if I do not take a squaw to myself. She is young, sprightly, and tolerably handsome, and can speak a little English. Agreed to take her. She saddled her horse and went with us to New Hundy, about 3 miles off, where she had several relations who made me very welcome to such as they had. From there to Cushoking, where we lodged in my squaw's brother's. Made me a compliment of a young wolf, but I could not take it with me. Thursday, August 31st, 1775. At Cushoking. Mr. Anderson could not find his horse. Sold all my goods for furs. In the afternoon rambled about town, smoking tobacco with the Indians, and did everything in my power to make myself agreeable to them. Went to see the king. He lives in a poor house, and he is as poor in dress as any of them. No emblem of royalty or majesty about him. He is an old man, treated me very kindly, called me his good friend, and hoped I would be kind to my squaw. Gave me a small string of wampum as a token of friendship. My squaw uneasy to see me write so much. Friday, September 1st, 1775. At Cushoking, Mr. Anderson found his horse. Saw an Indian dance in which I bore a part. Painted by my squaw in the most elegant manner, divested of all my clothes except my calico short breechclout, leggings, and moccasins. A fire was made which we danced round with little order, whooping and hollowing in the most frightful manner. I was but a novice at the diversion, and by endeavoring to act as they did, made them a great deal of sport, and ingratiated me much in their esteem. This is the most violent exercise to the adepts in the art I ever saw. No regular figure, but violent distortion of features, writhing and twisting the body in the most uncouth and antic postures imaginable. Their music is an old keg with one head knocked out, and covered with a skin, and beat with sticks, which regulates their times. The men have strings of deer hoofs tied round their ankles and knees, and gourds with shot or pebble stones in them in their hands, which they continually rattle. The women have Morris bells, or thimbles with holes in the bottoms, and strung along a leather thong tied round their ankles, knees, and waists. The jingling of these bells and thimbles, the rattling of the deer hooves and gourds, beating of the drum and kettle, with the horrid yells of the Indians, render it the most unharmonious concert that human idea can possibly conceive. It is a favorite diversion, in which I am informed they spend a great deal of their time in the winter. Saw an Indian conjurer dressed in a coat of bearskin, with a visor mask made of wood, frightful enough to scare the devil. The Indians believe in conjuration and witchcraft. Left the town, went about 2 miles, camped by the side of a run. A young Indian boy, son of one Baudet, a Frenchman, came after us and insists on going with us to Fort Pitt. Find myself very unwell this evening, pains in my head and back. Nancy seems very uneasy about my welfare, afraid of the ague. Saturday, September 2nd, 1775. Got to White Eye's Town for breakfast. Saw the Indian war marks made by Captain Wingamund, a Delaware warrior, which Mr. Anderson and Captain White Eyes explained to me. These hieroglyphic marks are the history of his whole warfare. The rude resemblance of a turtle on the left hand is the emblem by which his tribe or nation is known. The cross and the 2 half-moons are the characters by which he is personally distinguished among his nation. That figure on the right-hand side is the sun. Those strokes under it signify the number of men he had with him when he made his mark. Their leaning to the left signifies that they have their backs towards the sun and are bound to the northward. Those marks on the left hand, under the turtle, signify the number of scalps and prisoners he has taken and of what sex. Those marked thus X are scalps. Those X connected with a line at top, men prisoners, and those marked thus X with a small circle on top, women prisoners. The rough sketches of the forts in the middle are what he has helped to attack, but what their names were I cannot learn. Called at several Indian villages, crossed the river and got to Newcomer's Town. Very sick. Nancy is gone to fetch an old Indian woman to cure me, as she says. Therefore, I must lay by my pen. Sunday, September 3rd, 1775. Last night Nancy brought an Indian squaw which called me her Nilam, that is, nephew, as Mr. Anderson told me, and behaved very kindly to me. She put her hand on my head for some time, then took a small brown root out of her pocket, and with her knife chopped part of it small, then mixed it with water, which she gave me to drink, or rather swallow, being about a spoonful. But this I evaded by keeping it in my mouth, till I found an opportunity to spit it out. She then took some in her mouth and chewed it, and spit on the top of my head, rubbing my head well at the same time. Then she unbuttoned my shirt collar and spat another mouthful down my back. This was uncomfortable, but I bore it with patience. She lent me her match coat and told me to go to sleep. Nancy was ordered not to give me any water till morning. However, I prevailed on the good-natured creature to let me take a vomit that Mr. Anderson had with him as soon as the old woman was gone, which has cured me, though the old woman believes that her nostrum did it. Obliged to stay here this day. Somebody has stolen one of Mr. A.'s horses. Monday, September 4th, 1775. Saw an Indian scalp. Heard an Indian play upon a tin violin and make tolerable good music. Went to McNaughton Head, walked all the way, my horse loaded with skins. Camped close by the town. Nancy's kindness to be remembered. Tuesday, September 5th, 1775. At McNaughton Head. Went to the meeting where divine service was performed in Dutch and English with great solemnity. This chapel is much neater than that at Wellhactapoke, adorned with basket work in various colors all round, with a spinet made by Mr. Smith the parson and played by an Indian. Drank tea with Captain White-Eyes and Captain Wingenund at an Indian house in town. This tea is made of the tops of ginseng, and I think is very much like bohea tea. The leaves are put into a tin canister made watertight and boiled till it is dry. By this means the juices do not evaporate. Nancy did not choose to go into town, but employed herself in making me a pair of moccasins. Wednesday, September 6, 1775. Left McNaughton Head. Mr. Anderson bought several cows there, which he intends to take to Fort Pitt. Camped within 2 miles of Wellhactapoke. Thursday, September 7th, 1775. Got to Wellhactapoke to breakfast. Nancy refused to go into town, knowing that the Moravians will not allow anyone to cohabitate with the Indians in their town. Saw an Indian child baptized. 8 godfathers and 4 godmothers. Could not understand the ceremony as it was performed in Indian. Friday, September 8th, 1775. At Wellhactapoke. Find my body invaded with an army of small animals, which will be a little troublesome to dislodge. Saw an Indian sweat house. It is built of logs about 8 feet by 5 and about 2 foot high, with a small door and covered all over with earth to keep in the steam. The patient creeps into the house, wrapped in his blanket, when his friends put in large stones red hot and a pail of water, then make up the door as close as possible. The patient throws water upon the hot stones until the house is filled with hot steam and vapor. He continues in this little hell as long as he is able to bear it. When the door is open and the patient instantly plunged into the river. This method of treating the smallpox has been destructive to many of them. Bought a blanket made of a buffalo skin. Saturday, September 9th, 1775. Left the town. Mr. Anderson, Nancy, and I went to the Tuscarora town, then got lost in the woods and rambled till dark, when we camped by the side of a little run. Very merry this afternoon with our misfortune. Sunday, September 10th, 1775. Rambled till noon, when we found ourselves at Bouquet's old fort, now demolished. Went to an Indian camp where Mr. Anderson met with an old wife of his, who would go with him, which he agreed to. We have each of us a girl. It is an odd way of traveling, but we are obliged to submit to it. Met with Mr. Anderson's people in the evening, camped by the side of Tuscarora's Creek, saw the vestige, the Tuscarora Old Town, but now deserted. Monday, September 11th, 1775. Mr. Anderson and I, with our ladies, proceeded and left the people to bring the skins and cattle which he had purchased. Traveled over a great deal of bad land. About sundown, Mr. A called out, "A panther!" I looked about and saw it in a tree about 20 yards from me. Fired at it on horseback and shot it through the neck. It is of brown color and shaped like a cat, but much larger. It measured 5 feet 9 inches from nose end to tail end. Camped and skinned the panther. This exploit has raised me in Nancy's esteem exceedingly, though I claim no merit from it, being merely accidental. Tuesday, September 12th, 1775. Our squaws are very necessary, fetching our horses to the camp and saddling them, making our fire at night and cooking our victuals, and every other thing they think will please us. Traveled over several barren mountains. Some of them produce great plenty of wild grapes. Lodged in an old Indian camp. Bad water. Wednesday, September 13th, 1775. Met John Gibson and an Indian going to hasten the Indians to the treaty. Dined at Mr. Gibson's. Camped at the mouth of a small run, 10 miles from Fort Pitt. Fort Pitt, Thursday, September 14th, 1775. Got to Fort Pitt about noon. Left our girls amongst the Indians that are coming to the treaty. Great numbers of people in town come to the treaty. Terrible news from the northward, but so confused I hope there is little truth in it. Friday, September 15th, 1775. Very few of the Indians come in yet. The commissioners have been waiting for them a week. Shall be obliged to stay here some time to see the treaty. Saturday, September 16th, 1775. Got acquainted with Mr. Ephraim Douglas, an Indian trader. Found him sensible and an agreeable companion. Nancy finished my leggings and moccasins, very neat ones. Sunday, September 17th, 1775. Here are members of the Congress to treat with the Indians, delegates from the conventions of Virginia and Pennsylvania for the purpose, and commissioners from the Convention of Virginia to settle the accounts of the last campaign against the Indians. All colonels, majors, or captains, and very big with their own importance. Confound them altogether. Colonial disputes are very high between Virginia and Pennsylvania, and if not timely suppressed, will end in tragical consequences. Monday, September 18th, 1775. Spent the day in company with Mr. Douglas. Tuesday, September 19th, 1775. No news of the Indians. The commissioners are afraid they will not come at all. Wednesday, September 20th, 1775. Nancy uneasy at parting with me, obliged to promise her to return in 2 moons. Thursday, September 21st, 1775. Great commotion amongst the people about the boundaries of Pennsylvania and Virginia. Imprisoning the magistrates in the Pennsylvania interest. Expect some lives will be lost on the occasion. Friday, September 22nd, 1775. Begin to be very uneasy to stay here doing nothing, but cannot get my affairs settled, as the furs have not yet come. Saturday, September 23rd, 1775. In the afternoon with Mr. Douglas and some of the Pennsylvania party to see a rejectment served. A disagreeable scene between the parties. Sunday, September 24th, 1775. Nothing but quarreling and fighting in every part of the town. Monday, September 25th, 1775. Informed that the Shawnee Indians were at the Logstown. Went over the Allegheny River and Mr. Douglas to get island grapes. This is a small grape and grows on low vines on the gravelly beaches and islands in the river, but the most delicious grape I ever eat. Tuesday, September 26, 1775. This morning, Nancy informed me that the Indians would come to the council fire. About noon, the Shawnees and Delaware Indians, with one of the Ottawa chiefs, crossed the river in 2 canoes, about 30 in number. They were met at the riverside by delegates and garrison under arms, who saluted them with a volley, which the Indian warriors returned, then proceeded to the council house, dancing, beating the drum, and singing the peace song all along the way. When they got to the council house, the dancing ceased, and all took their places according to seniority, and a profound silence ensued for the space of 10 minutes. One of their old men then got up and spoke a few words to the delegates, signifying that he hoped they should brighten his chain of friendship, and gave them a small string of white wampum. Several others spoke and gave wampum. Then they lighted a pipe and smoked with everyone in the house out of one pipe. The delegates had an artful speech prepared for them, and adjourned the business till tomorrow. The Indians seemed a little confused. Wednesday, September 27, 1775. The treaty renewed today when the Ottawa chief made one of the best speeches I ever heard from any man, determined to get a copy of it if possible. My landlady informs me that I am likely to be took up for a spy by the delegates. Thursday, September 28, 1775. My peltry arrived this day, which I sold to Mr. Anderson, but find I shall be the loser upon the whole. Determined to leave the town on Monday. Friday, September 29, 1775. The Indians seem displeased at something, meet at the council house every day. Saturday, September 30th, 1775. Went over the river and bought a porcupine skin off an Indian. It is something like our hedgehog at home, only the quills are longer. The Indians dye them of various colors and work them on their trinkets. Mr. Edward Rice promised me his horse to carry me to V. Crawford's on Monday. Sold my gun to Mr. James Berwick, who gave me a copy of the Indian speech. Saw the Indians dance in the council house. Nancy very uneasy. She weeps plentifully. I am unhappy that this honest creature has taken such a fancy to me. Sunday, October 1st, 1775. Took leave of most of my acquaintances in town. Mr. Douglas gave me an Indian tobacco pouch made of a mink skin adorned with porcupine quills. He is desirous of keeping a correspondence with me, which in all probability will be for the interest of both of us. I have conceived a great regard for the Indians and really feel a most sensible regret in parting from them, however contemptible opinion others may entertain of these honest, poor creatures. If we take an impartial view of the Indians' general conduct, with all the disadvantages they labor under, at the same time divest ourselves of prejudice, I believe every honest man's sentiments would be in favor of them. As soon as an Indian comes into the world, he is tied with his back to a board, which serves for bed and cradle, and by putting a string through the end of the board next to his head, is very conveniently conveyed from place to place on his mother's back. He is kept in this position till half a year old, but often plunged in the water in summer, and rolled into snow in winter. He is then set at liberty to walk as soon as he can. Their youth is never troubled with severe pedagogues to whip their senses away, for they are entirely unacquainted with letters or figures. The little knowledge they have of pastimes is handed to them by hieroglyphics or tradition, subject to numberless errors and misrepresentations. Hunting is their diversion as well as support, and in this they are initiated early in life. There is established in each nation a species of government which I cannot just now find a name for. It is neither despotic, aristocratical, democratical, but rather a compound of the last two. Their kings have no more honor or respect paid them than any other man, and is obliged to hunt for his living as well as the rest. Except in council, he has a right to speak first, and if he be an old man in whose ability they can confide, his advice is generally observed. In war he acts as general. When anything of consequence is to be done, The whole nation is convened at the council house built for that purpose. Everyone has a right to speak, but it is generally left to the old men to debate the matter, as they pay the greatest attention to the voice of wisdom, which experience has conferred on the aged. Everything is conducted with the greatest regularity and decorum, silence and deliberation. Only one speaks at once, and then the most profound silence and attention is observed. Those famed for oratory have an opportunity of displaying their talents to the greatest advantage. They express themselves in a bold figurative style, accompanied with violent gestures, though exceedingly natural and well adapted to what they are saying, and in general as expressive as their words. Their dress, attitude, and firmness of countenance, when speaking, even to a person ignorant of their language, strike his mind with something awful, and his ideas with something great and noble. Speech of Shaganova, the Ottawa chief. Fathers, from the information of the people at Detroit, with distrust I accepted your invitation, and measured my way to this council fire with trembling feet. Your reception of me convinces me of this falsehood and the groundlessness of my fears. Truth and they have long been enemies. My father and many of our chiefs have lately tasted of death. The remembrance of that misfortune almost unmans me, and fills my eyes with tears. Your kind condolence has lightened my heart of its heavy burden, and shall be transmitted to my latest posterity. Here he gave a string of white wampum. Fathers, I rejoice to hear this day what I have heard, and do assure you it shall be faithfully delivered to my nation. Should you want to speak to me in future, I shall joyfully attend, and now thank you for the present invitation. The particular favor showed me, and the gun you have given me for the kindness I showed your brother, Youngfield's, claim my warmest acknowledgments. I am conscious I did but my duty. He who barely does his duty merits no praise. If any of your people visit mine, whether curiosity or business be their motive, or if unwillingly compelled by the strong hand of the victor, they shall find the same entertainment your brother found. You inform me if my people visit yours, they shall meet with an hospitable welcome. My fears are done away. I have not one doubt remaining. I will recommend it to my young men to visit and get acquainted with yours. Fathers, what has passed this day is too deeply engraved on my heart for time ever to erase. I foretell that the sunny rays of this day's peace shall warm and protect our children's children from the storms of misfortune. To confirm it, I give you my right hand, the hand which never yet was given, but the heart consented, that never shed human blood in peace, or spared an enemy in war, and I assure you to my friendship, with a tongue which never yet mocked at truth, since I was of age to know that falsehood was a crime. I think this speech would do honor to an orator of the first magnitude, allowance being made for the beauty it loses in translating. The power of their king is rather persuasive than coercive. He is rather revered as a father than feared as a king. He has neither revenue officers, or prison, or can put anyone to death, or conflict any corporal punishment on any of his people. One act of injustice would pull him from the head of affairs forever. No hereditary honor titles amongst them. An Indian has no method to render himself of consequence among his companions, but by his superiority of personal qualifications of body or mind, and which are far from being such fools as they are generally imagined to be. Though they have not the advantages of learning, they, by the light of their natural reason, distinguish right from wrong with the greatest exactness. They never mean to seat themselves and detest it in others, nor ever place confidence a second time where it has been once abused. Indeed, those that have conversed much with the whites have learned several things from them, that the natural honesty of their nature would never have thought of. In all their trades with the Europeans they are imposed on in the greatest manner. Their sensibility is quick and their passions ungoverned. I may say ungovernable, and it is not to be wondered at if they make returns in kind whenever it is in their power. It is said they are cruel and barbarous, and I believe they exercise some cruelties, the thought of which makes human nature shudder, but this is to be attributed to their national customs. It is in general opinion with white men that their difference in color and advantages of education give them a superiority over those poor people which heaven and nature never designed. They are beings endowed with reason and common sense, and I make not the least doubt but they are as valuable in the eyes of their Maker as we are, our fellow creatures, and in general above our level in many virtues that give real preeminence, however despicably we think of them or injuriously we treat them. Their persons are tall and remarkably straight, of a copper color, with long black hair, regular features, and fine black eyes. The dress of the men is short, white linen or calico shirts, which come to a little below their hips, without buttons at neck or wrist, and in general ruffled, and a great number of silver brooches stuck in it. Silver plates about 3 inches broad round their wrists of their arms, silver wheels in their ears, which are stretched long enough for the tip of the ear to touch the shoulder, silver rings in their noses, breech clout and moccasins with a match coat that serves them for a bed at night. They cut off their hair except a lock on the crown of their head and go bareheaded, pluck out their beards. The women wear the same sort of shirts as the men, and a sort of short petticoat that comes no lower than their knees, leggings and moccasins the same as the men. Wear their hair long, curled down the back in silver plaits if they can afford it, if not, tied in a club with red gartering. No rings in the nose, but plenty in the ears. Both men and women paint with vermilion and other colors mixed with bear's oil, and adorn themselves with any tawdry thing they think pretty. Their language is soft, copious, and expressive. God in the Delaware is Wellhack Manetta, the devil Menta, bread Ocpone. They cannot curse or swear in their own language, are obliged to the Europeans for that vice. Religion they have little amongst them, and that seems to have something of a Jewish manner in it. They have some particular dances at the full and change of the moon, and sometimes pay a sort of adoration to the sun. At certain periods the women absent themselves from society for a few days, and will not suffer anyone to touch a rag of their clothes or eat with them. Before they join their friends again, they wash all their clothes, and purify every vessel they have made use of with fire. Marriage is little observed, as they live together no longer than they can agree. The women keeps all the children. Wives are absolute slaves to their husbands. It is very rare for a couple to live all their life together without changing. Polygamy is not allowed. They pay great respect to the dead, particularly those that have rendered themselves conspicuous in war. Their houses are built of logs or bark, with the fire in the middle, and benches on each side of the house, which serve for chairs, beds, and tables. In summer they chiefly live in the woods, in bark tents, smoke much tobacco mixed with the leaves of sumac, which is very pleasant. Incline much to silence, except when in liquor, which they are very fond of, and then they are very loquacious, committing the greatest outrages on each other. The women always hide all the offensive weapons as soon as the men get intoxicated, and it is observed that they never all get drunk together. One of them will keep sober to take care of the rest. There is upwards of 30 different nations, nearly similar in customs and manner. None of them are very numerous. Since spirituous liqueurs were introduced amongst them, they have depopulated fast. Smallpox has made terrible havoc. Monday, October 2nd, 1775. Am informed that the delegates intend to examine my papers. I will prevent the scoundrels if possible. Settled my affairs with Mr. John Anderson, who has behaved more like a father than a common acquaintance. Made him a compliment of my silver buckles, and agreed to keep up a correspondence. Parting with Nancy was the most affecting thing I have ever experienced since I left home. The poor creature wept most plentifully. However base it may appear to conscientious people, it is absolutely necessary to take a temporary wife if they have to travel amongst the Indians. Left Fort Pitt. Dined at Widow Meyer's. Got to Mr. John de Camp's. West Augusta, Virginia, Tuesday, October 3rd, 1775. At Mr. John de Camp's, who absolutely refuses to let me go away till tomorrow. Wednesday, October 4th, 1775. Left Mr. de Camp's. Lost my way several times, but got to V. Crawford's in the evening. Thursday, October 5th, 1775. At V. Crawford's. Performed the part of a clergyman at the funeral of an infant. At the grave, the parents and friends wept and drank whiskey alternately. V. Crawford promised to hire me a horse to carry me over the mountain when I went to Fort Pitt, but I believe he never intends to perform. Friday, October 6, 1775. Went to Captain Gist's to see if he could assist me with a horse. He treated me very kindly, but could not furnish me with a horse. Lodged there. Saturday, October 7th, 1775. Returned to V. Crawford's. Find V. wants to take advantage of my necessity. Experience teaches me adversity is the touchstone of friendship. Sunday, October 8th, 1775. At V. Crawford's, very uneasy. My clothes wore out and my money almost expended. I have made an unfortunate summer's work of it, but cannot tax myself with extravagance, but with a great deal of imprudence in choice of my companion, Rice. Monday, October 9th, 1775. On my way to Major Crawford's, saw the vestiges of an old fortification. It appears to me that this country has been inhabited by a race of people superior in military knowledge to the present Indians. In different parts of the country there are the vestiges of regular fortifications, and it is well known the Indians have not the least knowledge of that art. When or by whom these places were built, I leave to more able antiquarians than I am to determine. Fortunately for me, Zachariah Connell is going over the mountain tomorrow, and will find me a horse to go along with him. Returned to V. Crawford's. Allegheny Mountain, Tuesday, October 10th, 1775. Left V. Crawford's, whom I believe to be a scoundrel. Set out with Mr. Zach Connell for Winchester. Lodged at the Great Meadows at one Lynch's Tavern, in company with Colonel Lee, Colonel Peyton, Colonel Clapham, Colonel Blackburn, Colonel McDonald, and Mr. Richard Lee. All of them commissioners from the Virginia Convention for settling the accounts of the last Indian War. A set of niggardly beings. Great want of beds, and I am well content with the floor and my blanket. Wednesday, October 11th, 1775. Crossed the Falling Timbers, Youghiogheny River, at the Great Crossing, Laurel Mountain. Breakfast at Rice's Tavern. Then over to Winding Ridge, crossed the Maryland line and Negro Mountain. Lodged at Tumblestone's Tavern, on top of the Allegheny Mountain. Thursday, October 12th, 1775. Crossed the Little Meadow Mountain, Shades of Death, and Savage Mountain. Breakfast at Tittle's Tavern. Then to Gregg's Tavern, Fort Cumberland now deserted and demolished on Wills Creek and the Potomac River. Got to Old Town in Maryland, 14 miles from Fort Cumberland. Lodged at 1 Rollins Tavern. End of section 9.
Section 10 of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew McNaughton. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. Section 10. Chapter 7. Back in Virginia, News of the Revolution. Part 1. From Old Town to Mr. William Gibbs, Friday, October 13th, 1775. This is a pretty little town for such an inconvenient situation. Some good land about it, first settled by Cresswell, an Englishman from Skipton in Craven. Crossed the Potomac River at the conjunction of the North and South Branch. Met a woman with 2 small children in great distress, on whom I bestowed my last shirt, except that I had on. Crossed the Spring Gap Mountain and dined at Rinker's Tavern. Got to Mr. Gibbs in the evening. Mr. G. not at home. 2 young ladies lodged there who gazed at me as if I was a wild man of the woods. They and my ragged breeches caused me to spend a disagreeable evening. Redmont, Berkeley County, Virginia, Saturday, October 14th, 1775. Got up early this morning and mended my breeches with a piece of my shirt-lap. Shaved and made myself as decent as my circumstances would admit. After settling with Mr. Connell, I have only 1 penny left. No money to be got at Mr. Gibbs, as he is not at home. Went to Mr. Norse's, who makes me welcome and will assist me to Leesburg. Sunday, October 15th, 1775. At Mr. Norse's, very genteelly entertained. Major Gates's lady here on a visit, who insisted on me going to church, ragged as my dress was. Mr. Norse read prayers, no parson. Leesburg, Loudoun County, Virginia, Monday, October 16th, 1775. He lent me a horse to Leesburg, where I arrived in the evening. Lodged at Mr. Moffat's. Tuesday, October 17th, 1775. Went to Captain Douglas. Agreed to pay 1/2 of the expenses I have been at, and confirm the bargain, but this I will defer for some time, till there is a probability of these disputes being ended. Wednesday, October 18th, 1775. Slept very little last night, it being the first night I have slept in a bed since the 28th April last. Got a boy and horse from Captain Douglas to carry me to Alexandria. Returned Mr. Norse's horse by Mr. F. Keyes. Set out for Alexandria in company with Mr. Charles Little. Dined at Moss's. Lodged at Mr. Little's about 5 miles from Alexandria. Alexandria, Virginia, Thursday, October 19th, 1775. Got to Alexandria to dinner. Found Mr. Kirk very well. He was glad to see me, expected that I was killed by the Indians. A letter from my father dated September 16th, 74, which makes me very unhappy, with one from Mr. Latham of the same date. Everything is in confusion. All exports are stopped, and hardly a possibility of getting home. I have nothing to support me, and how to proceed I do not know. I am in necessity obliged to rely on Mr. Kirk's kind promises. This is disagreeable, but I must submit to it. Friday, October 20th, 1775. Slept very little last night, owing to my agitation of mind. To add to my distress, the moths have eaten 2 suits of my clothes to pieces. Nothing but war talked of, raising men and making every military preparation. A large army at Boston, another in Canada, and another at or about Norfolk in Virginia. This cannot be redressing grievances. It is open rebellion, and I am convinced if Great Britain does not send more men here and subdue them soon, they will declare independence. CTMP. Saturday, October 21st, 1775. I am now in a disagreeable situation. If I enter into any sort of business, I must be obliged to enter into the service of these rascals, and fight against my friends and country if called upon. On the other hand, I am not permitted to depart the continent and to have nothing, if I am fortunate enough to escape the jail. I will live as cheap as I can and hope for better times. Sunday, October 22nd, 1775. No church. Monday, October 23rd, 1775. News that Lord Dunmore was coming up the river with 4,000 men to destroy the town. I am determined to get on board the King's ship as soon as possible. Tuesday, October 24th, 1775. The inhabitants begin to remove their most valuable effects out of town, but I think it will prove a false alarm. Wednesday, October 25th, 1775. Exceedingly uneasy. Mr. Kirk does everything in his power to make me unhappy. Thursday, October 26th, 1775. News that Lord Dunmore had landed at Norfolk and seized 50 guns and spoilt all the cannons there. Friday, October 27th, 1775. Supped and spent the evening at Captain Ramsay's. Great political dispute with him. Saturday, October 28th, 1775. Mr. Kirk went to Leesburg and left me to take care of his house and people. Very unwell this evening. Sunday, October 29th, 1775. A violent pain in my breast this morning. Took a dose of salts, which has taken it away. Monday, October 30th, 1775. The people here are ripe for a revolt. Nothing but curses and imprecations against England, her fleets, armies, and friends. The king is publicly cursed, and rebellion rears her horrid head. The people in this colony and the province of Maryland are in general greatly in debt to the merchants in England, and think a revolt would pay all. Tuesday, October 31st, 1775. Understand that I am suspected of being what they call a Tory, that is, a friend to my country, and am threatened with tar and feathers, imprisonment, and the D-L knows what. Curse the scoundrels. Wednesday, November 1st, 1775. News that 300 people on the eastern shore in Maryland had gone over to Lord Dunmore. The committee took an account of the flour in town, as they apprehend his lordship will pay them a visit. Thursday, November 2nd, 1775. Nothing remarkable. Friday, November 3rd, 1775. Determined to talk about the time as little as possible and slip away as soon as I can get an opportunity. Saturday, November 4th, 1775. Captain McCabe came down and brought me a letter from Mr. Kirk. Sunday, November 5th, 1775. No preaching here, for people are too much taken up with the war. Monday, November 6th, 1775. News that the king's ships had burnt Falmouth in New Hampshire. Some New England masters of vessels that lie here, being the anniversary of the gunpowder plot, had the Pope, Lord North, Barnard, Hutchinson, and the Devil burnt in effigy after carting them through the town with drums and fifes. Tuesday, November 7th, 1775. Nothing remarkable. Wednesday, November 8th, 1775. Want of employment and my disagreeable situation make my life miserable. Something must be done to get a living. Thursday, November 9th, 1775. At dinner had a long dispute with Dr. Jackson about the origin of the present proceedings. I believe he was employed to draw me into a political dispute. I proceeded with great caution and temerity. Most of the company agrees that I had the better of the argument, but never so much embarrassed in my life. This convinces me that, though parents take ever so much pains to inculcate every virtue in the minds of their children, they commit a great error by treating them too long as mere children. I can experimentally prove that this system is attended with the worst consequences. A severe restraint over youth, unless those in whom bad dispositions are apparent, is the surest method to make blockheads of them, for they are thereby prevented learning to think, and by appearing to make little of their opinion, smother every ray of genius and almost every qualification they profess, and give them such a diffidence of themselves as will make them appear, though possessed of the best understandings, unpolished clowns. A young man always under the eye of a severe parent, and by his rigor restrained from enjoying those amusements to which youth are naturally addicted, and from which a little indulgence would wean him, no sooner becomes his own master than, hurried on by those gratifications which his imagination has represented so delicious to him, he generally plunges into excesses, which in a short time dissipate his fortune, ruin his health, and too often bring him an untimely martyr to his grave. Another ill consequence attending this conduct is that it is impossible to know their disposition without allowing them the liberty of acting as they choose in things of no material consequence. I mean, when they are arrived at the age of 18 or 20, for at that time of life their passions are just ripening, when the bent and turn of their minds, the good or bad dispositions, will be seen and are easily brought to perfection, or, in a great measure, extinguished. I am led into this train of thoughts by the many embarrassments this system has frequently laid me under at different periods, and am convinced it will be a great obstruction to my future proceedings or advancement in life. When I am in company with people of equal or superior abilities, or those of an unconstrained behavior tinctured with a large share of assurance, my diffidence and temerity is so great that it renders me ridiculous, even when the discourse happens to turn upon a topic I understand as well as any of them. Memorandum: never to enter into political disputes again till I have more impudence or am in a free country. Friday, November 10th, 1775. This war is carried on by the Americans in the most curious manner. The name of liberty is most vilely prostituted. Under this sanction, the Congress have persuaded the people to believe that paper bills paid by them are transmuted into real gold and silver after it has received their infallible emblem and benediction. There are some few heretics which dispute the orthodoxy of this doctrine, but if it is in the power of prisons and persecution to convince them of their mistaken notions, I believe it will not be wanting. Their emblems and mottos on their bills are well adapted. On the $8 bills there is the figure of a harp with this motto, Majora minoribus consonant. The greater and smaller ones sound together. On the $4 bills is impressed a wild boar running on the spear of the hunter with this motto, Aut mors, aut vita decora. Either death or life is glorious. On the $3 bills is drawn an eagle on the wing, pouncing on a crane, who turns upon his back and receives the eagle on the point of his long bill, which pierces the eagle's breast, with this motto, Exitus in dubio est. The event is uncertain. On the $5 bills we have a thorny bush which a hand seems attempting to eradicate. The hand seems to bleed as if pricked by the spines. The motto is Sustine vel abstine, which may be rendered, bear with me or let me alone, or thus either support or leave me. On the $6 bills is the figure of a beaver gnawing a large tree with this motto, perseverando, by perseverance. On the $2 bills is the figure of a hand and flail over sheaves of wheat with this motto, tribulatio ditat, thrashing improves it. On the $1 bills is the plant acanthus sprouting on all sides under a weight placed upon it with the motto, depressa resurgit, though oppressed it rises. The $7 bills have for their device a storm descending from a black heavy cloud with this motto, Serenabit, it will clear up. The $30 bills have a wreath of laurel on a marble monument or altar, the motto, Si recta facies, if you act rightly. The Congress have issued $2 million in these bills for the support of the present war. It is to be sunk by the sale of land in terra incognita. Saturday, November 11th, 1775. News, Chumbley taken. Sunday, November 12th, 1775. Mr. Kirk returned home and is well pleased with my management in his absence. Monday, November 13th, 1775. Mr. V. Crawford called to see me and lodged with me at Mr. Kirk's. Tuesday, November 14th, 1775. Nothing remarkable. Wednesday, November 15th, 1775. No prospect of getting home this winter, as I am suspected of being a spy. I am very narrowly watched. Agreed to go to Leesburg to assist Mr. Kirk's bookkeeper to settle his books, but this must be kept a profound secret that I am anyways employed by him, though I receive no wages, only my board, such is the fashion of the times. Thursday, November 16th, 1775. No news. Hope General Howe has given them a drubbing. Makes them so quiet. Leesburg, Virginia, Friday, November 17th, 1775. Left Alexandria, dined at Moss's, got to Leesburg in the evening, lodged at Mrs. Sorrell's with Mr. Cavan. Saturday, November 18th, 1775. At Leesburg, spent the evening with Captain Douglas, Mr. Johnston, Mr. I. Booker, and Cavan at a turkey feast in the neighborhood. Sunday, November 19th, 1775. Went to church or courthouse, which you please, in the forenoon. Spent the evening at Mr. George Ancram's. Monday, November 20th, 1775. Spent the evening at Captain McCabe's. Great disturbance for want of salt. Tuesday, November 21st, 1775. Nothing remarkable. Wednesday, November 22nd, 1775. Find Cavan to be a good-natured, sensible young man, and his sentiments agree with mine. Spent the evening at George Johnston's. Thursday, November 23rd, 1775. Very uneasy. Damn the rascals. He thinks no more of them than I do. Friday, November 24th, 1775. News that St. John's was taken, and 500 prisoners in it, and that Major Connolly was taken in disguise at Fredericktown in Maryland. Saturday, November 25th, 1775. Spent the evening at Captain McCabe's in company with Captain Douglas and Cavan. Sunday, November 26th, 1775. A Methodist meeting in town. Monday, November 27th, 1775. Spent the evening at Mr. Johnston's with Hugh Nielsen and Cavan. Tuesday, November 28th, 1775. Nothing worth notice. Wednesday, November 29th, 1775. Dined at Captain McCabe's. Spent the evening at the store in company with Captain McCabe and Captain Speke, and all of us got drunk. Thursday, November 30th, 1775. Dined at Captain Douglas's, being the anniversary of St. Andrew's, the titular saint of the Scotch, in company with Captain McCabe, Messrs. Cavan, Booker, Johnston, Nielsen, and McIntyre. We had one of the best dinners I have ever seen in America. Spent an agreeable day, but find myself low-spirited. In short, almost stupid sometimes, continually unhappy. Friday, December 1st, 1775. Dined at Captain Douglas's. Got to town in the evening, which I spent with an honest Quaker, one Matthews. News that Quebec was taken by the rebels, but I believe it to be a D-D lie. Saturday, December 2nd, 1775. Nothing remarkable. Sunday, December 3rd, 1775. No preaching in town. Monday, December 4th, 1775. Left Leesburg in company with Mr. Matthews and Mr. James Booker. Dined at Nolan's Ferry, where we crossed the Potomac and went to Fredericktown in Maryland. This is a smart town, a small manufactory of stockings and guns, a Dutch church and an English one, with a poorhouse and several very good buildings. The inhabitants are chiefly Dutch. It is 25 miles from Leesburg. Lodged at Carleton's Tavern. Tuesday, December 5th, 1775. Went to see Major Connolly, who is prisoner at Fredericktown, but obliged to get one of the committee men to go with me. They would not trust us alone. Found him in good spirits. He was bound to Detroit, and had one Smith and Cameron with him to raise a regiment there and meet Lord Dunmore at Alexandria in the spring. Left Fredericktown, dined at Nolan's Ferry, got to Leesburg at night. Saturday, December 9th, 1775. Nothing remarkable these 4 days. Sunday, December 10th, 1775. Went to church. Spent the evening at Mr. Johnston's with the Reverend Mr. David Griffiths and several gentlemen. Monday, December 11th, 1775. Court day. No business done. Everything in confusion. Wrote to Fort Pitt by V. Crawford. Tuesday, December 12th, 1775. Nothing remarkable. Saturday, December 16th, 1775. Nothing worth mentioning this week. Sunday, December 17th, 1775. Went to hear bombast, noise, and nonsense uttered by a Methodist and an Anabaptist preacher. Spent the evening at Mr. G. Johnston's. Thursday, December 21st, 1775. Nothing but lies in papers. Friday, December 22nd, 1775. Spent the evening at Captain McCabe's in company with George West, Esquire. Find him a volatile, flighty man. Saturday, December 23rd, 1775. Very cold day, freezing and snowing. Sunday, December 24th, 1775. Went with Captain McCabe to Mr. West's, about 5 miles from town. No news for several days. P. Hill, Loudoun County, Monday, December 25th, 1775. Christmas Day, which we spent at Mr. West's. Tuesday, December 26th, 1775. After dinner went to Mr. William Elzey's, but returned to Mr. West's at night. Wednesday, December 27th, 1775. The sharpest frost last night I ever knew. We slept in a very small room and had a large fire. It froze the wine in the pot, which did not stand more than 5 foot from the fire. Left P. Hill. Mr. West treated us with the greatest civility. Went to town. Leesburg, Thursday, December 28th, 1775. A Methodist meeting in town. Great numbers of people came in sleighs. They are something like our sleds. Friday, December 29th, 1775. No news. An invitation to Captain Douglas on Monday next. Saturday, December 30th, 1775. Nothing remarkable. Sunday, December 31st, 1775. This is the last day of the year 1775, which I have spent but very indifferently. In short, I have done nothing but wore out my clothes and constitution, and according to the present prospect of affairs, the new year bears a forbidding aspect. I am here a prisoner at large. If I attempt to depart and don't succeed, a prison must be my lot. If I do anything to get a living, perhaps I must be obliged to fight against my king and country, which my conscience abhors. I will wait with patience till summer, and then risk a passage. Garaland, Loudoun County, Monday, January 1st, 1776. Went to Garaland, seat of Captain William Douglas. A great deal of agreeable company, and very merry. Tuesday, January 2nd, 1776. At Garaland, dancing and playing at cards. In the evening, several of the company went in quest of a poor Englishman who they supposed had made songs on the committee, but did not find him. Wednesday, January 3rd, 1776. Went to Leesburg. Spent the evening at Mr. Johnston's. Thursday, January 4th, 1776. Alarmed with some symptoms of the itch. Friday, January 5th, 1776. This being my birthday, invited Captain McCabe, H. Neilson, W. Johnston, Matthews, Booker, and my particular friend P. Cavan to spend the evening with me. We have kept it up all night, and I am at this time very merry. Saturday, January 6th, 1776. Spent the evening at Mr. Johnston's with our last night's company. He is going to camp. All of us got most feloniously drunk. Captain McCabe, Hugh Neilson, and I kept it up all night. Sunday, January 7th, 1776. Went to bed about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, stupidly drunk. Not been in bed or asleep for 2 nights. Monday, January 8th, 1776. My last 2 days' conduct will not bear reflection. The uneasiness of my mind causes me to drink deeper when in company to elevate my spirits. Fatal remedy indeed. Saturday, January 13th, 1776. Nothing remarkable this week. Sunday, January 14th, 1776. Went with Captain McCabe to dine with Mr. Matthew Camel about 2 miles from town. Returned in the evening. No news. Monday, January 15th, 1776. Spent the evening at Captain McCabe's with Captain I. Speake, who gave us certain accounts that Norfolk was burnt on the 1st of the present month, and that there is a vessel repairing at Alexandria bound for London with passengers. Determined to go down and take a passage tomorrow. Alexandria, Virginia, Tuesday, January 16th, 1776. Left Leesburg in company with Captain Speake. Dined at Moss's Ordinary. Got to Alexandria. Mr. Kirk informs me that the vessel will not be permitted to go to England or Ireland. No hopes of going in her. Mr. Kirk advises me to keep my intention of going home a secret, or I am certain to be imprisoned. D-M, the rascals. Wednesday, January 17th, 1776. Drank coffee at Captain Harper's. Spent the evening at Captain Speake's with Captain F. Spiet and Dennis Ramsay. 2 conceited ignorant fops. No news except it be lies. Thursday, January 18th, 1776. A many of my old acquaintances looks very cool upon me, because I will not be as great scoundrels as themselves. Friday, January 19th, 1776. A pamphlet called Common Sense makes a great noise. One of the vilest things that ever was published to the world, full of false representations, lies, calumny, and treason, whose principles are to subvert all kingly governments and erect an independent republic. I believe the writer to be some Yankee Presbyterian, member of the Congress. The sentiments are adopted by a great number of people who are indebted to Great Britain. Saturday, January 20th, 1776. An odd adventure this evening. The follies of life are innumerable. Monday, January 22nd, 1776. Nothing but independence talked of. Tuesday, January 23rd, 1776. Last night the river froze over. Dined at Captain Conway's with Mr. Buckingham. Drank coffee at Mr. John's. Wednesday, January 24th, 1776. Left Alexandria, dined at Moss's, got to Leesburg in the evening. D.G. Friday, January 26th, 1776. Nothing but independence will go down. The devil is in the people. End of section 10. Section 11 of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew McNaughton. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. Section 11. Chapter 7. Back in Virginia, News of the Revolution. Part 2. Saturday, January 27th, 1776. This evening Mr. Cavan and I salved for the itch, and got very merry. Curse the disorder. Sunday, January 28th, 1776. Received a letter from Mr. Kirke advising that Lord Dunmore was coming up the river as soon as the ice would permit him, and desiring us to send him all the wagons that we can get. I wish his lordship a safe arrival. Monday, January 29th, 1776. All in confusion. The committee met to choose officers for the new company that are to be raised. They are 21 in number, the first men in the county, and had 2 bowls of toddy, but could not find cash to pay for it. Spent the evening at Captain McCabe's. Tuesday, January 30th, 1776. Preparing for the reception of Mr. Kirke and his people. Mr. Hugh Neilson spent the evening at the store. News that Quebec was not taken, but that Montgomery had stormed it. He was killed and his rabble defeated. Wednesday, January 31st, 1776. Nothing remarkable. Friday, February 2nd, 1776. Find our landlady to be a thief. Determined to watch her narrowly. Saturday, February 3rd, 1776. Spent the evening at the tavern with Messrs. Neilson, Booker, and Cavan. Mr. Kirke's goods arrived in town. Sunday, February 4th, 1776. Methodist meeting in town. Monday, February 5th, 1776. Spent the evening at the tavern with Mr. V. Crawford. Tuesday, February 6th, 1776. Went with Mr. Crawford to Captain Douglas's, but returned to town in the evening. Wednesday, February 7th, 1776. This day the town was alarmed with a horse-stealer being pursued through the streets several times. The poor fellow had neither saddle or bridle, but got away by swearing he had won the race. Thursday, February 8th, 1776. News that General Lee was sent with 5,000 men to reinforce the rebel army at Quebec. Spent the evening with Mr. B. Call. Saturday, February 10th, 1776. Nothing remarkable. Sunday, February 11th, 1776. Went with Mr. Cavan and Mr. Thomas Matthews to a Quaker meeting about 7 miles from town. This is one of the most comfortable places of worship I was ever in. They had 2 large fires and a Dutch stove. After a long silence and many groans, a man got up and gave us a short lecture with great deliberation. Dined at Mr. Joseph Janney's, one of the Friends. Got to Leesburg at night. Monday, February 12th, 1776. Court day. Great confusion. No business done. The populace deters the magistrates, and they, in turn, are courting the rebels' favor. Enlisting men for the rebel army upon credit. Their paper money is not yet arrived from the mine. Tuesday, February 13th, 1776. Mr. Kirk arrived in town, informs me there is some hopes of a reconciliation. I wish it may be true. Wednesday, February 14th, 1776. Some thoughts of attempting to make nitre out of the floors of tobacco houses. If I can effect it, it will gain me a little favor with the people, and assist me in my escape from this hateful country. Mentioned it to Mr. J. Booker, who is willing to join me. Thursday, February 15th, 1776. Spent the evening at Captain McCabe's with Mr. Kirk and Cavan. Friday, February 16th, 1776. Breakfasted at Mr. McCrae's with Mr. Kirk, who advises me to attempt the nitre. Mr. K. returned to Alexandria. Saturday, February 17th, 1776. Got some earth and fixed tubs, as I was going to make lye of ashes, which I intend to let stand 2 days before I draw it. Sunday, February 18th, 1776. Dined at Captain Douglas, returned to town in the evening. Monday, February 19th, 1776. Spent the evening at the tavern with Messrs. Nielsen, Cavan, Booker, one doctor, Mr. Nichols, and Dr. McGinnis. A confounded mad frolic. Tuesday, February 20th, 1776. Very sick with my last night's debauch. Temperance is a most finished virtue. Wednesday, February 21st, 1776. Boiled my lye and set it to cool, but am doubtful of success. Thursday, February 22nd, 1776. My success is greater than I expected. Am certain I can bring it to bear after a few trials. Went with Mr. Booker and H. Nielsen to Garyland. Friday, February 23rd, 1776. Returned to Leesburg this morning. Mr. Cavan went to collect debts and left me to take care of the store. Sunday, February 25th, 1776. Nothing remarkable. Monday, February 26th, 1776. A report that commissioners have arrived at Philadelphia to settle affairs with the Congress. Mr. Cavan returned. Tuesday, February 27th, 1776. Nothing remarkable. Wednesday, February 28th, 1776. Spent the evening at the store with Captain George Johnston and Mr. James Janney. Captain Johnston informs me they killed 82 of the King's troops at the Great Bridge near Norfolk without having one man on their side killed or wounded. This is very strange if it be true. Thursday, February 29th, 1776. Spent the evening with Captain Johnston. Politics, the general topic, and independence seems to be his favorite scheme, and I believe it will be declared very soon. Exceedingly cold. Friday, March 1st, 1776. Some talk of a reconciliation, but I'm afraid it is not well grounded. Very unwell today. Saturday, March 2nd, 1776. Spent the evening at the tavern in company with Booker, Cavan, Rispus, and Dr. McGinnis, but was obliged to go home to bed, sick. Sunday, March 3rd, 1776. Violent pains all over my body, some symptoms of a nervous fever. Monday, March 4th, 1776. Applied to the doctor, who assures me it is a complication of the nervous fever and rheumatism. Gave me physic. Wednesday, March 20th, 1776. Have been confined to my room in violent pain. A little better today, and able to walk about my room. This is the first day I have been able to write since the 4th of the month. Thursday, March 21st, 1776. Much better, but very weak. Taking a decoction of the woods. My spirits are good, and I hope I shall get over this bout. News that the great Sanhedrim, the Congress, had given the colonies liberty to trade with all nations but Great Britain and its islands, and that they had begun to bombard Boston. Friday, March 22nd, 1776. Free from pain, wrapped myself up and went to see the general musters of the militia in town. About 700 men, but few arms. Great confusion among them. Saturday, March 23rd, 1776. Am afraid I got cold yesterday. Violent pain in my back and head. Sunday, March 24th, 1776. Confined to my room. The doctor scolds me and brings more of his damned nostrums. Friday, March 29th, 1776. Confined to my room these past 5 days, and greatest part of the time to my bed, unable to help myself. I am a little better today, able to walk about the room, but look like the picture of famine. Saturday, March 30th, 1776. Something better. News that the rebels had defeated the King's friends under the command of General McDonald at Widow Moore's Creek in South Carolina. Part of General Lee's bodyguard went through here. Sunday, March 31st, 1776. News that the English had evacuated Boston and gone to sea. Hope it is a lie. Monday, April 1st, 1776. A great deal better, but weak. Still continue to take the doctor's slops, and he is for confining me another week to my room. Mr. Kirk has written several kind letters to me, but Cavan's kindness I shall never be able to repay. Tuesday, April 2nd, 1776. Captain McCabe and Mr. West came to see me and stayed late. Attending on them is of bad consequence to me at this time. Wednesday, April 3rd, 1776. Sitting up last night has caused a relapse. Confound them both. Tuesday, April 9th, 1776. Confined to my room for 5 days. Wednesday, April 10th, 1776. Took a violent sweat last night, which has eased me of all pain and restored the use of my limbs. No news. Thursday, April 11th, 1776. Find myself much better. Confound the stupid blockhead that he could not prescribe a sweat sooner. I can walk about and eat heartily. Friday, April 12th, 1776. Agreed with Mr. James Booker to join him in making saltpetre. He is to find wood, earth, and negroes to work, and a house proper to boil it in. I am to find boilers, tubs, and have the management of the work and go equal shares in the profit, and pay him for my board at the Cattail. Bought a large kettle and 3 rum hogsheads to make tubs of, and sent them to the place. I shall not be able to go to sea, if I have had an opportunity, this 3 months. This will take off all suspicion, and I can live cheaper than in town, admit I make nothing by the business. Saturday, April 13th, 1776. Much better. Rode to the Cattail, about a mile from town. Set 4 tubs with earth for saltpetre, returned at night. Believe my ride has done me good. Sunday, April 14th, 1776. Nothing but Methodist meetings in every part of the town. Monday, April 15th, 1776. I am now free from pain, but very weak and feeble, and not fit for anything. Mr. Kirk is coming here. I am determined to go to the Cattail. Tuesday, April 16th, 1776. Preparing to go to the Cattail. Captain Douglas and Captain McCabe came to see me and spent the evening with me. Cattail, Loudoun County, Virginia, Wednesday, April 17th, 1776. Left Leesburg. Went to the Cattail. Set my tubs a-running, but think it is too weak. Thursday, April 18th, 1776. Got my pot fixed to boil the lye and other necessary matters. Friday, April 19th, 1776. Began to boil, but find I must construct some method of fixing the volatile salts, or I shall make very little nitre. Saturday, April 20th, 1776. Set the tubs with fresh earth and put about half a bushel of wood ashes in the bottom of each. I am not able to bear much fatigue. Sunday, April 21st, 1776. Mr. Nielsen and Mr. Cavan came to see me. My hair begins to come off. Monday, April 22nd, 1776. A violent headache, not able to do anything. Tuesday, April 23rd, 1776. Much better. Boiling lye with the ashes in it, find it answers better than expectation. Wednesday, April 24th, 1776. Dined at Thompson Mason's, Esquire. Riding is of service to me if my strength would bear it. Thursday, April 25th, 1776. Set more tubs, and one with ashes above the lye. I intend to mix. Friday, April 26th, 1776. Went to Captain Douglas's, returned at night. Saturday, April 27th, 1776. Mixed the nitrous lye and the wood ash lye together, which breaks like curds, but makes purer nitre and more of it. Sunday, April 28th, 1776. Dined with Mr. Kirk, who has come to live in Leesburg. He does everything to encourage me, with great profession of friendship. Tuesday, April 30th, 1776. At town, very unwell. Wednesday, May 1st, 1776. News. That a fleet fitted out by Congress under the command of a certain Essex Hopkins, a Yankee man, had made a descent on New Providence in the West Indies, and took a considerable quantity of cannon and military stores. In their passage back had met with the Glasgow man-of-war and made her run away. Thursday, May 2nd, 1776. Find by mixing the nitrous lye with about 1/3 part strong wood ash lye, fixes the nitre and prevents its flying off in air. Friday, May 3rd, 1776. Am afraid my partner will be dilatory. Saturday, May 4th, 1776. Experiments tried today, but none answers so well as that on Thursday last, which I am determined to pursue. Sunday, May 5th, 1776. Went to town, which is rather more than I can well bear. I'm so weak. Mr. Kirk lent me his mare for the summer. No news. Saturday, May 11th, 1776. Employed at home all this week. I shall make bread and something more. Sunday, May 12th, 1776. Went to town. Returned in the evening. Thursday, May 16th, 1776. Employed for several days at home. News that Mr. John Goodrich, a merchant in Norfolk, was confined in Williamsburg jail with 100 weight of irons upon him. This is persecution with a witness. Friday, May 17th, 1776. This day is appointed by the great Sanhedrim to be kept an holy fast throughout the continent, but we have no prayers in Leesburg. The parson is gone into the army. Saturday, May 18th, 1776. Employed at home. No news. Sunday, May 19th, 1776. Went to town. Nothing but Methodist preaching hypocrisy and nonsense. Monday, May 20th, 1776. Employed at home. Tuesday, May 21st, 1776. Dined at Mr. Kirk's. Bespoke some new clothes, as mine begin to be shabby, and it is absolutely necessary to keep up a genteel appearance, though I can badly afford it. Thursday, May 23rd, 1776. Employed at home yesterday and today. Friday, May 24th, 1776. After I had finished my work for the day, was seized with a most violent pain in my back and head. A great riot in town about Tories. Mr. Cavan obliged to hide himself. Saturday, May 25th, 1776. The pain continues, but not with such violence as at first. Sunday, May 26th, 1776. Something better. Rode to town. Got a vomit from Mr. Kirk, which I intend to take in the morning. Monday, May 27th, 1776. Took the vomit, which has given me some ease at the stomach. Tuesday, May 28th, 1776. A pain in my head and feverish. Have nothing proper to nourish me or anything to be got. Curse the country. Friday, May 31st, 1776. Very ill and exceedingly low-spirited these 3 days. Nobody to dress a mouthful of victuals fit for a dog to eat. Saturday, June 1st, 1776. Weak and fainty, with pain in my limbs. Sunday, June 2nd, 1776. Something better. Went to town and dined with Captain McCabe. Monday, June 3rd, 1776. Set 4 tubs of fresh earth. Tuesday, June 4th, 1776. Dined at Mr. Mason's, where I saw the part of a horned snakeskin about 5 foot long. This is the most venomous snake that is known. It is covered with scales like a fish, black and white on the back, the belly white, with a small hair in its tail like a cockspur, from whence it takes its name. It does not crawl on its belly like other snakes, but tumbles tail over head, and by that means strikes its horn into its enemy, which is of such a poisonous nature it is instant death. I have been informed by several credible persons, some of them offers to swear, that if it strikes its horn into a tree in full leaf, it withers and dies in 24 hours. I never saw this, but have not the least reason to doubt the truth of it. They had cut the head off this snake. They tell me it had small horns and was about 9 foot long. When they had disabled it, it roared like a calf. The rattlesnake is scaly, the back variegated with black and yellow in an angular manner, the belly white, the head black and green, with the brightest eyes I ever saw in any creature on earth. It has a power of extending its mouth at pleasure, furnished with 4 teeth crooked like a cat's claw. With these they bite and introduce the venom, which is of a yellow color, into the wound. They only use them as weapons of defense, as they never masticate their food, but swallow rabbits and birds whole, after they have anointed them with their saliva. Their rattle is a sort of dry, horny substance, joined together very curiously. It is said they have an additional one every year. I have seen some with 10 of them. They generally rattle at your approach and are easily avoided. People that travel much in the woods wear leggings of coarse woolen cloth, which their teeth cannot get through. Neither these or the horned snake propagate by eggs, but bring their young entire. They all disappear in winter. Here are several other snakes. The copper snake is very like the rattlesnake, but no rattle, whose bite is venomous. The glass snake, the gator snake, and black snake, these 3 last are not hurtful. The glass snake, if you strike it, it breaks to pieces. Wednesday, June 5th, 1776. Went to town to instruct the workmen how to erect a pump in Mr. Kirk's distillery. No news for this week past. Thursday, June 6th, 1776. Employed at home, very much indisposed. Friday, June 7th, 1776. Mr. Kirk sent for me to dine with him, and proposed me joining him in the potash making, which he persuades me I am capable of managing, but I declined it, as I am determined to leave this country as soon as I can. Saturday, June 8th, 1776. Employed at home. Sunday, June 9th, 1776. Went to town in the afternoon. Mr. Kirk advises me to take a decoction of the woods, which he is kind enough to prepare. Saturday, June 15th, 1776. Employed at home all the week. Am taking the decoction. Very weak and feeble. Believe I use too much exercise. Sunday, June 16th, 1776. Went to town. Dined with Mr. Kirk. Saturday, June 22nd, 1776. Employed in my business this week. News that the Yankee privateers, or rather pirates, have taken 3 Jamaica ships worth £100,000. D-M, the ungrateful, double-tongued scoundrels. Certainly the spirit of the nation will now be roused. Sunday, June 23rd, 1776. Went to town and heard a Methodist sermon. Saturday, June 29th, 1776. Employed at home all this week. Find I can by hard labor make as much as will pay my board. Begin to get strength, though very slowly. No news this week. Sunday, June 30th, 1776. No preaching of any sort. Mr. Kirk and the doctor advise me to bathe in cold water every morning. Monday, July 1st, 1776. News that Washington had discovered a plot laid for his life and that of all the staff officers at New York. One of the conspirators was hanged, and several of the others confined in jail. No news of any troops arriving from England. Made myself a bath. Saturday, July 6th, 1776. Employed at home. Find great benefit from the cold bath. Sunday, July 7th, 1776. Dined at Mr. Kirk's in company with Mr. Booker. No news. Monday, July 8th, 1776. Directing Mr. Kirk's people how to make a hayrick. Tuesday, July 9th, 1776. At Mr. Kirk's. News that the Sanhedrim had declared the 13 United Colonies free and independent states. That this was intended by the northern colonies from the first, I am well convinced, and the 2 following letters confirm me in that opinion. Anonymous letter to the Honorable James Warren, Watertown, near Boston. Dear Sir, in confidence I am determined to write freely to you this time. A certain great fortune and piddling genius, whose fame has been loudly trumpeted, has given a silly cast to our whole proceedings. We are between hawk and buzzard. We ought to have had in our hands a month ago the whole legislative, executive, and judicial of the whole continent, and have completely modeled a constitution, to have raised a naval power and opened all our ports wide, to have arrested every friend to government on the continent and held them as hostages for the poor victims in Boston, and then opened the door as wide as possible for peace and reconciliation. After this they might have petitioned and negotiated and addressed, and, if they would. Is all this extravagant? Is it wild? Is it not the soundest policy? One piece of news. 700 weight of powder arrived here last night. We shall send along some as soon as we can, but you must be patient and frugal. We are last in the extensiveness of our field of business. We have a continental treasury to establish, a paymaster to choose, and a committee of correspondence or safety or accounts or something, I know not what, that has confounded us all day. Shall I hail you speaker or councillor or what? What kind of an election had you? What sort of magistrates do you intend to make? Will your new legislative and executive feel bold or irresolute? Will your judicial hand and whip and fine and imprison without scruples? I want to see our distressed country once more, yet I dread the sight of devastation. You observe in your letter the oddity of a great man. He is a queer creature, but you must love his dogs if you love him, and forgive 1,000 whims for the sake of the soldier and the scholar. The following is a letter from Mr. John Adams to his wife Abigail, in which the letter to Mr. Warren was enclosed. Philadelphia, July 24th, 1775. My dear, it is now almost 3 months since I left you, in every part of which my anxiety about you and the children, as well as my country, have been extreme. The business I have had upon my mind has been as great and important as can be entrusted to man, and the difficulty and intricacy of it is prodigious. When 50 or 60 men have a constitution to form for a great empire at the same time that they have a country of 1,500 miles extent to fortify, millions to arm and train, a naval power to begin, an extensive commerce to regulate, numerous tribes of Indians to negotiate with, a standing army of 27,000 men to raise pay, victual, and officer, I really shall pity those 50 or 60 men. I must see you ere long. Rice has written me a good letter, and so has Thaxter, for which I thank them both. Love to the children. I.A. P.S. I wish I had given you a complete history from the beginning to the end of the journey of the behavior of my compatriots. No mortal could equal it. I will tell you in future, but you shall keep it secret. The fidgets, the whims, the caprice, the vanity, the superstition, the irritability of some is enough to... Both these letters were intercepted by the King's officers and published in Draper's Massachusetts Gazette in August last. Wednesday, July 10th, 1776, to Saturday, July 13th, 1776. Employed at home. Still continue the cold bath and find great benefit from it. This cursed independence has given me great uneasiness. Sunday, July 14th, 1776. Drank tea at Mr. Kirk's. Monday, July 15th, 1776. Employed at home. Tuesday, July 16th, 1776. Went to Captain Douglas's, returned in the evening. Saturday, July 20th, 1776. Employed at home for several days. I am now got almost strong enough to shoot a Yankee man. Sunday, July 21st, 1776. News that Lord Howe was arriving at New York with a large fleet and a numerous army. God send him good health. Monday, July 22nd, 1776. News that the Roebuck was coming up to Alexandria. Thursday, July 25th, 1776. At home, finished the last of my earth, and my partner will not clear out the other tobacco houses. Friday, July 26, 1776. Dined at Mr. Mason's, who proffers to give me a letter of recommendation to the Governor Henry for liberty to go on board the fleet in the bay. I have no other choice to get home but this. Saturday, July 27, 1776. At town. A general muster of the militia. Great confusion among them. Recruiting parties offered $10 advance and 40 shillings per month. Sunday, July 28, 1776. At home. Wednesday, July 31, 1776. At home these 3 days, employed in refining saltpeter. Thursday, August 1, 1776. Refining nitre. I have made several experiments, but have hit on one that answers well. By putting the crude nitre into a pot and fluxing it till it has the appearance of milk, then let it cool and put to every pound of nitre 3 pints of water, boil it a little, and sit to shoot. It made a beautiful appearance like icicles, white as snow and transparent as glass. From 7½ pounds of crude nitre I have got 4½ pound pure. News that Lord Dunmore was driven from Gwynn's Island and the fleet had left the bay. I am now at a loss again. Determined to go to New York and endeavor to get to the army. Friday, August 2nd, 1776. At home. I am now got pretty healthy again, but very uneasy. Believe I am one of the most unfortunate dogs on earth. Intend to go with Mr. Cavan to Mr. William Nielsen's. Saturday, August 3rd, 1776. Went with Cavan to Mr. Nielsen's, about 15 miles from town. He calls this place Scotland, and I think it is well named. Sunday, August 4th, 1776. Left Mr. Nielsen's. Crossed the Blue Ridge and Shenandoah River. Went to Mr. Norse's at Piedmont, Berkeley County. Monday, August 5th, 1776. Went with Mr. and Mrs. Norse to Colonel Samuel Washington's, brother to the general. Drank some whiskey grog and came back. Tuesday, August 6th, 1776. Left Mr. Norse's. Dined at Mr. Frank Willis's, got to Mr. Nielsen's at night. Mr. H. Nielsen gave me some rattlesnake teeth. Wednesday, August 7th, 1776. At Mr. Nielsen's, who is the most industrious man I have seen in Virginia, but an ugly place to cultivate. Thursday, August 8th, 1776. Left Mr. Nielsen's, got to the Cattail at night. Friday, August 9th, 1776. At town. Dined at Mr. Kirk's. Saturday, August 10th, 1776. Directing Mr. Kirk's people how to top the hayrick. Lodged at Mr. Kirk's. Sunday, August 11th, 1776. At home. No news this week. Saturday, August 17th, 1776. At home all this week, employed in dressing fawn skins. Am determined to go to New York. I must either escape that way or go to jail for Toryism. Sunday, August 18th, 1776. Mr. Kirk sent for me to ask my advice about a mare he has sick. Believe she will die. Am certain she has the maw worms. Monday, August 19th, 1776. This morning found the mare dead. My conjecture was right. The worms had eaten through her maw. Mr. Kirk proffers to lend me his horse to New York. Tuesday, August 20th, 1776. Went to Mr. Joseph Jennings. Got a letter of introduction from him to Messrs. Warder and Sons in Philadelphia. Returned in the evening. Wednesday, August 21st, 1776. Went to Captain Douglas. Settled my affairs with him. Called at Mr. Mason's, who says he will give me a letter of recommendation to some of the members of the Congress. Don't act fairly by Mr. Mason not to let him know my designs. Thursday, August 22nd, 1776. Settled my affairs with Mr. James Kirk, and parted with great concern, as he has behaved to me with the greatest respect and kindness, but dare not tell him of my design. Left my chest and clothes to the care of my good friend P. Cavan, who is the only person privy to my intentions. I owe nothing to anyone but Mr. Kirk. His horse I intend to return by Mr. Cooper. Friday, August 23rd, 1776. Left Leesburg in company with Mr. Alexander Cooper, a storekeeper in town. Called at Mr. Mason's, who gave me a letter to Messrs. Francis Lightfoot Lee, Thomas Stone, Thomas Jefferson, and John Rogers, Esquire, all members of the Congress. Dined at Frederick Mansison Creek. Lodged at Bentley's Tavern. Find us in County Maryland. End of section 11. Section 12 of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew McNaughton. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. Section 12, Chapter 8. Attempt to leave. Suspected as a spy. Yorktown, Pennsylvania, Saturday, August 24th, 1776. Left Bentley's Tavern, crossed Little Pipe Creek at a bridge, breakfasted at Taneytown, small place, inhabitants chiefly Dutch. Crossed the Pennsylvania line. Pewter Litless, town very small. Dined at Mr. Callister's in Hanovertown, which is a smart little town with a church, chiefly Dutch people. Lodged at Yorktown, the sign of the Brewhouse. The landlord is a Dutchman with a confounded hard name and a D-M dirty house. This is a pretty large town, some manufactories in iron. Pleasant and well laid out, the inhabitants Dutch and Irish. Droll adventure this evening. Pennsylvania, Sunday, August 25th, 1776. Left Yorktown. Breakfasted at the Sign of the Plough, a Dutch house about 3 miles from YT. Crossed Susquehanna River at Wright's Ferry, river about 1¼ miles broad. Dined at Lancaster, the Sign of the Two Highlandmen. Landlord's name Ross. This is a large town, but the situation is disagreeable between two hills. Several good buildings and some manufactories of guns and woolen, but no navigation. 400 English prisoners here. Crossed Conestoga Creek. Lodged at the Sign of the Duke of Cumberland. The landlord is a Scotch-Irish rebel colonial, and his house is dirty as a hog's sty. Land good in general, farmers rich and industrious, Irish and Dutch inhabitants. Monday, August 26, 1776. Left the Duke of Cumberland, which is one of the dirtiest houses I ever put my foot in. Breakfasted at the Wagon, the landlord a rigid Irish Presbyterian. Dined at the Cross Keys. Lodged at the Spread Eagle, a clean Dutchman's house. Land broken and hilly, but the farmers seem rich, good stock, and their land well cultivated. Passed 5 companies going to camp. Tuesday, August 27th, 1776. Left the Spread Eagle. Crossed Schuylkill Ferry, got to Philadelphia to breakfast. In our journey from Leesburg I have seen only 3 signs hanging, the rest pulled down by soldiers. Making my observations. Lodged at the Black Horse in Market Street. Philadelphia, Wednesday, August 28th, 1776. Viewing the town. Delivered my letters to Mr. Warder, who received me very kindly and invited me to dine with him. Introduced me to several gentlemen of his acquaintance, all Quakers. Spent the evening at the Sign of the Black Horse with Mr. Joseph Brewer, clerk to Mr. Jeremiah Warder. Don't like my lodgings, full of Irish colonels, captains, and convention men, most of them profoundly ignorant and as impertinent as any Skip Kinnet. These are here for the purpose of making a new code of laws for the province. Oh, happy people indeed that has such wise guides. Thursday, August 29th, 1776. Viewing the town. Dined at Mr. Brewer's with Mr. Buchanan, an Irish gentleman. Find him a sensible, polite man. In the afternoon met with Philip Morchington, who keeps a pretty large store here. Spent the evening with him and one Thomas Thornburr from Skipton, and one Greswold, a distiller in town, at the City Tavern. Thornburr and Greswold, 2 sensible men, but Morchington is an extravagant fop. Great preparations for war, and great numbers of ragged soldiers come into town. News that the English had defeated them on Long Island and taken 1,000 prisoners. Friday, August 30th, 1776. Mr. Buchanan went with me to every place of note in town. Dined at Marchington's lodgings. Spent the evening with Messrs. Brewer and Buchanan, both SGNIK, SDNEIRF. Saturday, August 31st, 1776. Waited on Mr. Francis Lightfoot Lee and Mr. Thomas Jefferson with my letters, who behaved with the greatest complaisance and politeness, proffered to get me a pass from the Congress by virtue of which I may travel where I please. Mr. Buchanan went with me to the fishing house on the river Schuylkill, about 5 miles from town. Here is a small collection of marines and Indian curiosities, but I don't think it is a good one. Snuff mills and paper mills. Several elegant country seats. Sunday, September 1st, 1776. Went with Mr. Brewer and Mr. Buchanan by water to see the fort, gondolas, and chevaux de frise, or rather the visa de frise, about 7 miles below the city. The fort is on a low, dirty island at the conflux of the Schuylkill with the Delaware. Only a shell, not finished, part of it picketed, and 3 blockhouses. There is 8 32-pounders well situated to cover the visa de frise. A large boom across the river, 13 gondolas. Some carried 4 guns, some 2, and some 1, trifling things rowed with oars, and a floating battery which mounts 14 heavy cannons, very formidable. On our return, dined at Gloucestertown in New Jersey. Fine view of the city from the river. Monday, September 2nd, 1776. Waited on Mr. Jefferson, who gave me a pass written by Mr. John Hancock, President of the Congress. Went with P. Marchington to Germantown, about 9 miles from Philadelphia. A long, rambling place, a considerable manufactory of coarse stockings, inhabitants chiefly Dutch. Determined to go to New York and make my escape to the English army. Marchington will send the horse to Leesburg. In short, I have no other alternative. If I stay amongst the SLEBER, I must go to LIAJ. Great numbers. I believe half the people in town are SGNIK-SDNEIRF. Some of the people have hung Washington, Putnam, and Mifflin on their signpost in public. Tuesday, September 3rd, 1776. This is a large, rich, populous, and regular town. The Delaware River is on the north side of the town and the Schuylkill River on the southwest. Streets run parallel with the Delaware River, others in direct lines, which forms it in squares. The streets are 60 foot wide, except Market Street, which is an 100, but the market house is set in the middle of this street, which entirely spoils the beauty of it. These are paved with brick and kept very clean, with walks on each side for the foot people. Well supplied with pumps, very level, and so remarkably straight there is nothing to obstruct your view from one end of the town to the other. 3 English churches, Christ Church, St. Paul's, and St. Peter's, and 2 Dutch Lutheran churches. 9 dissenting meeting houses, 2 Roman chapels, 4 Quaker meeting houses, and a Swedish church. All neat, plain buildings, but none of them elegant ones. The State House is a good building, but does not make a grand appearance. Here all public business is done, now the nest of the great and mighty Sanhedrim. Near this is the new jail, a good and large stone building, now occupied with SGNIK-SDNEIRF. A handsome brick hospital, but not large. Here is a good building they call a bettering house, where all strolling and disorderly people are confined to labor till they can give a sufficient account of themselves. Here is a college for the education of youth. It makes no great appearance, and how it is endowed I cannot tell. The buildings are brick, very plain, convenient, and neat. No very grand edifices, as the Quakers have the management of public affairs. Here is a large and plentiful market, but chiefly supplied from the Jerseys. It is a corporation town, governed by a mayor and 20 aldermen and common councilmen. Everything is kept in the greatest order. Here is barracks for 7,000 or 8,000 men. They build as fine ships here as any part of the world, and with as great dispatch. There are 4 continental frigates built here in a few months, 2 of them 111-foot keel, and 2 96, as fine vessels as I ever saw. I suppose they will be ready for sea in a month, if they can get hands to man them. This is the most regular, neat, and convenient city I ever was in, and has made the most rapid progress to its present greatness. Spent the day with Mr. Buchanan. Wednesday, September 4th, 1776. Spent the day with Mr. Buchanan and Mr. Thornber. Great many ships laid up and unrigged at the wharfs. Took my passage in the stage for New York. Left the horse in care of Marchington to send him to Leesburg if I don't return in 6 days. Thursday, September 5th, 1776. Set out from Philadelphia about 5 o'clock this morning in a vehicle, neither coach nor wagon, but between both. It holds 15 persons and is not uneasy traveling. Breakfasted at the Wheat Sheaf, 12 miles. Crossed Chamory Ferry. Stopped at Bristol, a small town opposite Burlington, where we changed horses, 20 miles from Philadelphia. Princetown, New Jersey, Thursday, September 5th, 1776. Crossed Delaware River at Trenton Ferry. Dined at Trenton. This is a small town and very little trade. Through a small town, or rather village, called Maidenhead. Lodged at Princetown. This is a neat little town with an elegant college for the education of youth. I believe there are 60 rooms in it for the students. Each room has 2 closets and 2 beds, a chapel, library, and schoolroom, cellars and storerooms complete. Saw the orrery and electrical machine made by the famous David Rittenhouse. Electrical machine and apparatus not complete. Dr. Witherspoon. Lodged at the sign of Hudibras. Newark, New Jersey, Friday, September 6th, 1776. Left Princetown, passed through Kingstown. Breakfasted at Brunswick. This is a small trading town situated on Raritan River, which is navigable to the town for small craft. Crossed Raritan River. Several pleasant seats along the banks. Land good. Changed horses at Woodbridge and paid the other half of the fare, 11 shillings here and 10 shillings at Philadelphia. This is a small, neat town. Dined at Elizabethtown. This is a small town of some trade. Lodged at Newark. This is nothing more than a village. Country populace in general, but now in distraction. Land along the rivers good. Hills rather poor. Believe one of the company is a spy upon my actions. New York, Saturday, September 7th, 1776. Left Newark. Crossed Passahack or Second River, then Hackensack River, then North River at Powler's Hook Ferry. River about 1.5 miles wide. Landed in New York about 9 o'clock, when one Collins, an Irish merchant, and myself rambled about the town till 3 in the afternoon before we could get anything for breakfast. At length we found a little Dutch tippling house and persuaded the old woman to get us something to eat. It was a stew of pork bones and cabbage so full of garlic nothing but necessity would have compelled me to eat it. My companion would not taste another mouthful. Nothing to be got here. All the inhabitants are moved out, the town full of soldiers. Viewing the town and fortifications and contriving means to effect my escape, but despair of it. The rivers are too well guarded. This town is the best situated for trade of any place I ever saw. It is on a point of land with wharfs 2/3 of the way round the town and very near the sea. The town is not so regular as Philadelphia, nor so extensive, neither has it so many good buildings, but more elegant ones, both public and private. Here are 3 English churches, the old Trinity Church, St. Paul's and St. George's Chapel, 2 Dutch churches, 4 dissenting meeting houses, 1 Quaker meeting, and a Jews' synagogue and a French church. A college and hospital, 2 elegant buildings. There was a fine equestrian statue of His Majesty, but the SLEBER has pulled it down and cast it into bullets. The statue of the Earl of Chatham is still standing unhurt, in the attitude of an apple woman, dressed like a Roman orator. I am not a judge, but don't think it clever. The Liberty Pole, as they call it, is covered with iron bars. Streets fortified with small batteries towards the river. My fellow traveler, Mr. Collins, and I should have lodged in the streets, had we not luckily met one Goddard, postmaster, who got us a sorry lodging at the Hull Tavern. From the top of this house have a prospect of Long Island, Staten Island, Governor's Island, Bedloe's Island, and Gilbert's Island, 3 last small ones. All the British fleet and part of the army make a fine appearance, but it is utterly out of my power to get to them. I never, till now, thought of it, but honor forbids it. as I am enabled to travel by the interest of Mr. Mason. Was I to make my escape, he might be reflected on. Newark, New Jersey, Sunday, September 8th, 1776. Left New York early this morning, crossed the North River to Powler's Hook. While we waited for the stage, viewed the SLEBER fortifications here. They are made of earth, but what number of guns or what size I cannot tell. No admittance into the fort. The troops stationed here are Yankee men, the nastiest devils in creation. It would be impossible for any human creature whose organs of smelling was more delicate than that of a hog to live one day under the lee of this camp. Such a complication of stinks. Saw a Yankee put a pint of molasses into about a gallon of mutton broth. The army here is numerous, but ragged, dirty, sickly, and ill-disciplined. If my countrymen are beaten by these ragamuffins, I shall be much surprised. Their fleet is large, and it is said their army is numerous. New York must fall into their hands. Their batteries on Long Island command the town. Heard a smart cannonade crossing the ferry this morning, supposed to be at Hellgate. The fleet is within 2 miles of the town. Got to Newark to dinner. Great scarcity of provisions, the roads full of soldiers. Very uneasy, must be obliged to go into Canada or stay in this D-D country. Princetown, New Jersey, Monday, September 9th, 1776. Left Newark, breakfasted at Elizabethtown, dined at Brunswick, lodged at Princetown. Great numbers of soldiers on the road. Our company chiefly Irishmen. Philadelphia, Tuesday, September 10th, 1776. Left Princetown, breakfasted at Trenton, dined at Bristol, where we changed horses. Got to Philadelphia in the evening. Lodged at one Mrs. Stretch's in 2nd Street, my old lodging took up. Spent the evening with the French officers that are prisoners here, taken at St. John's. Very polite gentlemen, but exceedingly cautious. Town full of soldiers. Wednesday, September 11th, 1776. Dined at Mr. Brewer's, spent the afternoon with Mr. Buchanan, lodged at Mrs. Stretch's. My designs are frustrated, spend a good deal of money to no sort of purpose. I must return to Virginia, and endeavor to get to Canada. Thursday, September 12th, 1776. Determined to set out to Virginia tomorrow. Dined at Mrs. Stretch's, supped and spent the evening at the Golden Fleece, in company with Marchington, Greswold, Brewer, and Thornburgh, all SGNIK, SDNEIRF. Very merry. News that General Prescott and General McDonald were exchanged for G. Sullivan and G. Sterling, SLEBER, took at Long Island. Christiana Bridge, Friday, September 13th, 1776. Left Philadelphia in company with Messrs. Marchington and Greswold. Crossed Schuylkill at Gray's Ferry. Through Derby, a little place. Dined at Chester, a smart little town on the Delaware River. Here Marchington and Greswold left me, and I joined an Irish tailor, metamorphized into a captain, and an Irish blacksmith his lieutenant, both going to Baltimore. Past Brandywine Mills. Here are 8 of them in a quarter of a mile, so convenient that they can take the grain out of the vessels into the mills. Wilmington, a pretty town on the river, then Newport, a trifling place. Lodged at Christiana Bridge, a little town situated on a creek of the same name. Bushtown, Maryland, Saturday, September 14th, 1776. Breakfasted at the head of Elk. The river falls into Chesapeake Bay and is only 12 miles from Christiana Bridge. Fed our horses at Charlestown, a small place at head of the bay, and seems to be on the decline. Crossed Susquehanna River at the lower ferry, dined at the ferry house, lodged at Bushtown or Hartford, which you please. This is a small and poor town. Land poor in general all along the road. My companions rank paddies. The captain talks as if he was able to take General Howe in 2 days with his company. Elk Ridge Landing, Sunday, September 15th, 1776. Breakfasted at Skyer's Tavern, dined at Baltimore. This is the principal trading town in Maryland. It is regularly laid out and tolerably well built, but the situation is exceedingly inconvenient. Ships can't come within a mile of the town, to a place called Fell's Point, where they are sent up in flats to town. About a mile below Fell's Point is the fort lately built, but I did not go to it. Saw the buckskin frigate of 36 guns just built, a fine vessel. Lodged at Elk Ridge Landing, a small village, great number of ironworks, land poor in general. Very unwell. Excessively hot weather and uneasiness of mind have brought on a fever. Bladensburg, Maryland, Monday, September 16, 1776. Much better. Slept a little last night. Breakfasted at an indifferent house about 10 miles from the landing. Got to Bladensburg in the afternoon. Lodged at Mr. William Sidebottom's. From Marple Bridge the road badly furnished with inns and some of the poorest land I have yet seen. Alexandria, Virginia, Tuesday, September 17th, 1776. Fed my horse at Georgetown. This is a smart town on the Potomac River on the Maryland side. Crossed the river, got to Alexandria, spent the evening with Mr. William Elsie and George Muir. Lodged at Mr. Fleming's. Leesburg, Virginia, Wednesday, September 18th, 1776. Left Alexandria in company with Harry McCabe. Dined at the Falls Church. Got to Leesburg in the evening. Found my old friend P. Cavan ill of the fever and ague. Lodged at Captain Taylor's. Cattail, Loudoun County, Virginia, Thursday, September 19th, 1776. Mr. Kirk insisted on me dining with him. Expected I was gone aboard the fleet. I am sorry it was not so. Lodged at the Cattail. Friday, September 20th, 1776. Dined at Mr. Kirk's. Very unhappy. Saturday, September 21st, 1776. At town. Mr. Booker returned this evening. Sunday, September 22nd, 1776. Dined at Mr. Mason's. Monday, September 23rd, 1776. Mr. Kirk sent for me this morning to assist him. Mr. Cavan is sick of the fever and ague. Wednesday, September 25th, 1776. At Mr. Kirk's. News that General Howe had got possession of New York. Lodged at the Cattail. Friday, September 27th, 1776. At home. Employed 2 days in doing nothing at all. Very disagreeable business. Saturday, September 28th, 1776. Went to town in the morning. After dinner went to Kite's Island. Spent the evening and slept at Mr. Cartwright's. Sunday, September 29th, 1776. At home, if I have such a place. Monday, September 30th, 1776. At Cattail. Too much time for reflection. I am now disappointed in my favorite plan of getting home, and it is reported that the Indians have begun to commit outrages on the back inhabitants, so that my Canada scheme is rendered abortive. I have nothing to trust to but Providence, and I have but little faith in that. However, I am determined to rot in a jail rather than take up arms against my native country. Tuesday, October 1st, 1776. Went with Mr. James Booker to Mr. Matthew Campbell's. Spent the evening there and got most feloniously drunk. This is a bad preface to the new volume of my diary, Drunkenness, the First Remark. Wednesday, October 2nd, 1776. At home, sick with my last night's debauch. Oh, temperance, temperance, thou best of virtues! What pains we take to ruin our constitutions by these nocturnal excesses! Saturday, October 5th, 1776. Employed I can't tell how. A worthless life indeed. Sunday, October 6th, 1776. Mr. Booker and I went to the Quaker meeting, but were too late, though it would have been equally as well as if we had been sooner, for the spirit did not move any of them to speak. Can't conceive what service the people can receive by grunting and groaning for 2 or 3 hours without speaking a word. This is a stupid religion indeed. Dined at Mrs. Baker's with a SLEBER officer. Got home in the evening. Monday, October 7th, 1776. At Leesburg, returned in the evening. No news. Tuesday, October 8th, 1776. Went to Kite's Island on no good design. Lodged at Mr. Cartwright's. Did not meet with success. The fruits of idleness are intemperance and a numberless train of evils. Wednesday, October 9th, 1776. At home. No newspapers the last week. I suppose the rascals have had bad luck of late and are afraid it should be known to the public. Thursday, October 10th, 1776. Went to town to assist Mr. Kirk. Mr. Cavan is sick. The 6th Regiment of Virginians are camped here on their way to the northward. A set of dirty, ragged people, badly clothed, badly disciplined, and badly armed. Friday, October 11th, 1776. Salt sells here at 40 shillings currency per bushel. This article usually sold for 4 shillings. If no salt comes in, there will be an insurrection in the colony. Saturday, October 12th, 1776. Spent part of the evening at Mr. McCrae's in company with Messrs. Kirk, Booker, McCabe, and Campbell. McCabe went with Kirk and me home, where we entered into political disputes, and McCabe and I quarreled. Memorandum never to enter into political disputes for the future, if I can avoid it, especially with SLEBERS. Sunday, October 13th, 1776. Mr. Kirk, Messrs. McCabe, Campbell, Dow, Dean, and Cavan dined and spent the evening with me at the Cattail. Mathematical disquisition, the chief subject of discourse this afternoon. Far preferable to the cursed politics. Thursday, October 17th, 1776. At home this week. Intend to go to Alexandria tomorrow, as I am informed there is a sloop bound for Bermudas. Will endeavor to get a passage in her. There is no other method of getting out of this hateful country. Alexandria, Virginia, Friday, October 18th, 1776. Dined at Moss's Ordinary. Got to Alexandria in the evening. Lodged at Mrs. Hawkins's. Saturday, October 19th, 1776. Saw the master of the sloop, who informs me he is bound to Bermudas, if he meets with none of the king's ships. He is in an illicit trade, his port precarious, his passage extravagant, and he appears to be an ill-natured, morose man. Am determined not to go with him. Dined at Mr. John Mears, a merchant in town. This gentleman is looked on as the pattern of hospitality and generosity, but I am far from thinking him a good man. It is true he keeps an excellent table, a glass of good wine, punch, but he is an epicure himself, and likes a companion along with his bottle. His humanity is not to be commended. He has 5 children by a Negro woman, slave to a gentleman in town. They are all slaves for life. He sees them daily wanting the common necessaries of life without taking the least pity or compassion on their wretched condition. The man who can bear to see his own flesh and blood in this horrid situation without being most sensibly affected is lost to every feeling of humanity, and is a degree worse than a brute. Sunday, October 20th, 1776. No service at church today. Religion is almost forgotten, or most basely neglected. In short, the parsons are not willing to expound the gospel to people without being paid for it, and there is no provision made for the episcopal clergy by this new code of laws. Therefore, religion as well as commerce is at a stand. Indeed, the few that pretend to preach are mere retailers of politics, sowers of sedition and rebellion, serve to blow the coal of discord and excite the people to arms. The Presbyterian clergy are particularly active in supporting the measures of Congress from the rostrum, gaining proselytes, persecuting the unbelievers, preaching up the righteousness of their cause, and persuading the unthinking populace of the infallibility of success. Some of these religious rascals assert that the Lord will send his angels to assist the injured Americans. They gain great numbers of converts, and I am convinced if they establish their independence that Presbytery will be the established religion on this continent. Spent the evening with Mr. Robert Muir and Mr. Kirk. Monday, October 21st, 1776. This morning I am told that the committee of this town will not permit me to depart this colony, as they look upon me to be a spy, and that I must be obliged to give security or go to jail. Whether this is done to get me to enlist into their service, or some rascal has informed against me, I cannot tell. Intended to have gone to Leesburg tonight, but some villain has stolen my surtout coat. Spent the evening at Mr. William Harthorne's. Cattail, Loudoun County, Virginia, Tuesday, October 22nd, 1776. Mrs. Hawkins promised to pay for my coat, but don't believe her. Left Alexandria. Called at Goodwin's Mill. Lodged at Moss's Ordinary. Wednesday, October 23rd, 1776.
Got to the Cattail to dinner. Mr. Booker gone to Alexandria. I am housekeeper myself. Saturday, October 26, 1776. These 3 days I have spent most disagreeably, nothing to do, and all alone. When I reflect on my present situation, it makes me miserable. I am now in an enemy's country, forbidden to depart. Little to subsist upon, and dare not do anything to get a living, for fear of getting myself ranked as an inhabitant, and be obliged to carry arms against my native country. My interest and inclination, unhappy alternative indeed, to turn parricide or starve. Am determined to go amongst the Indians. I look upon them to be the more humane people of the two. Sunday, October 27, 1776. Went to town to a Methodist meeting. Monday, October 28, 1776. General muster of the county militia in town. About 600 men appeared underarmed with tobacco sticks in general. Much rioting and confusion. Recruiting officers for the SLEBER Army offer £12 bounty and 200 acres of land when the war is over, but get very few men. Tuesday, October 29, 1776. At town. Dined with Captain G. Johnston, a violent SLEBER. Wednesday, October 30th, 1776. Dined at Mr. Thornton Mason's, who advises me to petition the Congress for permission to go home. Promises to give me letter of recommendation to some members of Congress. Thursday, October 31st, 1776. Went to Mr. Peter Carr's. Droll adventure there. Don't know how it will terminate. Got some silver dollars at 6 1/6 per dollar. Friday, November 1st, 1776. Dined at Mr. Kirk's, who persuades me to stay till spring, but for what reason I cannot tell. Am in doubt whether his advice proceeds from friendship or interested motives. From him I have my present support. By his interest I have been kept out of jail, and without his approbation I cannot go. And to stay and be dependent on him for bread and liberty is worse than Egyptian bondage. Determined to petition the Congress at all events. Saturday, November 2nd, 1776. Dined at Mr. Kirk's, who is still harping on the old string. He now insists on me staying the winter, endeavors to persuade me that there will be an end to these disputes this fall. I see no probability of it, therefore will not stay if I can help it. Sunday, November 3rd, 1776. At town, no church. Mr. Kirk uses every argument in his power to prevail on me to stay. Indeed, he is angry with me that I won't. I am resolved to persevere, be the consequence what it will. I might as well be in the infernal regions as in this country where my sentiments are known. Every rascal looks on me as an enemy to him, and except I could tacitly submit to every insult, or divest myself of the faculties of sight, speech, and hearsay, must be miserable. Monday, November 4th, 1776. Went to town and agreed with Josiah Moffett to carry my chest to Philadelphia. He goes next week. Tuesday, November 5th, 1776. Mr. Kirk promises to go with me into Berkeley tomorrow. I am under sundry obligations to Mr. Norse. It would be wrong to go and not acquaint him with it, as he, by me, has an opportunity of writing to his friends. Piedmont, Berkeley County, Virginia, Wednesday, November 6th, 1776. Left Leesburg in company with Mr. Kirk. Dined at Key's Ferry. Lodged at Mr. Norse's, who was very glad to see us. My companion seems to have taken a great fancy to Miss Norse. If there was a little more parity in years, it might do very well to make a match. Thursday, November 7th, 1776. Got to Mr. Gibbs in the afternoon. Mr. Kirk seems to have taken particular notice of Miss Norse. Hope it may amount to something in time. Spent an agreeable evening with 2 Irish ladies, the Miss Reynolds that was at Mr. Gibbons. Friday, November 8th, 1776. Went to Winchester with Messrs. Kirk and Gibbs. Dined there and spent the evening with Colonel Jacob Allagood, who is a prisoner here. Most of the company got drunk. Going to Mr. Gibbs, Mr. Kirk fell from his horse and let him get away. At Mr. Gibbs, Kirk and I got into a political dispute which terminated in a quarrel, but made it up before we went to bed. Saturday, November 9th, 1776. For the sake of the ride, went to Winchester to inquire for Mr. Kirk's horse, but heard nothing of him. Breakfasted with Alligood, who informs me I am suspected of being a Tory and spy. Rat the scoundrels. Dined and spent the afternoon at Mr. John Reynolds, an Irish gentleman who is settled as a farmer here and is in a fine way to make a fortune by it. Lodged at Mr. Gibbs. No news of the horse. Suppose somebody has stolen him. This is the pernicious effect of drunkenness. Pennyroyal Hill, Frederick County, Virginia, Sunday, November 10th, 1776. Mr. Kirk's uneasiness for the loss of his horse disturbed me last night, and very ill became a man of his sense to make himself so exceedingly unhappy about such trifles. Though I believe it is unavoidable in him, he is by nature fretful. About 8 o'clock the boy came with his beast and restored him to his usual good humor. Mr. Gibbs' family, Mr. K. and I dined at Mr. Reynolds and spent an agreeable afternoon. Monday, November 11th, 1776. Left Mr. Gibbs, dined at Mr. John Kite's. This gentleman is falling a victim to his bacchanalian excesses. Lodged at Mr. Norse's. Cattail, Loudoun County, Virginia, Tuesday, November 12th, 1776. Left Mr. Norse's with some regret. He gave me letters to my care for Charles Fues, Esquire, Admiralty Office, Mr. Hughes, linen draper, York Street, Covent Garden, and Mrs. Seaman, Honiton, Devon. Dined at Keys Ferry. Mr. Henry Peyton was shot through the body, attempting to take a deserter from the SLEBER Army. Got to the Cattail in the evening. Wednesday, November 13th, 1776. Employed in preparing for my departure. Thursday, November 14th, 1776. Mr. Booker and I went to Mr. William Nielsen's, a particular friend of mine, an industrious man, and a SGNIK DNEIRF. Lodged there. Friday, November 15th, 1776. Returned to the Cattail in the evening. Saturday, November 16th, 1776. Went to town. Josiah Moffat tells me to have my things ready by next Saturday. Sunday, November 17th, 1776. Went to Mr. Campbell's, from there to town, and dined with Mr. Cavan. Mr. Kirk at Captain McCabe's. Sorry for it. Monday, November 18th, 1776. Mr. Booker and I spent the evening at Mr. Campbell's very merrily. This gentleman is falling a sacrifice to the sports of Venus. Tuesday, November 19th, 1776. Packing up my things. Mr. Booker is going to live near Williamsburg. A very mad frolic this evening. Set the house on fire 3 times and broke Mr. Dreen's leg, a gentleman that Mr. Booker had brought to spend the evening with us. Got drunk and committed a number of foolish actions. Wednesday, November 20th, 1776. Sick with my last night's intemperance. Went to town and took lodgings at Mr. Sorrell's till I set out for Philadelphia. Will not live at Mr. Kirk's any longer. Thursday, November 21st, 1776. Dined at Mr. Thomas Rispus and sold him my saltpeter apparatus. Paid Mr. Booker for my board and spent the evening with him at the Crooked Billet. Friday, November 22nd, 1776. Preparing for my journey. Hired a horse from Mr. T. Rispus. Saturday, November 23rd, 1776. News that General Howe was on his march to Philadelphia and drives the SLEBER before him. Believe it to be true, if I may be allowed to judge from the countenance and behavior of the firebrands. Sunday, November 24th, 1776. Spent the evening with Mr. Booker and Mr. Dean at the Crooked Billet. All the newspapers are stopped. None are allowed to be given to the public. A certain sign that the rascals are defeated. Leesburg, Virginia, Monday, November 25th, 1776. This morning took my farewell of Mr. James Booker, who is going to be overseer to a gentleman near Williamsburg. This young man is one of the most curious characters I have ever met with. He is proud and affable, ostentatious and niggardly, a beau and a sloven by turns. Whether the moon has any influence over his passions, or he was born under some capricious planet, I cannot pretend to determine. Spent the evening at Mr. Kirk's, who uses every means in his power to detain me here this winter, but I am determined to go if there is a possibility of getting away. Tuesday, November 26th, 1776. Settling my affairs. News that General Howe is at Brunswick in the Jerseys, the SLEBER Army flying towards Philadelphia, and that the Congress has removed from Philadelphia to Baltimore. Brave news indeed. End of section 12. Section 13 of the Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew McNaughton. The Journal of Nicholas Cresswell, 1774 to 1777, Section 13, Chapter 9, A Winter of Discontent, Part 1. Wednesday, November 27th, 1776. The committee met today. Am informed it is to search my papers, if not to take me up and imprison me, but will be prepared for them. Thursday, November 28th, 1776. This morning 3 of the committee men waited on me and informed me that the committee did not think it prudent to let me go out of the country at this time, and hoped that I would give my word of honor not to depart this colony for 3 months. Otherwise they would confine me. I was obliged to do the first as the lesser evil of the 2. They were polite enough not to search my chest. Spent the evening at Mr. Kirk's, who seemed very glad that I was obliged to stay. This affronted me. We both got drunk and quarreled about state affairs. Alexandria, Virginia, Friday, November 29th, 1776. Very sick with my last night's debauch, and very sorry for my last night's conduct. My present disagreeable confinement, the loss of 3 years of the most valuable part of life, the disappointments and misfortunes I have met with since I left my native country, and what is worst of all, the certainty of being reproached with obstinacy and extravagancy on my return. These bitter reflections will intrude themselves involuntarily, and create a lowness of spirit which too often is the cause of me drinking more than is of service. I must and will call my resolution and fortitude to my aid, or I shall insensibly sink into the sot or the drunkard. A character so despicable ought to be avoided with the greatest care. Mr. Kirk and I made up the quarrel this morning. Must not quarrel with him. He confesses that he did everything in his power to intoxicate me on purpose to raise my spirits. I will not borrow my spirits in that manner for the future. Left Leesburg, dined at Moss's Ordinary, got to Alexandria, spent the evening with Mr. McCrae. Saturday, November 30th, 1776. This morning went to Mrs. Hawkins, expecting to get paid for my coat, supposing that she was not informed that I was forbid to depart the colony, but the D-D jade tells me that I am a Tory and she won't pay me a farthing. This is provoking, but I cannot help myself. Spent the evening with Mr. McCrae. Leesburg, Loudoun County, Virginia, Sunday, December 1st, 1776. Left Alexandria, dined at Moss's, got to Leesburg at night. News that the English have taken Fort Washington and 2,500 prisoners in it. This is the strongest fortification they had. It is on the north end of New York Island. They have long boasted that all the forces belonging to Great Britain could not take it. What is it that Englishmen cannot do whenever they choose to exert themselves? It is said they have deserted Fort Lee. If this be true, I hope the rascals will soon be humbled. Monday, December 2nd, 1776. Troubled with the rheumatism in my arms. Tuesday, December 3rd, 1776. Abundance of political puffs and lies told to amuse the public. It is a matter of dispute with me whether the Whigs or Tories are the greatest propagators of falsehood. Wednesday, December 4th, 1776. A Dutch mob of about 40 horsemen went through the town today on their way to Alexandria to search for salt. If they find any, they will take it by force. All of them armed with swords or large clubs. This article is exceedingly scarce. If none comes in, the people will revolt. They cannot possibly subsist without a considerable quantity of this article. The people in general live on salt meat in the summer. The excessive heat renders the keeping of fresh meat very difficult, even for one day, and the thinness of inhabitants and markets prevents them killing little else but young hogs and fowls. They likewise give salt to their horses, cattle, hogs, and sheep almost every day in the summer. The cattle are exceedingly fond of it, so much that they will follow you anywhere for a lick of it, and it is so essentially necessary that they will not thrive without it. Thursday, December 5th, 1776. Exceedingly unhappy. Was it not for the company of a few friends, I should be completely miserable. Friday, December 6th, 1776. This day the Dutchmen returned from Alexandria without doing the least mischief. The poor wretches have got about 3 pints of salt per man. They are told that there will be plenty in a little time, but I hope His Majesty's ships will prevent it coming into the bay. Spent the evening at Mr. Kirk's in company with Captain McCabe and Mr. George West. T.K. had a scuffle with McCabe. It is true they were both in liquor, but whether Mr. Kirk's anger was bent against Mr. McCabe or not is a mystery to me. I kept perfectly sober and left them as soon as I could. Saturday, December 7th, 1776. Mr. Kirk is very uneasy concerning his conduct last night. Sobriety is a noble virtue. Sunday, December 8th, 1776. News. By private letters, the public papers are stopped, that General Howe was at Woodbridge in the Jerseys. God send him a safe and speedy arrival in Philadelphia. It is said the SLEBER are flying before him. Monday, December 9th, 1776. This morning I was remarkably low-spirited. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mr. Hugh Nielsen came and insisted on my spending the evening at the billet. I have spent it with a vengeance with Fleming, Patterson, Cleone Moore, Captain William Johnston, and H. Nielsen. Sent them all to bed drunk, and I am now going to bed myself at 9 in the morning, as drunk as an honest man could wish. Tuesday, December 10th, 1776. Got up at 2 in the afternoon. Got drunk before 10, with the same company I was with yesterday, and am now going to bed at 2 in the morning, most princely drunk indeed. I saw all my companions in bed before I left them, but most damnable drunk. A fine course of life, truly, drunk every night. This is tempering with the devil to it. Wednesday, December 11th, 1776. Much indisposed this morning. I hear my pet companions and brothers in iniquity coming upstairs, but am determined to keep sober today. Thursday, December 12th, 1776. Last night was the worst we have had since we first commenced the trade of drunkards. Mr. Kirk and P. Cavan joined us. We instituted a foolish society by the name of the Black-Eyed Club. I was president, and Mr. Moore secretary. All of us got most intolerably drunk. This is the first day that I have had any time for reflection this week. Uneasiness of mind first engaged me in this last debauch. Good company induced me to continue it, and now a bitter reflection, an aching head, a sick stomach, a trembling hand, and a number of disagreeable concomitants that are annexed to this detestable vice causes me to quit the pursuit. Drunkenness is certainly one of the most odious vices that mankind can possibly be guilty of. The consequences are so exceedingly pernicious to our health, our happiness, and interest. It is astonishing that any being endued with the faculty of thinking should take such pains to divest himself of reason, that knowingly and willingly he will destroy his constitution and sink himself below the level of a brute. Mr. Kirk came and spent the evening at my lodgings. Saturday, December 14th, 1776. News that General Howe is at Trenton in the Jerseys from Philadelphia. It is certain the Congress has left Philadelphia and are now at Baltimore. Great numbers of recruiting parties are out to raise men, but can scarcely get a man by any means, though their bounty is £12. None will enlist that can avoid it. They get some servants and convicts which are purchased from their masters. These will desert the first opportunity. The violent SLEBERS are much dispirited. The politicians, or rather timid Whigs, give all up for lost, and the Tories begin to exult. The time is out that the flying camp was enlisted for, and it is said that they refuse to serve any longer, though they have been solicited in the strongest terms. This will make a great deficiency in their army, the loss of 10,000 men. I am convinced that if General Howe will push to Philadelphia, the day is his own. Find it will be best for me to remove out of town for a little while, or I may stand a chance of going to jail, as I am too often abusing these rascals. Am determined to go into Berkeley. Sunday, December 15th, 1776. Dined with Mr. Kirk. After dinner went to Mr. Nielsen's. Monday, December 16th, 1776. Left Mr. William Nielsen's in company with Mr. Hugh Nielsen, who lent me a horse. Crossed the Shenandoah River and got to Mr. Francis Willis. Spent the evening with Mr. John Cook, Captain Throgmorton, and Dr. Armstrong, son of General Armstrong. All violent SLEBERS, but a little discouraged. Piedmont, Berkeley County, Virginia, Tuesday, December 17th, 1776. Went to Mr. Norse's. He was much surprised to see me, supposed that I had been gone. Insists on me spending the Christmas with him. Wednesday, December 18th, 1776. Exceedingly unhappy. Everyone here is industriously employed, and I am living for no use in creation except it be to eat and drink. The pleasure that this numerous family enjoys, and the company and conversation of each other, the apparent harmony, peace, and quietness that subsists amongst them, call thoughts of a very unpleasing nature to my mind, and make me miserable. Everyone does the utmost to keep up my spirits and make the time pass agreeable. Miss Kitty Norse is not the most backward in this particular. She is one of the most sensible, agreeable, and well-bred girls that I have seen since I left England. Added to these, industry, economy, which, by the by, is a virtue very seldom to be met with in either male or female in this country, wit, good nature, and a handsome person altogether renders her a reliable and agreeable companion. Was I fixed in my place of life and nothing at home, should think myself happy. To prevent any disagreeable passion intruding, am determined to leave the house tomorrow. Thursday, December 19th, 1776. Went with Mr. Norse to a sale of horses, the property of the late Jacob Kite, who was killed by the Cherokee Indians last summer. Sold amazingly high. A horse that I could buy in England for £10 would sell here for £40. Went with Mr. Gibbs home. Mr. Norse seems affronted, but he is not acquainted with my true reasons. Obliged to tell him lies. Pennyroyal Hill, Frederick County, Virginia, Friday, December 20th, 1776. Went to Mr. Reynolds, dined there, returned to Mr. Gibbs. Saturday, December 21st, 1776. At Mr. Gibbs. Mr. Perry came here, a gentleman from Maryland that has purchased an estate here. Sunday, December 22nd, 1776. Mr. Gibbs, Mr. Perry, and I dined at Dr. McDonald's, a very polite gentleman. Monday, December 23rd, 1776. Dined and spent the afternoon at Mr. Reynolds. Tuesday, December 24th, 1776. At Mr. Gibbs, directing his workmen how to make a pump for his still house. Wednesday, December 25th, 1776. Christmas Day, but very little observed in this country, except it is amongst the Dutch. Thursday, December 26th, 1776. The snow fell last night 2 feet thick and level. This is the greatest fall of snow I have seen in this country. Friday, December 27th, 1776. Dined at Mr. Reynolds's in company with Mr. and Mrs. Gibbs and Mr. Perry. Spent an agreeable afternoon. What still adds to the pleasure is the certain account of General Lee's being taken prisoner. It is by a private letter, and I have not the least doubt of its being true. Sunday, December 29th, 1776. A violent pain in my breast and side for 2 days. Afraid of pleurisy. Monday, December 30th, 1776. Much better. Went with Mr. Gibbs to Winchester. News that General Howe had retreated to Brunswick. Washington had harassed his rear, taken a good many prisoners, and played the devil. Tuesday, December 31st, 1776. This is the last day of the old year, which I have spent in worse than Egyptian bondage. No prospect of altering my situation speedily. Spent the day at Mr. Reynolds. Wednesday, January 1st, 1777. This is the first day of the new year, which I am afraid will be spent, by me, to as little purpose as the two last have been. I am now in a disagreeable and precarious situation. I dare do nothing to get bread, cannot return to my native country. The means of my support depends on the whim and caprice of a friend. In fear of going to jail every day on account of my political principles, and no prospect of this unnatural rebellion being suppressed this year, am determined to make my escape the first opportunity. Spent the day very happily at Mr. Gibbs with a few of his friends, dancing and making ourselves as merry as whiskey, toddy, and good company will afford. Thursday, January 2nd, 1777. Spent the day at Mr. Reynolds. Friday, January 3rd, 1777. At Mr. Gibbs. Misfortunes and present vagabond life cause great uneasiness of mind. Saturday, January 4th, 1777. Left Mr. Gibbs, who has treated me with the greatest kindness and hospitality, and insists on me returning back and spending a month with him before I leave the country. Dined at Mr. Francis Willis's, crossed the Shenandoah River and the Blue Ridge, got to Mr. William Nielsen's in the evening. Scotland, Loudoun County, Virginia, Sunday, January 5th, 1777. This happens to be Mr. Nielsen's birthday, as well as mine. We spent it as happily as our situation would admit. We are of the same opinion in political matters, which makes it the more agreeable. Monday, January 6th, 1777. News that Washington had taken 760 Hessian prisoners at Trenton in the Jerseys. Hope it is a lie. This afternoon here he has likewise taken 6 pieces of brass cannon. Tuesday, January 7th, 1777. The news is confirmed. The minds of the people are much altered. A few days ago they had given up the cause for lost. Their late successes have turned the scale, and now they are all liberty mad again. Their recruiting parties could not get a man, except he bought him from his master, no longer since than last week. And now the men are coming in by companies. Confound the turncoat scoundrels and the cowardly Hessians together. This has given them new spirits, got them fresh succors, and will prolong the war, perhaps for 2 years. They have recovered their panic, and it will not be an easy matter to throw them into that confusion again. Volunteer companies are collecting in every county on the continent, and in a few months the rascals will be stronger than ever. Even the parsons, some of them, have turned out as volunteers and pulpit drums or thunder, which you please to call it, summoning all to arms in this cursed Babel. D-dash them all. Wednesday, January 8th, 1777. This is a most unhappy country. Every necessary of life is at an extravagant price. Some of them, indeed, is not to be had for money. Poor people are almost naked. Congress or Committee of Safety or some of those infernal bodies have issued an order that every one that is fortunate enough to be possessed of 2 coats is to give one to their naked soldiers. Grain now begins to bear a good price, owing to such great quantities being distilled and the small proportion that is in the ground. I am persuaded there will be a famine very soon, as well as a war. Saturday, January 11th, 1777. Very cold weather for 3 days. Almost stupid for want of employment. Sunday, January 12th, 1777. News that the SLEBERS ships had taken 30,000 suits of clothes that were intended to clothe our army for the winter. Believe it is a lie. However, it serves the rascals' purpose to entice the people to enlist. Tuesday, January 14th, 1777. News that Washington had entirely routed our army, and the few that had escaped had been obliged to take refuge on board the ships. This must certainly be a lie. Wednesday, January 15th, 1777. I am exceedingly kindly treated here, and am very happy in the company of Mr. Nielsen, but the thought of receiving such unmerited kindness from an entire stranger, whom, in all probability, it will never be in my power to repay, makes me uneasy. Thursday, January 16th, 1777. Intend to go to Leesburg tomorrow. I am unhappy everywhere. The late news has increased my anxiety to be at home, that I may have an opportunity to be revenged of these miscreants. Leesburg, Loudoun County, Virginia, Friday, January 17th, 1777. Left Mr. Nielsen's, got to Leesburg to my old lodgings. Dined and spent the evening at Mr. Kirk's, who begs me to make him the model of a machine for driving piles into the river to build wharfs upon. Their late successes have made him believe that they will have a free and open trade to all parts of the world very soon. Such is the instability of human affairs. 6 weeks ago this gentleman was lamenting the unhappy situation of the Americans and pitying the wretched condition of their much-beloved general, supposing his want of skill and experience in military matters had brought them all to the brink of destruction. In short, all was gone, all was lost. But now the scale is turned, and Washington's name is extolled to the clouds. Alexander, Pompey, and Hannibal were but pygmy generals in comparison with the magnanimous Washington. Poor General Howe is ridiculed in all companies, and all my countrymen abused. I am obliged to hear this daily, and dare not speak a word in their favor. It is the damned Hessians that has caused this. Curse the scoundrel that first thought of sending them here. Saturday, January 18th, 1777. Dined at Mr. Kirk's. I lead a most worthless, lazy life, and cannot help it at present. Sunday, January 19th, 1777. Spent it as I do the rest of my time, doing nothing. Tuesday, January 21st, 1777. Preparing materials for the model. Thursday, January 23rd, 1777. Curiosity and company induced me to spend the evening at a place of no great credit. The various scenes I saw may be of great service to me some time or other. Friday, January 24th, 1777. Salt sold to the people at 6d. per quart by order of the Great Committee of Safety. Every tithable in the family is allowed a quart, and no more. Even this seems to please the people. I believe they are all mad. Saturday, January 25th, 1777. Employed in making the model. Obliged to be joiner and smith myself. Sunday, January 26th, 1777. Dined with Mr. Kirk. 11 English prisoners arrived and are to be stationed here, all of them soldiers. Have been summoned to mount guard over them, but absolutely refused. I suppose this will be a committee affair, but I am determined to go to jail myself rather than guard an English prisoner. Tuesday, January 28th, 1777. Finished the model, which answers exceedingly well. It is 1 inch to a foot, calculated for one man to raise 1,000 weight, 20 feet, which falls on the head of the pile. Summoned again, but refused to go. Wednesday, January 29th, 1777. The captain of town's militia excused my appearance on guard. To my great surprise, find one of them to be Mr. John G., he that married Miss Nancy Worthington. Thursday, January 30th, 1777. News that Fort Washington was retaken by the Yankees. Friday, January 31st, 1777. News that New York was deserted by the English, but believe it is a lie. The SLEBER has a surprising run of good luck, if all be true. Saturday, February 1st, 1777. Mr. G. and Mr. Hugh Nielsen dined and spent the evening with me. Mr. G. tells me he was settled at New York as a merchant. At the first of these troubles had made his sentiments known, which made him obnoxious to the populace. When it was known that General Howe intended to go to New York, he was very industrious amongst the king's friends, and had raised a company of rangers under the famous Major Rogers. This was known to the committee before General Howe's arrival at New York. He was seized by the mob, carried by them on a sharp rail through the town, cut with knives and much bruised with clubs. Afterwards put in a dungeon or dark prison where they kept him 3 days without victuals. Then he was removed to Morristown in the Jerseys, from thence, on the approach of our army, to Philadelphia, from Philadelphia to Baltimore, where, in their great confusion, he got amongst the soldiers, and now passes for clerk to the 71st Regiment. He is in a wretched condition, scarcely clothes sufficient to cover his nakedness, and very dirty. I have given him a shirt, hunting shirt, jacket, and blanket, as they have only 3 blankets in the whole company. Mr. Nielsen has given him leather to make himself a pair of breeches, and I will get them made. Sunday, February 2nd, 1777. News that Washington and his myrmidons had defeated a large body of our troops at Princetown in Jersey. This is very surprising that there should be any of our army at Princetown when it was affirmed for fact that they were drove a shipboard. Tuesday, February 4th, 1777. My landlady has got nothing to burn or anything to eat that is fit for a Christian. To pay 12 shillings a week is very hard without I get the real necessaries of life. Am determined to go to Captain Douglas. Wednesday, February 5th, 1777. Spent part of the evening with Mr. G. at the Crooked Billet. Afraid he is a sot. If that be the case, he will be miserable. Mr. Cavan came to my lodgings on purpose to drink gin. I made him very merry before he went away. This is the first time I have seen him in liquor. Thursday, February 6th, 1777. Dined at Mr. Kirk's with Captain William Sandford, a Continental officer. News that Fort Lee was retaken. Friday, February 7th, 1777. Left Leesburg and went to Captain W. Douglas. Garyland, Loudoun County, Virginia, Sunday, February 9th, 1777. Dined with Thompson Mason, Esquire, who is laid up with the gout. No news these 3 days. A Methodist preaching here. In the evening the parson and I had a long discourse about the new faith, as he calls it. Find him a sensible man, not so much bigoted as some of them are. Sunday, February 16th, 1777. In the course of the last 6 days I have read more religious authors and had more discourse about religion than in all my life before. Captain Douglas uses his utmost endeavors to make a proselyte of me, but I cannot find that Whitefield's road to heaven is one jot better or nearer than Martin Luther's. Therefore will continue in the opinion under which I was educated. Tuesday, February 18th, 1777. News that 3 of His Majesty's ships are in the bay. Determined to go on board some of them, if possible, as soon as I can meet with an opportunity. Friday, February 21st, 1777. 3 days at Garyland, more religious discourse with the usual effect. Saturday, February 22nd, 1777. Went to Leesburg, dined at Mr. Kirk's. News that Washington was taken. This is too good news to be true. Returned to Garyland at night. Sunday, February 23rd, 1777. News confirmed that ships are in the bay. My parole will be out soon, and then I will give the rascals the slip. Monday, February 24th, 1777. Went to town with Captain Douglas and his family to a Methodist meeting. Lieutenant Ancram informs me that I am likely to be brought into trouble for reporting that Washington was taken prisoner. I can give up my authors. Dined at Mr. Rispus. Tuesday, February 25th, 1777. Expected to have had a Methodist meeting here today. The company, or congregation of canting, whining hypocrites, met, but the parson disappointed them. I am sorry that Captain Douglas should be such a dupe to these religious quacks. He keeps a good table, is a good-natured man, easily led and rather unsteady in his religious principles, always glad to see or converse with these fag-end-of-the-scripture mongers, and as long as his house is open to them, they will haunt him as bad as they tell us the devil haunts their meetings. They are a set of the noisiest fellows I ever heard. Instead of enforcing their arguments, they only exalt their voices. Thursday, February 27th, 1777. One of these parsons has had a long confab with me today. He is one of the most affected, bigoted little puppies I ever met with. Out of his great kindness has made old Pluto a compliment of me. Friday, February 28th, 1777. This is a fast day, appointed by the great Sanhedrim to return thanks for their late successes and beg a continuation of them. It is ordered to be kept sacred by all, every one to go to church or meeting. I have not been. It seems to be like Oliver Cromwell's proceedings. Saturday, March 1st, 1777. Went with Captain Douglas and Mr. Fleming Patterson to see Mr. Josiah Clapham. He is an assemblyman, colonel of the county, and Justice of the Peace on the present establishment. He is an Englishman from Wakefield in Yorkshire, much in debt at home and in course of violent SLEBER here. He has made himself very popular by erecting a manufactory of guns, but it is poorly carried on. His wife is the most notable woman in the county for housewifery, but I should like her much better if she would keep a cleaner house. He has got a very good plantation, takes every mean art to render himself popular amongst a set of ignorant Dutchmen that are settled in his neighborhood. Dirty in person and principle. Returned to Gairland at night. Sunday, March 2nd, 1777. No news this week. Intend to go to Leesburg tomorrow. If I stay much longer here, I may be the means of making a certain person in the family unhappy, though very inadvertently on my part, and I believe involuntarily on theirs. This would be an unpardonable as well as an ungrateful act in me, who has been so kindly treated in this agreeable family. Leesburg, Virginia, Monday, March 3rd, 1777. Went to Leesburg. Saw a review of Captain William Johnston's company, a set of rascally servants and convicts, most of them just purchased from their masters, a ragged crew indeed. Captain Douglas is angry with me for leaving his house, but he is ignorant of the cause. Tuesday, March 4th, 1777. I have had the misfortune to affront one of the committee men by not giving his daughter a kiss when I was introduced to her. This has offended the old man so much that I am informed by my friends he has several spies to watch my actions. If anything treasonable is discovered, as he is pleased to term it, I am to be prosecuted to the utmost of the laws. Sorry I did not give the ugly jade a kiss, and have escaped the censure of this ostentatious blockhead. If I don't proceed with caution, shall not get away this summer. End of section 13.